garden, I bring back into my business. Yes, I don't sell it out. I bring it in my business in the restaurant. I'm very happy and I'm proud of being a Ugandan as well. And I thank the government of Uganda for supporting us women. Actually, we were down with these small loans, was overstressing us. They put a high interest. Even if you have paid the money, they tell you your loan is still balanced. So when I heard about GROW, I was very happy and I had to apply for it. So I'm very happy.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank.
Hello? Aveno?
Hello, madam. I am Mr. Longido, the roof control officer from the district.
I have never heard of you before.
Trust me, it's a real job that you don't have to Google. Now, please, tell me about your roof sheets and don't leave out any details, eh?
These roof sheets are called Orientile from Uganda, Bati, and we've had them for quite a while. They come in many colors. For us, we chose this color. They are very wide. So we used less sheets, which saved us a lot of money.
Wonderful. We'll be reaching out to you with a report in a week, eh? Okay? Bye!
Crown your home with Orientile, the widest steel roof sheets in Uganda from Uganda Bati.
Engineer, Uganda Bati. Genjagala, go!
Uganda Bati, Uganda's most trusted building solutions partner.
Hello? What's the situation?
Boss, it's all gone. The entire shipment is lost.
Here you go again. Another shipment lost at sea. Millions lost in an instant. Another big hit that your business can't afford to take. But it didn't have to be this way. And it doesn't have to be anymore. With local marine cargo and goods in transit insurance, you can rest easy knowing that you are protected from financial loss resulting from the damage or loss of your incoming goods. Totiaros! Get local marine cargo and goods in transit insurance to import your goods without the stress whether they're coming in by water, air, or land. Visit uia.co.ug, click on the Marine Cargo portal and follow the prompts to get your cover. You can also contact your licensed insurer or intermediary. Effective 1st February 2025, importers are required to have local marine cargo and goods in transit insurance for all incoming goods. This message is brought to you by the Uganda Insurers Association.
In the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything.
In 216 kilometers northwest from Kampala is Masindi municipality. Along Tanga Street, in Masindi's main business town, is where Nawaterega Marion runs her well-stocked shops of home appliances, household decor, and general merchandise of groceries.
I own two businesses in Masindi town, Tanga Street. My businesses deal in general enterprises. I have household utensils and home decors.
When she heard of the Grow Loan on television, she proceeded to get well sensitized by her Post Bank branch manager, and in due course, she was granted 45 million shillings.
My businesses have grown because of the Grow money, which I had of in Post Bank by one of the Post Bank manager when he was sensitizing people. Maybe even on some television, that was NTV. When I heard of that Grow money and the interest was so low, that is the 10% of the interest, I had to apply. When I applied, they told me to get a collateral security, where I got my ownership documents of two lands I have within Masindi municipality. And afterwards, they told me to get a confirmation from the LOC1 chairperson, which I got. Some passport size photos. I went, I applied, actually, I got that loan. I got 45 million of Grow money, which was supposed to be paid within 1 year, that those are 12 months. And every month I pay 3,939,000. I have 4 months remaining to pay the money.
Profits from the first business enabled her to start the second shop and also venture into piggery and chicken farming.
Grow actually has helped me to expand business. I began with one business across a side on my left-hand side, and this one is the new business which I've just started some 2 months back, all the cutters of Grow money. The 45 millions I got, I increased the capital on the other one, and the profits from the other one actually has helped to me to start up this one. As Marion, I'm so glad for this Grow money. I'm so glad for the government, and I give applause to the government of Uganda, plus our president, His Excellency the President of Uganda, for really thinking about women and coming up with this idea of the Grow money for women. I've actually benefited. I don't regret, and also encourage other women, ladies, youth, to come up and get Grow money. I started up a piggery project plus poultry as a side hustle also besides the business. In that piggery project, I managed also to construct an underground water source, which helps me in those projects with a perimeter wall. So my project is secured. So far now, I've begun with 20 piglets, the ones I have currently, and around 30 local chicken. That's what I'm holding right now. The other broilers were sold off around 6,000. I'm planning to restock the first week of August of this year. So actually, I have gotten a lot. I thank God that at least I've really succeeded using Grow money as a lady.
The Grow project is a
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So nice to see you on day 2 of the 2nd annual Regional Industrialization Conference. Mademoiselle, Madame, bonjour.
Hey, me, I know. How are you?
Ça va bien et toi?
Oh, please, don't embarrass me. Dear policymakers, business leaders, private sector players, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Regional Industrialization Conference. We are really, really pleased to have you this morning. To the audience that is following us online, we appreciate you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for all those you are here for us. The only thing you're going to miss is the cocktail. This evening we have a cocktail, and you know what? We have 2 key sponsors. Uganda Breweries is a sponsor.
You can say that again.
Pepsi Cola is a sponsor.
I agree.
Meaning drinks are paid for, covered. Just take. When you're done taking, you can bathe them. Take. There's a lunch this evening, so there's nowhere else to go.
There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening this evening.
Yep.
We have a raffle as well at the end of this session. So we're going to have a little bit of fun.
Yes.
But before that, do you want to pray?
Now you see, there's a trick there. Praise for holy people. You look holier than I. Why don't you lead us?
I'll go for it. But first, allow me respect all the different religions in the room. I respect that, but you will allow me to say the prayer in the religion that I'm a bit more comfortable in. May we humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for yesterday. We thank you for the insightful deliberations we had yesterday, for the deep and bold conversations that we had. And we are hoping that we are going to keep the momentum today as we deliberate for the good of the East African community and for the good of our nation, Uganda. May you give wisdom to the panelists, the moderators, and whoever will be speaking, and everybody in the room and those following online, to deliberate, to share ideas, to unpack everything that we need to do regarding sustainable industrial development. I pray all this through your mighty name, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I think I can do well as a pastor.
Amen. You can do very well, except the part of collecting tithe and offering. That one I will come and help.
I leave to you.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
So what can we expect today? We have great speakers. We have great panelists. We have, you can expect good conversation on key issues. But most importantly, remember to network, network, network.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. But before we get to networking, my name is Jackie Tahakaniziba. I needed to introduce myself once again, and I want to also introduce my co-MC, reintroduce him. There's something special about Humphrey. He's a gentleman. Yesterday, he took absolute care of me. He bought me breakfast when Mr. Stephen Asimwe was just looking. I came in, I looked like I needed a bit of TLC. He offered. I'll not talk about other things. But thank you so much, sir. I like it that your energy is as great as the passion you have for energy and minerals.
You are welcome.
Great.
Today is my turn.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, my name is Humphrey Asimwe. I'm Chief Executive of Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Anything energy, oil and gas, minerals, talk to me. Talk to me, all right? For example, Uganda is very rich in gold. Let's have a conversation, right? Anyway, it's an honor and a privilege. Now, at the table where we're seated, we discovered a few minutes ago.
That's where money is.
Colleagues.
The money has finally.
Money has come.
Yeah.
Bank of Uganda is in the house. Money has come. So we are, where you please have another cup of tea, money is here. Have another sumbusa, whatever, Money is in the house.
It's in the house. In the same breath, can we appreciate the sponsors?
Oh, yes.
Because this would not have happened without our amazing sponsors.
Very
in the
true.
room. Yes.
Give them
we
a very
appreciate
big
you.
hand. We are going to mention them one by one. We'll start with Agra,
Trademark Africa,
Stanbic Bank,
MTN Grow,
MTN, Grow. E.
Grow.
Aha.
Ruth will kill me. Ruth,
Sorry,
I apologize
Dr. Ruth.
in advance.
Sorry.
Grow.
Yes.
Yes.
Equity Bank.
Uganda Breweries.
NBS.
Uganda BAT.
Uganda Insurance Association.
God.
KCB Bank.
Oh, yes.
Flawless.
Still and Tube.
Pepsi Cola.
We have so many sponsors.
Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Excuse me, you think I came how?
Well done, please. well done.
Oh, you're welcome.
But we really appreciate the partners.
Thank you.
But
thank you.
We also
Thank you.
We also have the partners, leave alone the sponsors, like Uganda Manufacturers Association.
Yes.
The East African Business Council.
Very true.
Name the rest.
Uganda Industrial Research Institute, URI, Trademark Africa. Thank you very much for being part of this. Yeah. Without you, we would not be here. Without you, we would not be seated in the Serena. Without you, we would not be having a lovely cup of coffee, Ugandan coffee and Ugandan tea.
Indeed.
Ugandan coffee. Great. And it's an honor and a privilege. You know what? The discussions that we are having today, and one thing you can look out for at the end of the day is we are going to have a tracking matrix. We are going to walk away from this place knowing these are the recommendations of the second annual Industrialization Conference. These are the recommendations. And this is what we are going to do within this time so that you can hold us accountable. It's not about, oh, we attended the conference, it was beautiful, and we went. No, we come out from here with marching orders. We want to put in place things. We go to implement.
Absolutely.
So who are we starting with?
First, we need to appreciate the conveners
those
of
ones.
this.
Yes.
PSFU. Can we just clap for them, please?
Please clap for PSFU. Yeah. You can put down that samosa. Clap for PSFU. Yes. Mr. Stephen Asimwe and your entire team and your board. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Any of the staff of PSFU here, or if you're a staff or a board member, kindly just wave. We want to see. Good. You see? You're
I
the
like
stars.
the way they are waving, as if, people with money.
Royal wave. No, you don't. Eh? It is not be a question.
Exactly.
No, you just.
Oh, God, PSFU has evolved.
Oh, yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. But before we get to the speaker, the next speaker, we just need to give you a recap of what happened yesterday.
Very true.
Yesterday was a super powerful session.
Talk on it.
If you think yesterday was powerful, brace yourself for today. We discussed all matters, policy harmonization, illicit and market integrity,
logistics and infrastructure.
Exactly, investment opportunities and all things to do with trade.
Very true.
Regional trade. Fantastic show we had yesterday, right?
Do you know the other thing that happened yesterday? There was an exhibition that is still running today. If you have not been to the exhibition tent, please make sure you go there, because at the exhibition tent you will be able to make that business deal, find that new supplier, find that new partner, get to know what is out there, get more information about products and services that may probably move you forward. So it's very important that we do that.
Absolutely. Having said that, to amplify what happened yesterday, let's just get to have a look at the screen.
Maso Kulutimbe, watch the screen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, captains of the industry, government leaders, and development partners. It is really our honor to welcome you to the second Regional Industrial Conference, proudly convened by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Today's theme is enhancing policy advocacy for sustainable regional industrial growth.
We stand at a very pivotal time, ladies and gentlemen, where we have been joined by the 8th country in the East African community, Somalia. The original ESC was made up of Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. We were then joined by Rwanda and Burundi, and subsequently joined by South Sudan. We were joined by the DRC and Somalia. Nothing prospers unless it is showcased, unless it is marketed. So we are here to showcase opportunities, to highlight emerging opportunities in our, especially manufacturing sector.
Given our purpose at Stanbic, driving Uganda's growth, and by extension, fueling the growth of East Africa, lines very well with what is at the heart of this conference. Stanbic is committed to mobilizing in-country and regional capital, building institutional gaps in project preparation and advisory. Together, we will drive growth, foster industrial leadership, and unlock opportunities, boldly, sustainably, and regionally.
From a regional perspective, is critical from a point of AGRA's mission. And AGRA's mission is around how we transform agri-food systems across Africa. And recognizing the critical aspects of agri-food systems, industrialization is critical. So we believe that without investing in the right aspects that drive the economy, we're possibly making no headway.
What are you doing? What can we do? And how can we help to harmonize so that we make East Africa the best place to do business?
We all need enabling environment. So every industrialist will need good and not actually cheap, I would call it, but a good financing mechanism.
There is no country that has implemented, has stipulated into the protocol of the East Africa. So there are so many contradictions depending on the national interest. So it is affecting the progress in the East Africa.
Business community need to claim their position, but also come with substance, not competing each other unnecessarily and distorting the markets.
Industrialization is not just a national pursuit, but a regional imperative. At PSFU, we have collaborated with the government of the Republic of Uganda and sister private sector bodies to integrate the market, to penetrate the African continental free trade area. So even as we try to penetrate the African continental free trade area, you do not simply arrive and say, here are my products, buy. You really must ensure that they are compliant to the standards, and in the context of international trade, that should be even more emphasized.
Markets have been negotiated, regional markets and the level of the African continental free trade area, as well as the international markets. But the challenge is we still see the intra-trade still very low. And we urge the private sector to make sure that we grow the intra-trade within the partner states. Most of the investment policies we have in the region are actually FDI driven. How do I drive FDI into my country? Other than saying, how do we drive FDI into the region? How do we create our own joint investment projects? That's what the regional investment policy ought to speak to.
Among the top 10 importers of food products in the world, about 6 of those are also the top 10 exporters of food products. What does that mean? That again, we are exporting all the raw produce, they are adding value to it, and then selling it back to us. So again, for the youth, it is to get into that value addition space for a lot of the produce that we have here, so that they can be able to improve the exports to the world.
When we speak about the region, it's not simply about, and you've spoken passionately about having the same product, and you're right, it's homogeneous. But we also have raw materials and resources that we can move amongst ourselves. How can we facilitate that so that we just reduce on that cost? And Equity Bank is playing a central role.
I believe that tax holiday should be extended
to a company which is coming to a specific sector where the government wants to promote that particular sector and where maybe they don't have so much of a sector players.
And I think that's where we need to go. As we manufacture, can you support us and export real finished goods? If we get to that, I think we will be there.
The fight against illicit trade is not for government regulators anymore. I think the industries, consumers, and the general public, we need to step up and rebuild what is called the national quality culture.
Are we speaking to each other? Do we have the right voices and the right people in the room? And I looked around to try and identify the different stakeholders that would be relevant to this conversation. The government officials, the ministers, they need to hear, but do we have them in the room? We have their representatives, but sometimes the message gets lost in translation. By the time it reaches the final point, it has changed. Nevertheless, we must continue these conversations.
Fantastic. Now to amplify that message further, may I request the gentleman who continues to lead with clarity and purpose to come forward and give us a little bit of flavor of what we should expect today. Stephen.
Please give him a hand, and a big hand. He's the one paying for the tea, okay? So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jackie and Humphrey. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. The phones seem to have more attention than the podium people, but allow me, first of all, to welcome you back for the second day. I want to recognize Honorable Victoria, our board chair for agriculture, agribusiness, and forestry. Honorable, welcome. We also have our colleague who jumped in, Ruth. Ruth, you're welcome. Ruth heads GROW, and she'll be speaking shortly. And all of you distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the video basically did about half of what I was supposed to say, but it's always important to emphasize and just have a recap of the reason we are here. So yesterday in my opening remarks, I emphasized the need for us to critically look at the region as our first point of call. Now you may appreciate, or you should, that our biggest partner in business is our neighbor. And so East Africa, intra-East African trade accounts for over 45% of business. And that goes for services, infrastructure, etc. So at PSFU, as part of our mandate of articulating policy and advocacy issues, over and above what we contribute to the national budget process, we are also pushing for an agenda that speaks to our ability to trade more efficiently and effectively. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who may not have been around yesterday, or probably were in the room, but just for purposes of adding value, a lot of the voices that came from the participants were discussing the need for the business to government, government to business, but also how do we create a more efficient and faster engagement of doing business. And so, just for the record, we had in the room the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community in charge of trade, our own Annette Semwemba, who interestingly was a former staff PSFU. And so she knows what to talk about when she's there. But also, we gave her a lot of value addition of the things that she will discuss. So I'll be quick here in a minute or two, just to say the emerging issues that came from yesterday were the fact that there are very high logistics costs, infrastructure gaps. Our business people are suffering from challenges of illicit and substandard goods, which should inform the policy and regulatory discussion. We discussed weak policy implementation. We looked at the quality culture, the underutilization of domestic capital, and Mr. Ogwang is here from the East African Development Bank. Your bank came up many times, that whereas you have commercial banks which give short-term and maybe slightly higher interest rates, we're looking for longer tenure, less interest, more patient financing. And let me preempt your presentation. Very, very important that we need to have the medium, the short, but also the long term. But also in that context, Ruth, we also discussed for the micro and small, the need for that little financing that then pushes us to become big players on the agenda. Of course, we talked about non-tariff barriers, those things that impede doing business. What came up of very, very strong mention was the need for fast-tracking the railway operations, SGR and the other gauge. And then, of course, the youth agenda became very strong. Energy constraints were big in the discussion, alternative corridors, limited value addition. So the players in the room here, we need to make more money from value addition. And so Humphrey, since you come from the energy and mineral sector, that's an agenda for our intra-discussion on that. And again, Mr. Gwang is here in the room to discuss that proposition. Now, of course, those were the things that were tabled. One of the other things we wanted to come out with in this conference is the level of commitment. And so the players in the room, and the minister's representative was here, was the commitment from government, the ESC, for us at the private sector to accentuate the voice of our business people. We are going to look deeply, B2G, the business to government people in the area of non-tariff barrier discussion. Again, finance keeps becoming a recurring issue. So we're looking at innovative finance away from the traditional. So we want to start looking at that. Of course, railway integrated technology was a big thing. Energy was a big thing. Collaboration that many private sector players are playing within small space. We need to garner our collective resources. And then, of course, youth empowerment, capacity building, specialization, integrating policy frameworks. So you notice that a lot of times you have so many little silos operating differently and yet speaking the same thing. So on this one, I will commit that PSFU's work is to collaborate the collaborators. But also, we are the voice at the East African Business Council, at COMESA, and the ACFTA. So now we commit that we shall support on that framework. And then, of course, what came out strongly, especially from the beverages and some food and culinary people, was illicit. Very important. I think for most of that, government, we tasked government to come up with on the issues of tax holidays and emerging sectors. And then finally, we then closed on the note that government agencies and private sector need to have constant collaboration, engagement, et cetera, et cetera. So That was day one, very rich. Now, I just want to ask my PR and comms team to get these videos uploaded, get the papers that were presented uploaded, and also to suggest that if any of you is interested in any documentation, we are available at PSFU. So let me ask our staff to stand. PSFU, please stand. Let's recognize you first. Please stand quickly. Okay, now you have seen them. They seem to be in one silo, but more importantly, if you have anything to ask, come and approach them so that they can help, okay? So with that said, I welcome all of you here for second day, and thanks to our MC team, you are doing a fantastic job. Don't forget, we have a cocktail. Is our staff allowed to participate in the raffle? You know, I have a Midas touch. I always win, so
no,
be warned.
Sorry, you can't participate.
Thank you very much. We have international speakers who are on board. I think Serena, our TTL for World Bank, is going to be on board. So for those of you who are online, welcome, and over to you, Jackie and Humphrey. And I wish all of you good deliberations. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asimwe. Just a minute. Okay, so in the interest of time, we are going to jump into a couple of keynote addresses. And the very first one is on unlocking SME export potential through targeted financing. To deliver this, I believe we have Ms. Serena Cavachi, the task team lead of GROW project and senior social development specialist at the World Bank. Okay, I'm still seeing myself. All right, while we get that fixed and get her back online, we shall proceed to have a keynote address on financing industrialization through monetary policy and financial inclusion. Then we'll come back to that. And like we mentioned earlier, colleagues, money is here. Ms. Millie Isingoma, the Director of Statistics at the Bank of Uganda, is what do you want first now? She's on? All right, sorry, forgive me. Blame the media team, not me. Miss Serena is online. I think we can have her at this point. Sorry. Yep, network. All right, so while we get that fixed, let's have the keynote from Bank of Uganda. You're welcome, madam. Kindly give her a hand while she takes the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to participate in this important conference on enhancing advocacy and sustainable regional growth. The time and long-term economic resilience. Industrialization remains a cornerstone of Uganda and the region's development aspirations as articulated in the national and regional blueprints, including Uganda's national development plan and African Union Agenda structural constraints, particularly limited access to affordable financing. As the steward of Uganda's monetary policy and financial system stability, the Bank of Uganda plays a catalytic role in unlocking capital for industrial transformation. This is achieved through various policy tools and targeted interventions aimed at improving access to finance, maintaining macroeconomic stability, and fostering a conducive environment for industrial growth. It's key to note that the central bank rate has been maintained at 9.7% since February 2025, after a reduction from 10% earlier. Over the past 12 months, headline and core inflation have averaged at 3.5 and 3.9 respectively within target ranges. This reflects prudent monetary policy, a relatively stable exchange rate, and favorable conditions. What are we doing about financing for industrial transformation? To address financing constraints, the Bank of Uganda supports several targeted intervention schemes in partnership with government and development partners. Some of these include the Agriculture Credit Facility, the ACF, that's supporting agro-industrialization through long-term concessional loans to agribusinesses, subsidized loans to farmers and agro-processors that are key players in Uganda's industry development and value additional chain. And participants, if you need more information, our website is very rich of this. Just scan through and you'll get more about the SCF and all these other interventions that I'm sharing. We also have the Small Business Recovery Fund that is providing relief to MSMEs recovering from pandemic-related shocks. This was launched after COVID, and it offers low-cost credit to many operating in manufacturing and services sectors. We'll talk about the investment for industrial transformation and employment, the INVITE. The INVITE project is being implemented through PSFU, and thank you for this. It aims to help Uganda's private sector recover from long-term impacts of COVID-19 by supporting new economic opportunities, especially in refugee and host communities. Its goal is to boost private sector manufacturing jobs and increase incomes across the country by offering and other priority sectors. These initiatives and many others are offering financing to below market rates and are intended to support capital investments in manufacturing, processing, and infrastructure. What are we doing about financial inclusion? We believe that financial inclusion is a catalyst for industrial growth. Financial inclusion is a vital enabler of broad-based industrial development. The Bank of Uganda has supported the deepening of financial access through some of these. The national rollout of financial literacy programs. We have financial literacy strategies to educate citizens on savings, credit, insurance, and payments, among others. This is key for businesses managing complex financing needs, as well as integration of underserved populations into formal economic activity. We also have support for agent and mobile banking infrastructure, support of mobile money expansion agent banking, and e-payments to reach rural and informal participants. This is essential for interlinking small enterprises with formal financial markets. We are also doing oversight of credit reference systems and digital identification. Under the regulation of financial institutions, Credit Reference Bureau Regulation 2022, we are looking at developing and putting in place a central data hub for credit information sharing. This is aimed to improve the efficiency and accuracy of data submission by credit providers to private credit bureaus. As of 2024, formal financial inclusion in Uganda had risen to 66%, up from 58% in 2022. To build on this momentum, government launched the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which prioritizes access for youth, small businesses, smallholder farmers, and rural communities. These are important contributors to local manufacturing and regional value chains. With this, the Bank of Uganda aims to expand financial access to the underserved through digital financial services, literacy, and inclusive products. We are also working with consumer-centric development partners to develop a gender dashboard to support visibility into the key performance indicators, because we know what you can't measure, what you can't see, you can't improve. So this is to demonstrate our commitment to get everyone inclusive, not leaving anyone behind. It is also further supported by other initiatives to collect granular data that will enable insights into financial inclusion indicators. At Bank of Uganda, we believe that unexpanded financial inclusion supports better transmission channels of Bank of Uganda's policy decision as more households and firms engage with formal credit and banking systems. What are we doing to advance regional integration and cross-border trade? Regional industrialization cannot thrive without strong cross-border trade linkages. In this regard, the Bank of Uganda continues to facilitate efficient and cost-effective cross-border payments through the East African Payment System, which connects real-time gross settlement systems across Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda to facilitate real-time domestic currency transactions. We are also supporting COMESA regional payment and settlement system, which facilitates US dollars and euro settlements via the SWIFT network across COMESA states. Inbound transactions of the East African payment system grew by 30% from Uganda shillings 1 trillion in 2023 to Uganda shillings 1.3 trillion in 2024, reflecting growing trade flows and stronger regional integration. Efficient payment systems are critical for industrial value chains, e-commerce, and inter-regional investment. We are also enhancing our partnerships between Bank of Uganda, MOFPED, PSFU, and development partners to finance industrial export growth and inclusive economic transformation. We are also cognizant of the challenges that are emerging and the opportunities as well. So while progress has been made, there are key challenges that still persist. High cost of credit, it's been talked about. High commercial lending costs, they're still high, and shallow capital markets. Fragmented regional policies and trade logistics, limited access to green and blending finance. However, there are also several opportunities present and a clear path forward. There's digital finance and fintech that are lowering the cost of improving the reach of financial services. Green industrialization that is unlocking new sources of concessional capital and jobs in sustainable sectors. Regional collaboration through AFCFTA and other platforms is expanding markets and encouraging shared industrial policy. Youth engagement and entrepreneurship continue to grow, offering talent and innovation for a dynamic industrial future. Bank of Uganda recognizes the urgency to align macroeconomic and financial policy with these evolving needs. We are actively integrating climate risk, oil revenue dynamics, and ESG principles into our monetary and financial frameworks to support sustainable growth. Our sustainability standards and certification initiatives are intended to promote environmental, social, and governance-aligned lending, especially useful for industrial projects and climate or social impact dimensions. In conclusion, the path to regional industrialization transformation will require stronger partnerships, bold reforms, and consistent advocacy. Let us therefore leave this conference not only with deeper understanding of the challenges, but also a renewed commitment to act individually and collectively. Let us align policies, unlock financing, integrate markets, and empower our people to drive inclusive industrial growth. As Bank of Uganda, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting this vision through sound monetary policy, financial stability, and innovation. I would like to give you 4 takeaways from my long speech. 1, as Bank of Uganda, our contribution is to maintain macroeconomic stability via steady inflation targeting monetary policy. The second is that we are providing targeted concessional financing to critical sectors like agro-processing and manufacturing. The third is that we are broadening financial inclusion, especially via digital channels, literacy, and tailored outreach to deepen formal participation of MSMEs. The fourth but not least, we are collaborating across institutions, aligning strategic goals, and financing resources to support inclusive private sector-led industrial growth. We know that broader financial inclusion reinforces monetary transmission, while concessional credit channels mitigate high commercial borrowing costs. But we cannot do this alone. And therefore, we call to action policymakers to accelerate implementation of harmonized industrial strategies. We call upon financial institutions to scale up affordable long-term credit. We call upon development partners to crowd in capital for climate resilient and sustainable industrial investments. We call upon the private sector to lead in value addition, innovation, and job creation. And as Director Statistics, I'll not leave without making this last call. We call upon both financial institutions and private sector to journey with us in the pursuit of granular administrative data collection to enable us to derive insights to inform monetary policy that supports financial inclusion. Together, we can shape a more industrialized, resilient, and prosperous East African region. Thank you for your attention.
Another big round of applause to Ms. Millie Nalukwago from the Bank of Uganda. Well done, ma'am. Here is a handshake waiting for you. Thank you. We appreciate another round for her. I think for me, the key takeaways is for the financial institutions, to scale up affordable and sustainable credit. And I'm sure the rest of us sharing with us, I understand that network was a little bit unstable. We appreciate and thank you once again. We appreciate that. I will dive straight into your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Very good. So let's take advantage of this good network moment. And so my name is Serena. I like to be called like that, but I'm not in the Serena Hotel at the moment. I'm calling from my home country, which is Italy, but I'm normally based in Uganda. You know, when Stephen or Dr. Ruth asked me to participate to this kind of things, I go out of my way, and I really wanted to be here today. So I'm also a senior social development specialist and private sector specialist as well. And I work as task team leader of the GROW project in Uganda. I've been there for about a year. But the road ahead is very interesting. So let me just go straight, as you said, into my points. I have a few things that I really would like to say. I prepared a few slides just to talk about very briefly about GROW. So GROW is familiarly known as GROW, but it means a lot more. And as you see on the screen, it's generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises. In terms of unlocking potential for women entrepreneurs by trying to address the barriers that hold back their growth. It is now at addition, and it has gained quite a bit of momentum. GROW is government-led, and financed by the World Bank through a grant, and it's led by a combination of Private Sector Foundation Uganda and Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And of course, it has a lot of us at the World Bank that take really good care of it. And this is where, if I am also quoting Stephen earlier on, but also what Millie just said, this is where we really can play a lot together, because this is a combination of development partners, private sector actors that can work both with the SMEs and also on the policy side, but also at the very high level, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. So I wanted to really also thank both of our implementing partners, because without them we wouldn't be here. And just wanted to also really say that GROW is very important for the World Bank, as it really brings together women economic empowerment, job creation, but also includes some features of climate change mitigation, which are really critical as we move forward, and I think at this time in the world. GROW, and let me see, we have a very good, GROW delivers really, as you look at this slide, an integrated package of services across the ecosystem of what a woman that wants to grow their business really needs. And I'm asked you to not focus on the amount of money on the right side, but really this is how you see it. Like, we realize that women sometimes have good enterprises, but they have not a chance to connect and to multiply the business through those alliances, of course. And this is what we call an initiative run by PSFU and called GFF, Grow Financing Facilities. And this is where we really go through access to finance But once again, it's not just finance, there's also enabling infrastructure for women enterprises. So we're working with several partners to have common user, what we call common users and production facilities for women to access, for young entrepreneurs to access across sectors. And then, of course, there's a dimension of project management, but also, very importantly, support to innovation, policy generation, and evidence generation. This is, this is how we can prove that things are working and are really needed. Can I have the second slide, please? There you go. So this is, very, very ambitious targets that we have come up with. So over 60,000 women beneficiaries, but lately we agreed we no longer call them beneficiaries, but clients, because we really want to have a private sector angle, will be reached with financial services. Then we have over 280,000 women entrepreneurs, employees that should receive non-financial entrepreneurial services. And these, again, are all targets, and we are working, you will see later how we are doing against these targets, and overall 1.6 million of total beneficiaries that include families, communities, suppliers, service provider, and also distributors. So this gives you a little bit of an idea. Let's not go to the third slide, but we will put it up a little later so we can focus here, and I'm going to go back to a few points. But this was just to give you an idea on how really Gross placed himself at the crucial nexus between private sector policy and also, development partners, but also really everything that could potentially be needed by a woman that wants to grow their business. Policy, networks, access to doesn't take us much further if it's not accompanied by much more. So this is to place grow, but also let me just give you a little bit of, also I was asked to speak to this session with some more insights that come from us. So this, I think, we think as World Bank, and I'm glad Millie mentioned invite, but also we have other projects that are looking really at developing value chains from the very bottom up, going further up. And also we collaborate with our brothers and sisters at the IFC, International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank. And this is very critical because we need to look at all the different sides of business creation and financing. But let me just go back to the session. So we all agree that small and medium enterprises are central to the industrialization in East Africa. They account for most of the businesses, generate jobs, and of course, are active in traditional and innovative sectors, starting with agro-processing, manufacturers, but also tourism. And I really have discussed and moved forward, I think, in the past months, the creative industries business. Creative industries have a lot of potential. They can be linked to manufacturing, they employ a lot of youth, and they bring innovation and culture. And I think this is something, when I think about the movie industry in Nigeria, for instance, and Nollywood, Bollywood, I think this is something we need to really focus going forward, and manufacturing is attached to some of these outcomes. Now, let me also just bring something to the table that I'm sure we all know, but it's important for me to stress it. SMEs are at the core of very important business models. And these really are very important for Africa, and they resonate quite well with all of us here today, but also to me particularly, for two reasons. I'm sure you all recall that the Italian industrial districts, particularly in regions like mine, Emilia-Romagna, Veneto, Tuscany, are characterized by this high concentration of specialized small firms, often very small indeed and with specific sector, but very strong local culture and social structure that foster innovation and collaboration. This is how important value chains like the car industry, everybody knows, I'm sure, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and the fashion were created. But these were all initially small industrial districts with small entrepreneurs that kind of got together and got the best out of it. This model had proven very successful and has been driving economic growth and really employment. Now, from my end, also let me add, and this is not a secret for those that work with me every day, I'm also, I was brought up by an SME, and I know the challenges that we face every day. Policy really, but also financing and how to really grow. While you also need to face, budget and budget lines, and this is very, very challenging, right? You need to move while you're also fighting with new and innovation. So I think that back to us, the regional industrialization concept note for this event, which I went through to prepare for this, highlights very, very key challenges that we are facing in East Africa. And these include limited access to finance, high energy and logistic costs, high level of informality, lack of certification and standard compliance, and fragmented trade policies across the region. Many of these, of course, affect SMEs, especially when it comes to scaling operations and entering export markets. And this is a huge opportunity we cannot miss at this time in the world and as we try to bring Africa to the forefront. Uganda's export landscape is dominated by commodities such as coffee beans, fish, also flowers, but mostly the value addition sometimes is taken by large companies and is taken outside of Africa. And this is where we need really to have an opportunities. We have really been active in these value chains, and we really want to move agro-processing, packaging, and manufacturing forward. And we have taken specific steps, and really we are invested into doing that. With the right, we think, and we are really passionate about it, we think that with the right support, especially the targeted financing, but combined with skills and market access, these SMEs can really become powerful contributors to Uganda and the regional export growth. Let me share how the World Bank is supporting in this transition, also, with GROW, but beyond GROW, and really trying to have other projects that are holistically tackling some of the structural barriers. We really look at women-owned businesses, and yes, GROW is mostly for women, but as Dr. Ruth and Stephen know, our dream is also to have something along the line of GROW that could potentially just target youth and young entrepreneurs. But this is, I know I'm saying it in an international conference, it should not be recorded as official World Bank, but this is where our heart is, and this is where I think we should all also really focus on the youth and their growth and their capacity and the way to put their creativity at the service of small and medium enterprises. So I wanted to go back to GROW and say that in view of these barriers faced by women, we developed this project. And really the project aims to increase the access to entrepreneurial services that enable female entrepreneurs to grow their enterprises in targeted location, and including, and this is something very important, I think, for Uganda and really for the region. Uganda is a great player in the region with respect to refugees and what value they can bring to the economies. The project has been holistically tackling instrumental structural barriers that hinder the economic growth, including, and this is again something that's very important, it's not just financial inclusion, it's business development services, it's infrastructure, it's community mobilization, it's mindset change. One of the key challenges we figured in the past year was that, yes, loans are available, but sometimes women have a hard time in reaching the banks, have a hard time getting the collaterals that they need. So we're really trying to, the GROW project offers a very practical example on how targeted SMEs can be integrated in the SME potential. The GROW is also doing something really important, and I'm glad Millie was before me. We're trying to bring innovation through the GROW Innovation Lab. And for this, I have to thank PSFU and the ministry as well, Ministry of Gender, but also PSFU, really, they've been spearheading some innovative ideas and listening to my thinking and the team's thinking, because we really wanted to see if we could do different and last and make a different story for access to finance. So through the GROW Innovation Lab, which we can give you more information on a separate note, the project is bringing to the forefront some new microfinance institutions and new financiers to break some of these frontiers of access to finance. And this is really important. We know and we've seen that financing alone is not enough. And GROW is pairing financial and non-financial services. And this is really, really important. Tailored business services development, digital skills, and export readiness training. And these services will be able to help enterprises improve quality, strengthen system, but also meet the market standards that we really need for exports. I often say to the team that GROW is working now. It's working at the national level, but in our second phase, which I'm calling GROW Up, but also up for upscaling, we will need to really look and focus more on exports. So today, and how to increase the quality to improve exports. So today is really important. I think it's a bridge from the past to the current situation to really the future. If I can get the third slide, very much. Thank you so much. So this is where we are today, and we have some measurable progress. We've had 58,485 women that have accessed non-financial entrepreneurial services, and this is quite a good number. We have had about 3,847 women that have been trained with specific skills, and then over 2,500 women that have received loans from the GROW financing facility. Additionally, we have now 63 women entrepreneurs platform, but I think the latest number are bringing up even more, which allows women to get together virtually and physically and maximize their opportunities. And just an example on this one, on women entrepreneur platforms. One of the key challenges that they're mentioning to us is indeed logistics. It's very good that platform works really well as long as you're close. The minute you want to go a little bit further, there is a logistic challenge. And some of these women really take risks and they send either across the border, but it's still very risky. It's really a challenge. So again, back the logistics sector, I think it's one of the most important ones that we can support for better regional industrialization. Then we have been moving and having common user production facilities almost up and running, both at large scales and then small scales, so that the woman that have a small enterprises but yet doesn't have all the means and tools to have a full production firm can start making a dent into better production and improve the value chain across different sectors. These achievements were hard to make, and I think Ruth is in the room, Stephen is in the room. They know we've been really working hard. It's not been an easy ride, but we're now really pushing to go forward. Now, I have just a few more points on the global and how we should really look and put into perspective all that I've just said. At the World Bank, they told me, I can never give a remarks without bringing up numbers and global statistics. So here I am. Just to give you with some numbers and some final thoughts. So according to the International Trade Center, ITC, SMEs account for over 90% of business worldwide and provide 60 to 7% of employment. Yet, they contribute only to 30% of global exports. This export gap is even more pronounced in Africa, where SMEs are vital to economic activity but remain largely unrepresented in trade. The World Bank estimates that SMEs contribute up to 40% of GDP in emerging economies, a figure that raises when it includes informal businesses. And informality is really something we've been trying to work on across GROW. In sub-Saharan Africa, SMEs are responsible for more than 80% of employment, but face persistent barriers attempting to scale up and integrate into, once again, the export value chains. This includes high collateral requirements and limited access to long-term finance and regulatory uncertainty. Once again, this global statistic really speaks to what we're trying to do with GROW. According to the WTO, World Trade Organization, trade costs for SMEs can be as high as 20 to 30% higher than larger firms. And this is a killer for the businesses. Due to these challenges, it becomes very burdensome to reach customers outside the borders, to follow custom procedures, and makes logistics very fragmented and, again, limited access to trade information. So these areas are really important. And we have a clear opportunity here. The International Trade Center SME Competitiveness Outlook shows that SMEs participating in global value chains are more likely to innovate, grow faster, and create formal jobs, especially allow me once again, for women and youth. Together, these data points reinforce this core message. And a very simple one, but I think this has been a theme also in the past couple of days, which is that unlocking the export potential for SMEs is both an economic necessity and, as a development partner, a development opportunities. With the right mix of financing, capacity building, and policy support, SMEs can become the engine of inclusive and industrial growth. And here's the importance of the Regional Industrialization Conference, which is a platform, or I should rather say the platform, where this conversation can happen and some good points can come out and be brought forward. Events like this can allow governments, private sector, and development partners to come together and align strategies, share innovation, and also identify which one are the real opportunities for collaboration that can strengthen value chains as soon as possible. We can't waste time. This is a crucial time for Africa to grow. I think also what is happening globally and across and with the US, it's really giving us an opportunity to move, to shine, and to grow. Finally, just 3 final little points. With a touch, again, of development language, allow me, it's still, I'm still World Bank. SMEs really need to be central to our export strategies as industrial actors, clients, and not beneficiaries. I'm really animate about this. I don't want to call our clients, our women, our partners beneficiaries. They're clients. We need to treat them really like a client and listen to them and create business lines for them. Second, financing works best as a part of the system, combining credit with training, improved standards through specialization of skilling, specialized skilling, and market linkages. We have seen forever skilling that becomes almost a livelihood activity for himself. We need to have specialized skilling that really brings people up. And lastly, partnership. Without partnership, we don't go anywhere. And this is, again, a proof that this type of events are really bringing together both governments, private sector federations, and development partners. And this is really part of the puzzle. I think with the Grow project, we have a good example on how we can align all of these parts and how we can unlock opportunities and adapt across the region. But also, really, my vision is much more global than just Uganda and the region. Thank you very much. I hope this is helpful, and rest assured that we are working for Uganda and for the region.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Serena.
you.
We may have questions. Please stay online, just in case we have questions from the audience. Or was everything clear? Great. We have a question here. May I have some ushers helping us to move the mic around? Another big round
I'm
of
here.
applause.
I'm not going.
You can say that again. Sorry, we understand Italy is far really from Uganda. So the network must be unstable. You are saying something, but is it our network or
I said that I'm here and I'm available.
All right, go for it.
Thank you very much, Serena, for your elaborative presentation. My name is Owin Hakim. I grew up under the shadow of Development Agency growing up in northern Uganda under the IDP. Having that experience, I've witnessed firsthand how well-intended project, well-articulated, fail. And this morning, following this program, I was in Nakasero market. I went to Kalere market. I was in Owino. I asked around 15 women if they know Grow project, and none of them have heard about Grow project. How do we make sure a well-intended project like this can reach a woman in Kisoro growing potatoes, or a woman in Lamuo grow simsim, and to make sure that it does not suffer the same fate we find most development projects trapped into a certain bubble and they fail to reach the intended beneficiaries? Thank you very much.
Should I respond, or we want to take a few more if there are any?
Do we have any more? Oh, yeah. We can take all of them, then you can respond.
Thank you very much. My name is Vian Musika. Drawing from the lessons learned from this project, how best can we make tailor-made solutions to fit the context of many rural women that are involved in different forms of SMEs and at different levels, especially from what you said in the context of promoting quality and meeting the desired standards, given that our infrastructure, network, and how things happen, being very far from Kampala or towns, how can we ensure that such a women-led SMEs also benefit and their capacity is strengthened? Because that would be very, very critical for vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Is there more?
Yes, there is one more. Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Christine Ruboga, private sector, Chris Arms Designs. I'm in the textile industry. We once belonged to a fair trade organization, and we tried to do certification. It was very expensive. So for growth of the regional industrialization, I realize we need certification. Does GROW help us in this? Thank you very much.
Over to you, Serena.
All right, I'm going to start with the first gentleman. I'm glad you're wearing an helmet, because it's very dangerous to go around Kampala without helmets, with all the boda. So I'm glad that you take safety and security first. But so let me just clarify one thing, and this has been something we've also tried to do better. The GROW women are not just every woman that is out there and has a little stool or has a little activity. Where GROW is targeting women that have businesses, preferably if they have a registered business. But we realize it's, many small companies, many businesses don't have their businesses. So my first question to you would be to ensure these are women in business. These are women that have a registered business. That would be the first answer. There's no question in the media on how and who are the women. So that would be something certain. Second, we have done a work to reach potential clients, and we may reach all of them. So I invite you to share the colleagues, a few that are in the room, the location of market women, and to see, reach out and see if these are women that are for the and across institutions in working with other projects of the World Bank.
I think the network is really quite unpleasant. Let Dr. Ruth take over and respond.
Thank you very much. I think let me start with the gentleman who talked about the markets. In our figures, we actually have women that have gotten money from Finance Trust in Kalele branch, because it is basically in the market. But also we are currently right now working with Finance Trust Bank to fund the markets in the 5 divisions of Kampala. We are allocating 1 billion for each of the market areas, but women in business. Women that are qualifying, our loans are 4 million to 200 million. So if a woman cannot qualify, there are many women who want money and they want 100,000, 500, 1 million. Unfortunately, GROW does not do that. Number 2, this financial year, which has just started, we are also expanding the intermediaries we are using. Initially, we are only using banks, the 6 banks. Stanbic, Centenary, DFCU, Equity, and Postbank. And we realized that, do you know that there are 30 districts in Uganda where there is no bank? Did you know that? No single bank at all. And also, there are districts where we had not given a single loan. We did a survey and we realized that in those particular areas, women are struggling to get collateral. Women are struggling to reach the banks. The distances are too high. So we have worked with non-banks, MFIs and SACCOs. We are bringing on board 8 more to support this. And for your information, we will be bringing on board, and not for the media, but for your information, other institutions like Pride Microfinance, which is now Pride Bank, and they will be giving loans to women up to 60 million without collateral, which is a very good thing. And the priority is going to be in the north, eastern Uganda, because we know that is where we have high poverty levels. We are bringing on board ASA Microfinance. They are going to be giving loans up to 8 million without collateral. We are bringing on board Opportunity Bank, and they are going to be giving loans without collateral up to 20 million shillings. We are bringing on Ugaford Microfinance. They are going to be giving loans up to 7 million shillings, which I think is a good thing. And we have some SACCOs. Places like West Nile, we are bringing on board SACCO, for example. And so this is just in response to the challenges that we are facing earlier before. Our biggest challenge at the moment is that the demand for money is actually high. It is not true. It is true that there are many women that have not gotten the money, but also there are many that have gotten. The figure that Serena gave you was up to March, but as I speak right now, we are entering 5,000, and with our no commitment, we would have 10,000 by the end of this financial year. So the demand for financing for women is high, and I think it's an opener for the development partners to governments of East Africa to know that we have to invest and allocate money for women in East Africa. And for Uganda in particular, we need more money for women. Thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you, Doctor. I hope Serena is still online. If not, I would like to thank her for the submission she's just made. We appreciate now.
So your platform. I want you to join these women organizations that become part of our platforms and you automatically benefit from all. We're also going to support businesses for women in digitalization, using digital for marketing. I want to see a woman that is able to use TikTok, not to abuse it.
Sorry, just a more simple one. Why are you stressing on refugees rather than the communities they live in?
Actually, one of the things I want to tell you is that out of the figures you saw of the beneficiaries, there is no single refugee for my loan. I'm actually struggling to find by March. Right now, I have 5 urban refugees that have access to grow loan. So when we get money of 10, please, I think none is a, then the other get 5%, which is good. So you have loan at 5%. And if programs, the biggest percentage over 40% is for Ugandans. The 20% or 15% is for both refugees and the refugee hosting community. And I want people here to understand, Ugandans to understand, that the refugee economy is actually a big economy. We should actually use that economy to make money. You get it? Because in Africa, we are the largest host communities of refugees. There is so much that businesses can do to sell to these people. They eat food, they dress, they make hair, they do all these things that you do. And there are so many programs that give them a stipend every month. So I think we need to think through and see how do we maximize these opportunities with the refugees. The same with this economy for health. People make COVID. They make
about any other questions that may have. It could be information that you need about the project, or even how to join and get to benefit from the amazing objectives we saw earlier by Serena. Now, moving on swiftly, I just wanted to ask us just a small question. There is one popular purpose statement by one of the corporates in Uganda that says that Uganda is our home, we drive her growth. Can anybody tell me where this purpose statement belongs, or which corporate entity moves and drives and breathes this statement? Anyone? Sorry? Not you with the helmet. Today sit down, remain seated. Anybody else? Okay. Oh, wait. Please tell us your name and where you're coming from.
My name is Ngobi Humphrey, and I'm from Mayuge. The corporate that breathes that statement is Stanbic Bank.
A big round of applause. I hope Stanbic Bank is here, and you can probably appreciate that gentleman from Mayuge for being a very, very, very ardent fan of Stanbic Bank Uganda. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us shift gears a little bit to a conversation that asks the big question: how do we grow sustainably and still pay the bills? Yeah? It's time for the panel on sustainable industrialization and financing, where we talk green growth and good money sense, right? And to moderate this session is somebody who lives and breathes enterprise, Mr. Aaron Akampa, Head of Enterprise Banking at Stanbic Bank, one of our key partners. Stanbic Bank is one of our key sponsors for this conference. You may clap if you feel like, but I think you need to clap. And they are just not sponsors, yeah? Stanbic is just not a sponsor. It's a bank that believes industrial growth must be both bold and bankable, right? May I request Aaron to come forward and invite your panelists to just kind of deep dive into the topic of sustainable industrialization and financing. And knowing Aaron, he likes keeping time. He just gives punchlines. 1, 2. I'm sure we'll be done with this panel within probably 20 minutes max. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I've been set up with this time conundrum because the panel that I have is very heavy, and it has very important people. I don't know if I can rush them, but we will do our very best to keep time. My name is Aaron Akampa. I head the enterprise banking team, so I look after SMEs for Stanbic Bank. And I'm very happy to be here in the presence of amazing people. So I would like to invite my panelists up on the stage. I'll start with Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth has already delivered some very passionate remarks. So that was the appetizer. The main course is on its way. So Dr. Ruth Kasolo, please make your way up to the stage. I think a round of applause is in order. She's been extremely passionate. I'll follow it up with Mr. Francis Ogwal. This is the country manager for Uganda for the East Africa Development Bank. Thank you very much, always sharp. And the last panelist is Mr. Fahid Chaudhary. I'm really hoping I have pronounced your name accurately. Mr. Fahim, please do make your way up to the stage. Mr. Fahim is the director for deal advisory at BDO East Africa. and are very, very passionate about the manufacturing industry. This is my powerful panel. Now, I cannot get into the discussions or the deliberations before I talk about Stanbic. I think it would be criminal for me to come up here and I not at least spend a few minutes talking about Stanbic Bank. We are the largest bank in Uganda by very many metrics. We're very proud to be part of this year's Regional Industrialization Conference. What makes us quite unique is we have presence in 24 African countries. And we're very careful about regional trade and regional integration, to the point that we have now set up a fully fledged trans-regional team that is looking at linking businesses within East Africa, ensuring that our customers and the people that we work with, partnering with government to ensure that their products are on the shelves of our neighbors, that our neighbors' products from Kenya, Tanzania are coming in quite seamlessly, and we've set up the payment rails and the funding rails to ensure that that is actually possible. So that we don't just talk about, we live the regional integration story. We've also taken it a step further. So we've had a lot of success with our corporates, with our multinationals, in driving industrialization, in enabling them to scale up, if we think of our large corporate entities. And we have taken those lessons to start to think about how do we do this for our SMEs? How do we do this for local manufacturers? And for that, our manufacturing value proposition will be coming live this month. It's really hedging on ensuring we have the right level of equipment, we have the right people in places, we have access to markets in China for equipment. We're exporting value-added services. We want to appreciate our partners at the Bank of Uganda for the SEF. SEF has really been instrumental in allowing us to drive that agenda, specifically in the agricultural space. So thank you very much. And that is shaping up, again, very nicely, very early stage. But what is interesting in the statistics for BOU is the industry is taking a manufacturing-led approach. If you look at the credit to from financial institutions for the first half of the year, you will notice it's leaning more towards manufacturing and away from your typical trade, which means that the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda agenda is actually starting to yield some meaningful results. So we do appreciate the efforts of everybody in this room in driving that agenda. So we want to be leaders, as we always have, to ensure that we're providing the right level of guidance. I'll speak to two more things, which is the GROW project. So in the things that she mentioned, Dr. Ruth neglected to inform us that at Stanbic, we're the ones who have gone up to 200 million unsecured for GROW loans. Unsecured funding up to 200 million for the GROW project. It's part of our impact agenda. One of the biggest impact stories for the bank has been in the SACCO space, where we took on an initiative to say we're going to work with our SACCOs. We're going to not just provide them liquidity at as low as 12% and 10% for the agricultural SACCOs, but we're going to help create forward and backward linkages between their farmers and our manufacturers. We sit in a privileged position where we are working with the manufacturers who are, large entities, aggregators, manufacturers, who are consumers of especially agricultural produce. And with our SACCO agenda, we are supporting, we're supporting about 2,000 SACCOs with different things, whether it's digitization, access to credit, capacity building. We train about 500 SACCOs every single year across the country. It's a story that has showed that there is a place for profit and impact to drive this country's agenda. The final piece is on the Stanbic Incubator and how we can collaborate in this journey to do capacity building and training. The Stanbic Incubator is here. 5,000 businesses later, we're continuing to see meaningful impact on the front line. But that's enough about Stanbic. Let's move to the panel. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Francis. Well, how would you say East Africa, first of all, thank you for coming. Thank you. How would you say the East Africa Development Bank is addressing barriers to entry on this industrialization agenda? Because there's a lot of players trying to get into industry, right? And a lot has been said over the last 2 days. How are you addressing those barriers of entry?
Thank you very much, Aaron.
Yes.
And good morning to everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Happy to see you all. I think first is to thank PSFU for organizing the second annual Regional Industrialization Conference. And of course, to all the sponsors who are here this morning. And of course, to all of you who have made time to come and attend this event. At the East African Development Bank, in line with what the development strategy for the government of Uganda currently is, which, just to remind all of you, under NDP 4 is about the 10-fold growth strategy. So government would like to grow the Ugandan economy. It's a very ambitious target, I must say. Government is looking to grow the economy of Uganda from the current $52 billion to $500 billion by 2040. And of course, the tagline is ATMs, which is agro-processing or agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, and services, ICT, and many other services which are there. So your question is, what is EADB doing to reduce the barriers to industrialization in Uganda? So I want to say that as a regional development bank, partly owned by the government of Uganda, I know not many people may know this, but the East African Development Bank is owned 88% by the governments of East Africa. That is Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. My friend from South Sudan is yet to join, and Burundi is yet to join, and the other East African countries. Yes, so as a regional development bank, partly owned by the government of Uganda, our mandate is fully aligned to the development objectives of the government of Uganda, and indeed the other regional governments or countries in which we operate. So what are we doing to, with that broad overarching picture painted, specifically as the East African Development Bank, what are we doing to reduce the barriers to entry? One, we know that the issue of long-term, affordable, and flexible financing for industry is very, very critical. And why is this critical? Because I'm sure we may know that unlike a trading business, where you go to China, import goods, and come back and sell, industry has a lead time before it begins to generate revenue. So at the East African Development Bank, because we are aware of this, we will work with the entrepreneur, we will work with the person who is putting up the industry to ensure that, for example, we grant a grace period. Many people have asked me, so what is a grace period that you grant? And I've told them that the grace period that we grant is tied to the implementation cycle of the project that you're undertaking. But our grace periods typically will range from 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or even 4 years, depending on the nature of the entity that you are, the factory that you're putting up. So one is access to affordable, flexible, long-term capital. That is the first thing that we're doing. Now, the second thing that we're doing is to be able to offer advisory services. And when we talk about advisory services, we're talking about project preparation. We know that for certain industries, I know of a company that would like to undertake put up a beef factory. But they need a lot of information in terms of being able to conduct feasibility studies. Because as a development bank, before you come to us, you need to have undertaken at least a basic feasibility study that is informing your decision to be able to undertake the kind of investment that you're looking at. So yes, we provide advisory services by way of providing funding for project preparation. And colleagues and friends, believe you me, sometimes the cost of these feasibility studies may be prohibitive, you know, to an ordinary person. So yes, we offer that kind of support. But the other thing that we do as part of our advocacy work, you know, we work with regional governments and regional entities like PSFU, East African Business Council, and many others to provide advocacy. Advocacy by way of providing, shaping the debate around favorable tax regimes for industry, around reduction or removal of non-tariff barriers, you know, to facilitate regional trade. So yes, we were doing a lot of that and participating in events like this where we're able to share information on what people need to do to be able to access funding from the East African Development Bank and many other DFIs that we work with. Aaron, this is just but a few of the many things that we do to reduce access or barriers to entry into industry. Of course, suffice it to say that we recognize that there are other barriers to entry, like basic, you know, power and energy is very, very important for industry. So again, working with government of Uganda, state-owned enterprises, we are funding various power transmission lines in the country, Karuma, Tororo, you know, to make sure that power is delivered, power is accessible, because we know that power directly affects the cost of industry, the cost of manufacturing. We are also involved in various regional integration initiatives, you know, so that we are able to create infrastructure. So to that extent, again, working with the government of Uganda, we are one of the banks that are going to be funding the standard gauge railway. You know, all this is really to ensure that we improve access to manufacturing, to industry, so that there are many players. Because of the many benefits that industry provides, in terms of one, revenue. If you're going to export, then we're going to be collecting foreign exchange. But very, very importantly, job creation and employment. About 2 months ago, the Minister of Finance said that a lot of our borders in Uganda, sadly, are university graduates. You know, and as a development banker, that keeps us awake in the night, that it is our responsibility, of course not on our own, but collectively working with all the people here, that we must industrialize Uganda. We must improve manufacturing so that, I mean, jobs are created for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. I think fantastic answer, and a lot of work that is happening at the East Africa Development Bank. My only, from outside looking in, and something that you need to think about as we go through some of these conversations is on the lead time and how long some of these things take around for implementation, or how long a transaction, whether with yourselves or Uganda Development Bank, take to actually get onto the book. And I'm not saying it's perfect on the commercial banking side, it's far from perfect. But as a financial services industry, it's something we really need to think about, but very well done. Mr. Fahim, you spend a lot of time in manufacturing. You've done this for some time. For our people in the audience, what would you say are the sectors that are showing the most profit, the most promise in this sustainable industrialization agenda in East Africa? And how can we continue to de-risk and attract private capital into these spaces?
Thank you so much for the question. Is the sound okay?
Yes, sound is fantastic.
It's a privilege to be here. There's been some really important discussions today, and I look forward to the growth and the progress that we can make on the back of today. So just to give a bit more background on myself, so I work at BDO and have been supporting deals for a number of years across sectors, but my other hat is with a UK aid-funded program called Manufacturing Africa. We've supported in the last 5 years 250 manufacturing and related companies. We've had £2 billion of investment from abroad come into those companies, and we're expecting at least 100,000 new jobs from the program that we've delivered. So we're delivering it with a few colleagues and partner organizations. We're across East Africa and some West African countries. So we've been looking at this space for quite a while, and that's kind of my specialty, is looking at that industrial change and how do we transform sectors. Thank you for the great question in terms of sectors of opportunity. I think there's two different answers that I'd like to discuss. The first is, look, agri-processing is the heartbeat of a lot of what we do. In our portfolio, it's 40 to 50% of the companies we've supported. We have the history, the expertise, the farmland, yet the actual value addition and the imports that are coming in are quite lower value addition and quite a high import substitution, high level of imports. So that is definitely an important sector. Are we cracking that sector? Are we taking advantage of the opportunity? I would say not necessarily. In terms of large-scale industry, there's fewer. We are still importing a lot of the food. So I'd say that's one sector of importance. What sectors have we seen investors put a lot of money into? That's not necessarily aligned always to our visions of where we would like the sectors to be in, but whenever I see a deal in anything with some sort of innovation in the electrical equipment space, solar water pumps, we've had a deal, alternative energy sources, energy systems, we've seen a lot of investment come into those sectors. We've seen a lot of investment in the healthcare and pharmaceutical sector. So these and large FMCGs, established players, have been quite safe industries, and we see investment coming into those. Does that mean those are the right sectors? In my opinion, how do we raise up some of the other opportunities? And the second part of the answer I'd like to discuss is actually what is really inspiring moving to East Africa to work in this area is meeting the very dynamic entrepreneurs, meeting the very dynamic, this is not an easy place to do business, yet we have thriving businesses. So how do we support these entrepreneurs in other sectors grow? And the intrinsic qualities of businesses are what's investable. You can be in a very saturated sector, you could be in a new sector, but does that business have strong leadership, strong market potential, strong contracts and opportunities? Those businesses, for us, the challenge is beyond the typical farmer and big businesses, how do we help them raise money and grow not just 2x, double in 3 years? How do they become regional champions, cross-border trade? How do we get 5 times the size of business? How do we help them bring their supply chain along on the journey? So I'd say as policymakers in the room, you can see where the capital flows are going. And in my opinion, manufacturing is quite tough compared to the venture capital spaces, new technology, financial services. But there is capital there. So how do we encourage and enable, and there's been some fantastic discussions on SMEs earlier in the day, how do we get the SMEs to be the future champions of Uganda? How do we help them grow? How do we do everything to support their growth? And by I guess, follow through, the investors will want to invest in those companies and accelerate that growth. If the vision, the fundamentals are there of the business, there are mechanisms to help the investors come in. But how do we as policymakers ensure that in Uganda or across East Africa, it is not as difficult to scale up, apart from the financial picture? And look, the financial picture is not easy, but at least there are actors trying to support that.
It's a fantastic response. And thank you for gracing us with your expertise and presence. Dr. Ruth. Grow. Serena said something very interesting when she made her presentation, and I needed that clarified, and you touched on it a bit. But before I ask my first question, who is a grow woman? There seems to be quite a bit of ambiguity across, not just for people that are hearing about it in the press, but even for some institutions. Who is a grow woman? Then we can get into some of the lessons that we have learned up to this point that haven't been spelled out.
Thank you very much. First of all, to everybody, good morning. The GROW project, I want to just say that the GROW project is a grant from the World Bank to the government of Uganda. It is the single largest grant for women Uganda has ever gotten, I think since independence. So we need to thank the World Bank. We have all been around, and I think our colleagues from Kenya, Rwanda, Southern Sudan are asking, how did you get this grant, $217 million just for women? Which is a big thing. Now, when the GROW project came on board in Uganda, Uganda already had interventions in PDM. And you know PDM is looking at the informal. There's a word Musei always uses. What does it mean? Chidachonga. Okay? Yeah. These are people basically who might not have businesses, or they have something to just earn to survive, all right? And then GROW is coming on board. And GROW did not want to duplicate already the efforts that government was doing. So GROW is looking at women who are at the final level of being informal, micro, all right? But they want to upgrade to small. Or if you're small and you want to become medium. And the SME policy for Uganda defines these women according to the number of employees or the turnover. When it comes to the number of employees, micro are from 1 to 5, then the small are from 5 to 20, and then 20 to 100, and then above. I think then you see where we fall. So if I find a woman that is vending on the street and her turnover is below 12 million, because that is the turnover for the micro, yeah, then that means that woman would not qualify for GROW. All right? So you look at your turnover, you look at the size of the people you employ, and then you see that you qualify. So a number of, and for the lending, in particular for the lending, we actually look at the size of the loans. So if the woman, her need is 1 million or 500, below 4 million, then you're not our target. So for lending purposes, we've tried to look at the size of the loan. Now, to get back to what I want to say that GROW has told us that women entrepreneurs are actually there. They are there. And women need money. Women need the money. And what is important is that women now want to be on the table to eat the menu. They are tired of being eaten on the menu. That is what Mateme normally says. The women want to see, for example, when these governments of East Africa are planning, women want to be part of it. Even if it is the big man in EADB, even if it's the big man in UDB, even if it's the big man at African Development Bank, the women want to be involved. I think there is this perception that women normally do very small things, but we are seeing a lot of interest. I think GROW is telling us, showing us that we should stop underestimating women. Women have been underestimated for a long time. When we started the GROW project, you know it is $217 million. We just allocated $50 million for loans. The reason why we did that is because we didn't know. We said, are they really there? Even the limit of the amount, we stopped at 200 million. We said, will the women be there? When we launched GROW in August, within 3 weeks, the money we had sent to banks was finished. And that is the noise you had. When the bank started launching, all the money was gone. And I can tell you, most of the banks that we are working with are telling us that women accounts have grown by over 30%. The interest of women who are saying we want to borrow money, out of the GROW portfolio that we have given, 35% are new borrowers, a woman that has never gone to a bank at all. So the moment they got to know that now there is a product for women in the banks, they said, yes, this is my opportunity to go. So therefore, my caution and my request to the decision makers is that as we plan any activities, any interventions, let us block money for women. The biggest challenge is saying we have money for our agricultural credit. We have money in EADB, we have money for Invite is also coming. We have money in so many places. We even have money for COVID. Let us be deliberate and say out of this money, 40%, me I want 40, stop giving us 20%. 40% should be for women. Because the moment you don't block it, it will be taken. Even under GROW, we've had challenges of men who want to turn into, who want to put on skirts and come and borrow money for GROW. We have been struggling to check that, is this person really a man? We go ahead to cross-check, is this person really a woman? Why? Because the product is affordable for women. Women need long-term financing. They need patient capital. And I think we need to think about the sectors where women are. But also women are very aggressive. You see that now we see women that are going into male-dominated sectors. One of the key things I think we need to think about at national level and at East African level is looking at de-risking mechanisms for women. Guarantee schemes, both for women and SMEs. Now, a number of SMEs where women fall do not have sufficient collateral. And because they don't have collateral, they miss out on getting the right finances, the amounts that they need. And because at the national level as governments, we don't have a guarantee, a national guarantee scheme. Under GROW, which is a government program, we are looking at introducing a guarantee scheme. We are looking at women, financing for women. There's already a guarantee scheme for refugees, but none for women. And that is why the institutions that are going to lend to refugees are able to say, I can lend a refugee. Even when they don't pay, I know I'm covered. But now when they look at a woman, women are good borrowers. However, they don't have collateral. When you look at our statistics, 54% of women that got GROW money are married. Do you know what that one means? Their husbands were the one who are guaranteeing the collateral. So do you mean that we should only lend to married women? What about those that are widowed? What about those that are single? What about the young people, the young women that are not yet married? And that is why you see our average age in GROW is almost 38 to 45, meaning the young women that are coming up are not being taken. And this is a result of us as a government not having a de-risking mechanism or guarantee program that can enable SMEs to be able to access this kind of financing. And I think also the other thing I talked about is being able to look at areas where there are no banks at all. We need to support these financial institutions also are there to make the money. So we need to clear the ground for them. Give them incentives, because if you're pushing a bank to say, go to Madi and open up a bank there and operate there, their operation costs are very expensive. And we need to think about programs that can incentivize them to be able to go to these places and be able to not tax. Our tax ombudsman is not here, but I can tell you sometimes taxing digital transactions is not fair. I want to use an example, and I'm going to use an example of a salary, which you can understand here. If I get a salary of, let's say, 1 million, you tax it, I remain with maybe 600,000. It's already taxed. Now, the 600,000, every time I withdraw it, it is taxed. You're taxing on money that is taxed. The reason why I'm using this example is because you can relate to it very well. But let's go back to businesses. These businesses that are operating in very remote places, very remote, where it is so hard for the banks, and maybe what they can do is use agent banking. What they can do is use mobile transactions. But again, we are taxing and taxing and taxing. And it is extremely very expensive. I think we need to think about taxation on fintechs, financial transactions, and my colleague Mina is here. In BOU, let's work together to see that we don't tax. The other issue that we need to think about as we fund women and SMEs is tracking data. And again, Mina is here. With BOU, we want to now promote the Wi-Fi code. Wi-Fi code will help us to get information on every financial institution and non-financial, on the business they do with women. For me, I think that is something that must be done within East Africa, where we know out of all the mobile transactions, out of all the savings transactions, banking transactions, how many are women? Where are they? What are they using the money for? Now, that one will ensure that we do better planning for women enterprises. And at the East African level, that would push our governments to make deliberate decisions that can enhance the business growth of women. Remember, when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. And I know the men that are here, you favor your daughters more. Professor Kwesi. I know, support this. If you support a woman, you support a nation. The money for a woman, I'm telling you, will change lives. All the men here, they can tell you, they were touched by their mothers. And that, is there a man here who is not so close, who does not love their mother? And that shows you the power of a woman. That when you support a woman, he will change men. She will develop leaders. She will support a family. She will make sure there is peace, there is food, there is education, there is good health in a home. And that is the reason why, for me, we will continue as PSFU advocating for further investment in women. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth. I think she got my entire scorecard on sustainability and read through all the points on everything that we're trying to be raising and as leaders within the SME community. So thank you. I'm glad that there's very clear alignment in the things that we're struggling with, even within implementation of the GROW project, especially with regards to the de-risking with these guarantees.
And maybe before, as you continue, I want to request you on that table, there is a calendar, the table calendar. It's not a table calendar. It is a profile of some of the women that have gotten our GROW loans from various districts. Please look at it.
Yeah.
That's the thing there.
Thank you. Francis, I know we need to pick up on the time quite quickly. Now, this next piece, so the topic is around sustainable finance. Green finance, sustainable finance. Is this a buzzword? Or is this something that we must actually take seriously within the financial services industry? What's EADB's approach to this green sustainable finance, and has it yielded any actual wins up to this point?
Thank you, Aaron. Sustainable financing or green financing is at the heart of our operations, meaning that for every project we finance, we need to confirm that it is environmentally friendly. That is number one. And the way we do it then is using the ESG function of the bank is in instances where we find that the borrower or the client that we are working with does not have an ESG department, the consultant, environment and social management specialist of the bank will work with our partner or our borrower to ensure that, we set up this function on a quarterly basis. We get ESG reports, so that where there are findings, we are able to cure or to resolve those issues. So I'm saying that ESG or sustainability is at the heart of our operations. But let's even take a step back from that. in terms of the projects that we are financing. For example, e-transport. You know, when we talk about the standard gauge railway, friends, I hope that we know that that is a shift. I mean, the standard gauge railway will basically be powered using electricity. So what that means is that we will not have emission. That is typical with the locomotives that we had in the past. So yes, in terms of our practices, in terms of evaluating the projects, we need to make sure that it is sustainable. In terms of the projects that we lend to, we need to make sure that it has very low carbon emission, you know, that will preserve the environment. But also suffice it to say that even in terms of pricing, you know, when it comes to pricing, there are projects that present a positive biodiversity effect on the environment. I want to share that we offer slightly lower interest rates to those projects. So, I mean, Aaron, to give you a very, very direct answer, I mean, sustainability or ESG is at the heart of our operations. Later this year or next year, we have plans to issue out green bonds, you know, where we're able to raise funds to be invested in projects that are sustainable. You know, we have, thank you. In other markets, for example, like in Kenya, we're part of the funders of the Electrocana solar wind, the wind power project. You know, all those are really confirmations. I mean, in Tanzania, we have worked with TANESCO to put up solar power projects on an island in Tanzania. All this speaks to the facts and the testimony of our commitment as EADB that our operations and our activities must be sustainable and friendly to the environment. So it takes various forms, but yes, it is at the center of everything that we do. Such that, Aaron, if I may, while bringing your proposal to us, I mean, you need to make sure that the environmental aspects, you know, of your proposal have been taken care of, and that it will not be polluting the environment, it will be preserving the environment. If it's energy, it better be renewable energy, you know, and concepts like that. But yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited about the green bond. We actually have, as well, at Stanbic Bank, adopted a proper ESG framework. Sure. Every single credit that we give out today must go through ESG screening.
Sure.
And we, in collaboration with some development partners, did set up a green energy desk. That desk has delivered $10 million worth of debt into green projects over the last 12 months alone, which was zero before we made this a very clear focus. So I do believe and agree with you. This is such a critical piece.
Thank you. And Aaron, if I may, again, we are not saying that this is only for the large projects.
No.
But even for the SMEs, we have a fund called the Biodiversity Investment Project, Biodiversity Investment Fund, which is really for SMEs. I mean, working with commercial banks, we give this money to commercial banks, and then commercial banks are able to lend out this money at affordable rates.
Absolutely.
I mean, for Uganda shillings, if you are lending at about 13–14%,
yep.
I mean, grow is much better, but 13–14% is still quite affordable. But I also want to say that as the East African Development Bank, we are signatories to various green energy transition treaties, you know, working with our partners, just to make sure that, you know, we do it on a continuous and on a sustainability basis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The industrialization agenda we must protect the environment as we go along on this journey. Fahim, my second last question, and then I'll get closing remarks from the panel, is really around cross-border industrial value chains. Do you believe the East African community, the region, is doing enough to foster cross-border industrialization in your experience looking at this particular space? And What do you believe are the financing or policy gaps that need to be addressed as a matter of urgency to ensure that this can actually be accelerated?
Thanks so much. So, do I believe that there's being enough done on the cross-border trade? Definitely not. I think there's a huge opportunity. I think, for a start, are our businesses at enough scale and linked in to each other between the countries? I think that's the first thing to discuss. Is there enough intertrade, supply, etc.? I think there's an opportunity for much more. I think there's an opportunity for much more. And are we coordinated, or is each country competing with each other in different value chains and for export markets? Again, I think there's an opportunity to do more. One thing I would say is when I talk to some of the larger corporates in the region, they do think about Uganda and Tanzania and Kenya as markets. They do want partners in these countries. So I think at the larger scale, we have some interest. Is it as fluid as we would like? Are the borders and ease of trade, the ports, the way things travel consistent between countries? Is it easy to do? It's not always the case, but there is a good set of businesses who are thinking like that. I think there's an opportunity for more businesses to do that. So what would unlock that? I think some of the visions and the policies we're creating, how do we harmonize those? How do we make it easy for me to set up between different countries? How do I incentivize if I've got a big head office in Uganda or Kenya and I want to reach now Rwanda, Burundi? How do I make it easy for me to have my own business expand into those regions? How do I make it talent-wise? How do I make it easy regulatory and the paperwork that I need to do? And how do I make it easy in terms of the logistics for me to enter those markets? And Rwanda and Burundi are very interesting because DRC is a massive opportunity for all of us. So I think those are the areas to unlock further cross-border trade from my perspective. The other thing we've got to be realistic about is the size of our markets. So any individual country, for an investor from abroad, if I invest in Nigeria, I get a gigantic market. South Africa is quite a big market, and we're competing on global scales. For East Africa, any one country doesn't have that scale, but East Africa does. If we're together, we have a very great market opportunity. We have a very great client base, growing incomes, growing sectors, and as demands change, we've got very specialist needs here. We've got different appetites. We want different types of products. So that as a market is very compelling. So how do we make it so that at any given entry point for a given sector, you are reaching that regional market? I think that's super important for us to think about. It goes from being a kind of an opportunity for growth and collaboration to being, if we're going to compete globally, a necessity. Yeah. We need to be selling the East African market, not just a Ugandan opportunity, a Kenyan opportunity, a Tanzanian opportunity. I think we have dynamic people. I think we have very smart policymakers. Now it's about how do we consistently go in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot to think about for the policymakers, also relative beyond our large entities and the large corporations that have, quite frankly, taken a step ahead. For our SMEs, we really have to think about these things. Now, I have one last question for the panel, and then I'll open it up to the audience. Please write your question down so that we can make it as crisp and as fast as possible. Now, In one sentence, starting with you, Dr. Ruth, in one sentence, what is the one most urgent action that your institution must take to accelerate sustainable industrialization in East Africa? Just the one action. For your project, for the GROW project, the one action that you must take to accelerate this industrialization conversation.
I think lobby for patient capital. Yeah, businesses need patient capital, affordable patient capital.
Dr. Stephen, I think you've... Francis?
Thank you. For me, really is to reaffirm the commitment of the East African Development Bank that we will continue to use our good credit rating. We are rated investment grade, both by Moody's and by S&P, to continue to mobilize affordable and long-term capital for industrialization and for industrial development for Uganda. That is our commitment. Thank you.
Okay, the long-term capital is quite topical here. Fahim, do we have differing views, or are we sticking on the same agenda?
I actually think the capital is out there, but it's not being accessed. There's a lot of dry powder which isn't necessarily being invested, and the SME space is hurting the most from
Absolutely.
that. It's the same amount of cost to invest in a large company as it is to do in an SME. So how do we solve that? But I would say for our organization, we've got to keep supporting companies and keep bringing case studies to policymakers such as yourself to prove the case for supporting environment on different value chains. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have some questions in the audience? Oh, quite a number. All right. Question there, question there, question there, question there. We have about 5. So we'll take 5. I don't know how much time I have. Where's Humphrey? He's already giving me eyes. All right.
Thank you very much. You talked about the ESG. Just like the way Dr. Ruth talked passionately about empowering women in business, when I hear about ESG, is a voice that speaks to me in a space of electric bicycle. I've seen a number of signposts, EDP, East Africa Development Bank, funding road improvement. And talking about sustainable cities and sustainable mobility, we see most of the roads being funded by East African Development Bank, lack pedestrian pathway and cycling lanes, and considering those are modes of mobility that promote agenda of sustainable cities, how can you use your financial influence to ensure that the development you support like that, they are inclusive to cater for the last mile person who don't have access to car, and also considering that not all of us are cars, use cars, and majority of people in the cities, and to reduce also, to understand that, to reduce on the emission in the cities. I think my question is clear that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a question here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Waswa. My question goes to Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth, GROW is a solution that can speak to the problems of women. But when you look on the other side of the coin, young people also face the worst of conditions, live in perpetual vulnerability, and are swimming in a hemorrhage of poverty. What plan do you have within your program to expand it to even include young women so that they can, young men and youth especially, so that they can also benefit to continue with life and also live decent lives? Thank you.
Finally, we are asking about men. Finally. We've been waiting. We'll take one more. And I want a lady.
His hand was up first.
A lady. You can't miss this table, but I want a lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Davis Muchenga. I head corporate and legal at Multilines, your leading freight forwarding and logistics company. Just very quickly, and this question will go to EADB, but also to you, Akampa, on behalf of Stanbic. I think we have so many conversations in forums like this about financing. The elephant in the room is always the cost and the access. And we dance around the issue of risk and what it takes to de-risk. How do we actually practically move the needle lower in regard to the cost of financing in order to improve the access question, both from a development perspective, but also on the commercial side, Kampa. Thank you.
All right. Is there any lady? Gentlemen, we'll ask in the next session. There's one there.
Morning, everyone. Dr. Ruth, good morning. I understand your fears. I think that's why you're like, let me go with the people who have started. But my dear, I have been having some projects in Busoga, and I think this is not secret anymore. Busoga is really dying with young mothers. This is not secret. Everybody knows this, right? We have young mothers in Busoga, and we are suffocating. These people don't have anything. They share rooms with their parents. One child, two children. A girl is 15, 17, 18. And you don't know what to do. You reach there and you're like, can I first cry before I start talking? Absolute poverty. They don't have anything. But surprisingly, when you talk to them, maybe they have nice ideas. Now, Dr. Ruth, you're saying you only want people who are started. I don't know. I'm just requesting, include these people in your program, please. Bukedi, Busoga, I think you know that. Tirinyi Road, that part you have been there. Most of my work is within that, up to the lake. Seriously, life is hard there. So please think of us. Thank you.
Okay. A gentleman's hand was the first one to go up. I don't know if we're ignoring this. Maybe a burning question. In the spirit of fairness. I hope it's not to me, though.
Thank you very much. My name is Derek Bojisendi. I'm here representing Presidential CEO Forum, PCF, on behalf of our CEO, Irene Mujisha. My question goes to Dr. Ruth. Many projects are coming up. We thank you for your work. It is really beautiful and involving the young people and the women. But we have a question of information gap. People don't know what you're bringing. And every time you release these projects out, they are not informed of where to start from, which bank is allocated the funds to support them, and what are the necessary equipment for them to go forward to access these opportunities. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. So, our dear panelists, I think, Dr. Ruth, you have 100 of the questions, so we'll start with you, and then Francis, you respond to the financing question, and the e-mobility question, and then we'll tackle that cost of finance discussion that Davis raised.
Thank you very much for the questions and for the interest in GROW. And I'm also happy that the men are coming up to say we are the men. By the way, I can tell you we have a very big problem on boys. We are empowering girls, but we don't know who they will get married to. We need to make sure these men are also prepared. You know, there's nothing as bad as marrying a man that is not prepared for an empowered woman. And the most challenges empowered women face is standing up with a man who don't meet your expectation. That causes a big problem. And I think we need to be very serious about it. I remember when I talked to the president of Uganda, I think 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I think, when he was launching the Girl Child Skilling Program, he gave me a call. And then later on, when I was meeting him, I told him, Muzei, you know, you are empowering the girl child with skilling. But the boys, that's how actually he started skilling the boys. Because we have an issue. And I think I take it, and I think it's something we are going to advocate for, because PSFU advocates, we will advocate for a special program for boys as well. But you know, I start with the girls. Number 2, there is a young person that talked about the issue of information. I want to say that on the GROW project, I have a very strong feeling that we over-communicated in the beginning. And actually, we had a very big challenge. I can tell you, in all banks, people were lining up for GROW money, and the GROW money was not there. And that was the challenge. Now, up-country, people went, and the money was not there. We are now trying to see how do we allocate the money in those places. And I want to be quiet in the media, but work with the financial institutions to those women that we want to target. If I think it's the market, people will go there. Sometimes when it comes to financing, the approach you use causes a problem. The other issue is that a number of young people use social media. And what I've seen with social media, I am very active on social media, as you know. When I do a TikTok on serious business, how to manage your business, how to prepare, and another is on a different topic, some gossip. Young people love gossip. Anything that concerns business, there's a guy who talks about bonds, you know, trust funds. I think you know him. You realize that he's not like Shera Price, who puts on her Gomez and starts telling people, you know, this, that. So maybe if we are now able to, because let me tell you, the programs are there, but young people do not want to listen on something that is developmental. Sometimes they want to listen on free money. Genocide is calling people to give them money. Oh, eh? But if you're telling them, how do we prepare ourselves to be bankable? It sometimes becomes a problem. And I think it is a perspective that we need to change. When it comes to Busoga, I hear you, my dear, on Busoga. Actually, under GROW, Busoga is a key, is a red flag. Busoga Bukedi is a red flag district. And that is why, in particular, we are bringing ASA microfinance that use group lending to support these women to access funding. However, the design of GROW was made for women already in business. Serena was speaking, and we said we are looking for a new intervention, maybe which we can call something else, but we are looking at young people in particular as we move ahead. We want to advocate for startups, because there are few projects that offer startups, angel financing, and I think at PSFU level, that is something that we can be able to take up. Under GROW, we are funding common user facilities where women can come, young people, even men, can come and use these facilities. We are going to re-equip one in Makerere University, College of Sciences, Food Sciences and Technology. We are going to equip it, and it's going to be, you use it for maybe 1,000 or 2,000 shillings. It's open for both men and women. We are going to equip Kawanda, Rentanga, and many other common user facilities, and they are not limited to only group beneficiaries. They are open to other beneficiaries, and I want to encourage people. We have apprenticeship. Now, for young people, we have apprenticeship under GROW. It gives young people a chance to be placed in a company of your choice that is doing a business that you want, where you can be in for at least 6 months, where you're learning, and we give you a stipend. That stipend is an interesting amount of money that after that we are assuming you can go and expand or refurbish your business to grow. I think that's what I can talk about. And maybe under invite for the men, invite men, go for invite. There is an SME category of loans that they will give up to 400 million. I think from 10 million to 400 million. If you don't qualify for GROW as a man, go for invites. And I think the 10 to 400 million can give an opportunity to small business to be able to benefit from invite. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ruth. Francis?
Thank you very much. 2 questions. One is from Dennis, then the other is on the electric bikes. Now, Dennis's question is about the issue of cost of funds, access to funds, and risk. And I will start by talking about the issue of access. Now, when you're bringing your proposal forward to the EADB for funding, what are those things that you need to have in mind? You know, some sort of a mental checklist. One is the issue of governance. Why I'm talking about the issue of the checklist is because that is what is going to enable access. So one is the issue of governance. And we require that we do not lend to individuals or sole proprietorships. We lend to only companies, private sector companies and government, okay? So the issue of, number one is governance, very, very important. Because we're a long-term lender, we need to be comfortable that you have a board of directors. When we talk about proper board of directors and proper board of directors and management. Because if we are going to be lending you for 10 years, 7 years, 15 years, 12 years, then as a bank, we need to be sure that people are going to be there whom we can ask about our money. So when you have proper governance, that will increase the chances of access. The second issue has got to do with offtake. As a lender, we're very concerned about who is going to buy your product. You know, for us, we don't encourage what we call blind trade or blind manufacturing. You know, you produce your goods or your services and you have no clue of who is going to buy. No. As a lender, we are concerned about offtake, or who is going to buy your goods or your services, because that is where the cash flow to be able to repay the loan is going to come from. So as you package your proposal for borrowing, you need to have the issue of offtake in mind. And of course, with offtake, cash flows will be guaranteed. Then we require a business plan, or at least a feasibility study. We do not encourage that you come and you talk off-head. No. Give us a small business plan or a feasibility study that we can be able to look at, we can be able to analyze, you know, and give you feedback, and be able to have a conversation around what ideas, what plans they are that you have. So do not approach us when your business plan is in your head. Please document it so that, you know, we can be able to interrogate a document. And then, of course, we are concerned about issues of collateral. And now with the issue of collateral, I would like to talk about Dennis's question around risk. I mean, I'm going to give you money, and all you're going to do is to give me documents to keep, you know? So the issue of collateral becomes important, because that is your commitment anyway, that when you take away public money, you're going to be able to bring it back. You know, so we're concerned about issues around collateral. And I mean, now collateral will take various forms of collateral, you know? And again, therein I'll bring in the idea of the various de-risking tools that we probably have in the market, you know? But yes, the issue of collateral is very, very important. Earlier, I talked about the issue of environment. You need to be able to, on your mental checklist, know that the issue around environment has been taken care of. And again, for information, we finance both greenfield, that is completely new projects, or we finance brownfield. That is projects that are looking to expand, you know, from already existing operations. So once these things that I've talked about, because these are the barriers to access. So once these barriers have been addressed, then the issue of access should not be a problem. And I'd like to use this opportunity to say that at EADB, we are open for business. Please feel free to approach us with these requirements. On the issue of costs, as a development bank, certainly our rates are more competitive than what other players in the market will be able to offer. And I did make a statement earlier that we continue to commit, that we will use our good credit rating to be able to mobilize cheaper capital, you know, to support industrialization. On the issue of electric bikes, pedestrian walkways, and you know, riding lanes, I mean, electric bikes are very good, because instead of, at least they are reducing on the borders, other cars that are emitting carbon dioxide. So, I mean, that's a green project, and it's very, very interesting to us. Now, regarding the road designs, I'll take it that when we have a conversation with potential people who would like funding in this area, this provision needs to be made. I mean, for example, we're already having very early discussions around the Bombo, I think, Ginger Express Highway, and many other highways that are in pipeline. Yes, I mean, we take this advice very, very positively. Thank you. Thanks, Alan.
Thanks. I think, Davis, your question has been answered quite comprehensively. On the commercial banking side, and we'll sit down and talk in detail, but on the commercial banking side, we do take a very data-driven approach. Cost is a factor of risk. Cost of funding is a factor of risk. The things that Dr. Ruth was talking about around de-risking, when I get a risk-sharing instrument from a partner, I'm able to bring the cost down automatically because my risk or your risk profile and ability to repay the debt is being mitigated for. At the end of the day, I sit with customers' deposits. That liquidity doesn't belong to me as a bank. It is customers' money. I have to ensure that it is paid back. So our pricing of a lot of our facilities have to do with the way risk is perceived. So the more work we do on enhancing that risk mitigation is done, and he touched on a lot of things. Do we have guarantee of offtake, or are we doing or is it speculative? Is there collateral? Is there no collateral? Is there do I have some risk instruments I can leverage off to bring the cost down? But with regards to access itself, the money is there. It's how you get yourself organized to be able to, and get your records in place to be able to access this money. But that's all I can say on this. We can debate this much further away from this. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time, paying attention, asking questions, and a proper round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much to the panel for gracing us with your
Colleagues,
presence.
the money is there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just come to the front, we take a picture. But thank you so much for this very elaborative and quite informative session that we have had. It is good to know that there is hope for the men. It's good to know that also young people, there's a lot planned for you in there. It's good to know that, yes, issues of cost can be discussed when risk is managed. We want to ask our CEO if you could join, Honorable Victoria, if you could join, the President of EABC, if you could also join, that would be very good. Just one last picture. Yes, if you could join, and we have this session closed. Thank our lovely people for doing a fabulous job, doing this topic justice. If you could kindly move forward. Aha, very good. Yeah, the TikTokers want a good picture. They also want the shoes. Right. Mr. Agre Ashaba, if you could also join, thank you. Yes. Okay, members of the PSFU board and our panelists for today. Great. Okay. I think we are done. Thank you very much. A big, big hand clap to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for engaging on that. And so we're going to move swiftly to the next sessions. We have 2 sessions before lunch. And the first session before lunch, okay, the first session I'll start with is some 2 keynote addresses on sustainable industrialization. And we have some very able and informed individuals who have been trailblazers on this issue, industrialization. At this point, and allow me invite to the stage to deliver a keynote in the next 20 minutes, Professor Charles Kwesiga, the Executive Director of Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Kindly give him a big hand while Professor Kwesiga comes to talk on industrial revolution in the face of AI. Very interesting topic, very interesting presentation. You're very welcome, Professor.
It's a pleasure to be here, to see old friends, new friends. This is a very difficult topic to address because in Uganda we believe in extremes. We have people who are extremely knowledgeable, but not practical. We have a lot others who are extremely ignorant, but will talk a lot about things they don't understand. That's where AI belongs. And listening to the panelists here kept me changing my discussion, what I had planned to discuss. And that's typical. So what I have decided to dwell on is share my experiences, and that's how they blend into what the topic at hand is. I'm an industrial engineer by profession. Been practicing as an industrial engineer since August 1982 in Cleveland, Ohio. And experience from that. I rose through the ranks in my stay in Ohio. I lived in Ohio I lived and worked in Ohio for 26 years. And I went through the motions, became a corporate executive, I was teaching at the university, was an entrepreneur, and a capable family man. So one day, on Saturday morning, I was lazing around, and so I went to the bookstore to look at the new books out. I rode around, then I decided to stop at the dealership to see what was on offer. And the salesman looks at me, "Hey, Prof, come on, see this baby here." I went and looked at a nice SUV, gave me the key, drove around the block, came back, said, "Let me take another round." I rode around, I came back, I said, "Okay, move the stuff that's in my other car, I'm taking this one." "Oh, wonderful, it's a nice choice." He brings me a piece of paper, I sign, it is between him and the bank. I rode home. I got home, my daughter said, "Hey, Dad, whose car is that?" I said, "It's ours." "You didn't tell me you were going to buy a car." So I didn't know I was going to buy a car either. Okay, nice. So, a few years later, I found myself in Kampala. Had been invited back to help develop my country. And so I got a job, but significant culture shock. And I decide, I think I should buy a farm. Because that's one thing that Uganda could offer me that I could never afford in America, to buy a farm. And the serenity of the environment at the farm in Ntungamo, beautiful place. So I go to the bank, I said, I want a loan. And
The bankers say, I produce my contract, this is how much I make, the money comes through this bank. So, and I have collateral if you need collateral. Oh, no problem, yeah, you're the best, man, we'll make this arrangement. So they sent me a person to come and take the details. So I filed the application, said, we'll give you feedback in 2 days. 2 days pass, no money. 3 days, on the 4th day I called, I said, where is my loan? You know, we've just found out that as a matter of policy, we don't facilitate farmland. I said, but who cares whether I was buying a farm or not? I have demonstrated I can pay you back. Sorry, we are not doing that. If you had an industrial production facility, maybe we would consider that. Okay. So I told him, I said, if your bank is just a conduit for my salary, I think I will go somewhere else. And so I arranged to get, to open an account. And where did I open an account? Stanbic. I said, okay, I get Stanbic, and who do I meet there? At that time, the boss was Patrick Mwehi. I said, okay, it's wonderful. So I started business with Stanbic Bank. And later on, as we were discussing some financial prospects, I talked to Patrick. I said, you know, it's interesting that your father, Mr. Mwehiri, was my head prefect in Intere School. And he was a wonderful man. Now, here I am. His son is in control of my financial welfare. This is very, what did I do for this family? Anyway, quickly, I got, as I was transferring my bank business from the other bank, I got a call from the same bank I was quitting. He said, the guy who called me said, I want to talk to you. I said, about what? I need to see you personally. Can you please give me an appointment? What's your name? So and so. The name sounded West African. West African working in a bank in Uganda? I said, no, not again, man. I had a rough time with the Nigerians in America. So I said, this is another hoax here. What do you want? I want to see you. So anyway, eventually I make an appointment with the man. He comes to my office. He says, I have been directed by our headquarters in Mali to invite you to a conference of a board of directors meeting in Nairobi. They want you to address them. I said, about what? About the impact of financial meltdown on technology transfer. So that's a wonderful topic. But why me? I don't know. They just told me. Okay. I quickly go to, I said, it's kind of ironic that a bank that I'm quitting because you can't give me a simple loan to buy a farm is now inviting me to talk to the board of directors. He says, yeah, I've heard about that. Can you let me handle? Just give me an email authorizing me to revisit the project. I said, but as a matter of policy, you don't give loans for farms. Just give me the. So I looked at his card. He was the managing director for that bank. I'm not naming the bank. So I said, oh, why I was invited. It turned out that the group chairman, who was a French Frenchman, had seen, had me talk about technology. We were on the same flight from Dar es Salaam to Nairobi, so we talked some more. And his question to me was, what do you think about commercial banking in Africa? I said, my experience so far is that commercial banking in Africa is non-developmental. So I explained my reasons. And then he said, okay, but we had a conversation. He's the one who insisted that they must look for me to go and talk to their group directors meeting. And so I made my presentation. They were very excited about what I said. On the way back, I got a lot of kudos, a lot of thank you notes. And a few days later, I get a call from the credit manager of the bank that had denied me a loan. He said, Prof, they have told me if I don't give you money in the next 3 days, I have no job. I said, you know, I hope they fire your ass, man. You're really hopeless. and anyway, very quickly they arranged and gave me the facility I wanted, and I bought the farm. And within 4 years, I was able to pay back the money. When I talk about culture shock, you know what I'm talking about. And so, then I keep moving. I worked initially as advisor on AGOA, advisor to the president. Very prestigious job. But what we were doing at AGOA was we were talking about the growth, African Growth Opportunity Act, where we had worked hard to get a market in America. The market in America was saying, hey, bring your goods, tax-free, tariff-free, and so on. And when you talk about tariffs today, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, but after a few months, I realized this thing was going nowhere. So I told His Excellency, this AGOA is going nowhere. Why? See, because you got a market, but you have nothing to sell in that market. Because American markets demand, they demand volumes, they demand quality, they demand timely, consistent, timely delivery, and you have no single product. This was in 2004. And so that's when I was given a new assignment to go and turn around this thing they call Uganda Industrial Research Institute. And so I started with the Nakawa campus, found a dead institution with 44 people pretending to work there. And I asked, well, if you ask any of them, what do you do here? Say, anything that comes. Say, has anything come in the last 2 years or so? This is not America, this is Uganda. Okay, Uganda, you're not supposed to do things. So that's what I inherited. I worked hard on it, and lo and behold, in about the space of 7 years, I was able to turn it around and make it a center of excellence in research and development for East Africa. And President Uhuru Kenyatta came to give me the award. I felt good, but there was a problem. Here we are, a center of excellence, doing research and development, but technology problems are significant. We have this thing we call business incubator. You give the people, you render the skills, they have a product, they have a market, but they can't afford the technology. And that's why I was so elated to hear bankers talking about improved prospects for funding. And so that's when I started working on developing a technology development center. And that's what we have now at Namanve Industrial Park. And I invite you people to come and see what a marvel we have created there. And so, but then, one of those instances, I get a minister to visit. And the minister, I'm very enthusiastic to showcase what we are doing. And he says, so I'm there showing robotics, artificial intelligence, great stuff. I didn't know that this minister's interest was not in fourth industrial revolution technologies. Her interest was whether I could find people to go and train her people in how to make soap. So we are really talking from different planets. And so it's no wonder that she had no idea after the visit what we were even doing. So she goes and calls up some friends of hers from South Africa, say, can you go and help that professor? That place is a white elephant. There's nothing happening there. So I'm sitting in my office, and two South Africans come, say, we're here to help you. I say, who sent you? Minister so-and-so. To help me with what? So we have done some research, and we have a presentation to make to you. I said, no, before you do that, can you take a guided tour of this facility? And then you can come and we talk about where and how you can help me. An hour and a half later, they came back, said, we never expected anything like this in sub-Saharan Africa. I said, but you are here to help me. No, we're changing the script. We now want to see how we can work with you. And we have since entered an MOU where we're going to be manufacturing electric transformers at that facility. And so, are we talking the same language when we talk about technology, especially the technology of today, fourth industrial revolution? That's where AI belongs. Coming here today, by the way, as I'm making this presentation, I'm also attending a board meeting somewhere in Kampala. But I had planned it such that I would come here, do a presentation, rush, go to the board meeting, do whatever. All these plans were scuttled by a reckless policeman here at the traffic lights who decided that he does a better job than the traffic lights that seem to be working. And so there I am. The traffic light is green. The policeman says, don't go. Excuse me. That cost me a number of minutes. And when you're having such a tight schedule, every minute counts. So you say, why can't we apply some AI? Program the lights so that they can discern the terrain and decide when to turn green or when to turn red. If there is no traffic coming through, we keep that lane on red. If there is congestion build up, let the technology decide, but not some other, the kind of. I don't want to make enemies with the policemen, but I think we can do better than that. Now, how many in this room? Okay, I'm a diabetic, and so I wear a sensor. I was getting tired of pricking my finger every time to see the glucose level in my blood. Then I came across some technology where you wear a sensor, which I wear on my arm, and using my phone, any time of day, I can tell what the glucose level is. And if it gets out of hand, the phone will make a racket. Yeah, get busy, man. Find insulin immediately. So, but then the problem I have is that this sensor, which has a lifespan of 14 days, every time it expires, I have to scramble around, see where can I get a replacement. So I'm now stocking up because I was in Istanbul, addressing a technology conference, and I found out about the sensors that, so I bought some sensors from there. When I got here, to activate the sensor, you need connectivity, you need Wi-Fi. Now, I'm wearing a sensor, but I can't pair it with my phone. And when it expires, I have to find a way to get it imported. So the other day I was taking my rounds at my Namamve facility. I visited the guys at an embedded systems workshop, and they have developed sensors, and they help in switching on or off the irrigation systems. I said, wait a minute, okay. So since you have technology to develop sensors and microprocessors, why don't you develop a sensor for my glucose? And move who is in the control? Okay, move to the slide on I'll share with you. Oh, okay. How do I? Yes. Okay. I'll leave this presentation. It's a bunch of notes about what is AI, what is ML, but I don't want this to sound like a classroom situation. So I'll just share my experiences, and I'll leave this with the organizers for anybody interested. Or if you want a soft copy, there are some members of my team over there, Emma or Lynn, or yeah, you can contact them, and they'll give you a presentation that I had, the notes that I had prepared. And so, but let me share with you some of the early initiatives in artificial intelligence. We are actively integrating AI and machine learning technologies, that's robotics, big data, 3D printing, into our research and development programs, support Uganda's industrialization and SME growth. We're developing sensors and microprocessors for irrigation switching mechanisms, and we have even prototyped a drone for agricultural purposes. And so we are actively collaborating with academia and industry partners to train local talent in AI and machine learning. ensuring skills transfer and sustainable innovation. So that is an example of a drone prototype. Once we move from prototype, we shall then engage in pilot processing, where we can now do market feasibility, market acceptance of the product as we develop a production line for this product. It's interesting, in my own life, sometimes, so there's a time I was in China, and I called home, my village in about 7 kilometers from Kabale, and they were having a function at my house. I had given them permission. So I called the person and said, how is everything there? I said, okay. Yeah, how is China? I said, fine. I said, who is that lady in the blue? He starts looking around, where is he? I was in China, but I have a camera in my living room in the village, so I can monitor what is going on anytime. That's the power of artificial intelligence. And so, and these are simple things, by the way. The technology is extremely simple. And so, then quickly, what happened to me yesterday? It's yesterday, today's Wednesday, Monday morning. Monday morning, I had a flight out of Düsseldorf. So I got up, my flight was at 6. So I had to be up and ready to leave the hotel by 3 a.m. Then I'm trying to get my luggage from my room, but there's no concierge. Those guys don't have concierge anymore. It's a do-it-yourself arrangement. So I had to push my own trolley to bring my stuff from the room. I mean, imagine a person with the title of executive director doing a porter's job. But so I had to deal with that. When I went to, meanwhile, the previous evening, I had tried to pay for my meal, and the person who was, the waiter was like, no, we don't accept cash. Really? What happened? Oh, we are a cashless hotel. So, anyway, so if I didn't have a credit card, I don't know what would have happened. I would have probably been made to wash dishes or something, because I don't know if they even offer that alternative. But that is technology. That's AI. We have to do better. We have a long way to go. And so, back to the, during the panel discussion, I had I was happy to hear the bank's initiatives in funding power generation. And I thought, but I've always wondered, why do we, okay, after I bought the farm, I went to see my farm. There was a small banana plantation, but the winds had flattened the banana plantation. And so I said, if this wind can be so destructive, one can do better with this. I had wanted to access the grid, but they told me I needed 26 poles. That's too expensive. And so I decided, no, let me put this wind to work. So I put up a windmill, and now I generate my own power using the natural endowment called wind. when you put up a hydropower, what is the accessibility by the rural farm? Why can't we use what the God-given endowments and do a better job than we are doing right now? And so we have to think outside the box. Again, more AI. In that picture, I'm wearing a shirt from Tory Richards. It's a Hawaiian clothier. And if you Google Tory Richards, you'll find a line of shirts. You pay online, you give them the address, they will deliver your merchandise from Hawaii to Chambugu. And that is the link. This is a classic. These guys have very, of course, high quality merchandise. A bit pricey, but they are well worth it, and the convenience of buying things from the comfort of your own house. Now, they don't have outlets. Everything is online. But that's an example of what AI is doing for retail business. So, let me tackle another issue, that after all this great stuff that we are talking about, is it happening here? Is it happening in our developing countries? And the simple answer is not as well as we would like, because there are challenges. And it's not just for Uganda, but for most of our developing countries. The challenges include inadequate infrastructure, a shortage of skilled workers, limited financial resources, and I am very cautious about this statement about insufficient government support. It's not because government doesn't want to support us, but the way we allocate resources sometimes leaves a lot to be desired. Technology is not taking its right place as a matter of priority. And again, when I started this journey with the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, I was banging my head against the wall. Nobody would consider funding this initiative. Then one day I invited these development partners, hoping they would see the point and help me find resources. So I made a pitch, and when I went to, I was using my own computer, of course, my own projector. I said, well, let me make a PowerPoint presentation to you. And then somebody came and whispered to me, said, power has been cut. Why? Because you didn't pay the bill. And one of the development partners, a guy from GIZ, I think, said, you know, we like what you're saying, but we respond to government priorities. And clearly you're not a priority. What do you mean? Even government can't even pay your utility bills. How can you be a priority? I said, okay. So at that point I said, why am I begging for support? I have a good thing to offer. And this is critical for the development of the country. So I decided, I asked myself a question. What's the difference between a beggar and a salesman? they both want your money, but they use a different approach. And always the salesman gets a better deal than the beggar will ever think of. And so I decided to be a salesman for the idea of setting up a research institute. And the rest of it is, you come to Namanga, you see what we accomplished by taking that approach. So government support is hard to come by for technology development, but it can be done. The other thing about AI, it's hard to implement because it requires skilled workforce, and yet our education system is not going in that direction. We are still stuck to tradition, status quo. There is nobody, as far as I know, who has formalized the curriculum on fourth industrial revolution, on AI. We must engage that so that we can have our own, we can have our graduates conversant with and able to engage in AI and other fourth industrial revolution ventures. Then another example I'll conclude with is there is a time I was in a bank, and I found a very rare scenario where there was a very efficient customer service rep. And I said, wow, this is very unique. So I said, what's your background? He said, I actually studied engineering. I said, wait a minute. Now the excitement ended there. He said, you are an engineer, but you are working as a bank teller. Yeah, why? I couldn't find a job. Wow. Meanwhile, with the gadgets we have at Yuri Nakawa, I was always having a problem with some of the laboratory equipment. Specifically, an equipment called HPLC. Every time it had a hiccup, I would call Cairo for a technician to come and repair, service, and whatever. And so the guy would make at least 4 trips enjoying the Ugandan weather before he comes up with a solution. I said, no, this is not sustainable. So I decided we moved to teleconferencing to discuss the problems with the technicians. So meanwhile, I'm looking at this engineer working as a bank teller. Meanwhile, I'm calling Cairo for a technician. This doesn't make sense. So I set up a unit called the instrumentation unit. And I told them, the locally trained engineers said, the terms of reference for your job are turn your book knowledge into practical applications. And they started working on gadgets like aflatoxin sensors and so on. Then they came out with a blockbuster innovation called ECGF. This is an electronic piece of equipment that monitors, regulates, and controls intravenous medication. You fix it to the bottle, and you pre-program the dosage and the rest. If anything goes wrong, if there's any blood drawback, the thing makes a racket. An alarm sets off. If the bottle gets empty, so on. So they took it to Oviedo, California for international conference and international competition, and they scooped first prize. I said, this is wonderful. So we went ahead, and one of them, I had hired 5 people, including mechatronics engineers, mechanical engineers, software designer, and so on. And so the mechatronics engineer, who had trained at Chambogo University, got very enthusiastic and very motivated in his job, started doing online training for his master's degree. When it came to defending his thesis and doing the final exams, he had to go to UK for that. And when he sent me a message, Prof, I'll be back home in 2 weeks. I said, man, I can't wait. Come and we do the wonders. A week later, I said, Prof, I'm sorry I can't come because Rolls-Royce has given me an offer I can't refuse. I said, wow, I'm disappointed that I'm losing such a talent, but then I'm happy that I can train people to the level of Rolls-Royce. So, ladies and gentlemen, it can be done. Let us do it. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwesiga. Beautiful, beautiful presentation. AI is here with us. And we either scale up or we are left behind. Professor Kwesiga has generously allowed for his presentation to be made available. So kindly get a copy, look through, make sure you're up to date. Another big hand clap for Professor Kwesiga. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been seated a while. We are going to have one more speaker before we go for lunch. But before we do that, I want to ask us to stand to our feet. I am going to, not embarrass. Where is my, very good, there you are. Let's stand to our feet, Somebody is going to help us stretch. My co-MC this morning, Yakedemo Jim, come and show us what you were doing there.
I don't know what gym you mean, but not the usual gym. Okay, I think I'll ask production to help us with the, there is a trending anthem by Amapiano, I think. Do we have it set? Real quick, please, because we don't have much time. If you have that set, then we can just use a few minutes, just a few minutes, to stretch a little bit so that we can get back into shape. How are you feeling, though, as we wait for the technical team? You feeling good? Looks like the energy is this side. What happened to the guys this side who seem to be... Okay. I don't know whether that's the song, but... All right, guys, even me, I don't know the moves. We are going to try. Hello. Now this DJ has failed me. I didn't prepare for this. I don't know that one. Anyway, let's just shake our bodies.
You show us how to shake. We do what you do, not what you say. Do.
Telling me what I owe you. Telling me what
We'll first stop there. Some people are so stiff, so stiff we might need the AI to undo them. Please take your seat before we have an accident here. No. William. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Yes, a board member of a private sector foundation to speak to us on strengthening agriculture value chains through regional industrial growth. She is a former minister of agriculture. I remember those days when I was doing my PLE, they would ask, who is the minister of agriculture? And you'd be very fast to, here I am. We've come a long way. Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko, kindly give her a hand while she gives her presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, now that I'm extremely lucky to speak immediately after Professor, I'm going to use this microphone like a former politician and comment on what he has said before I go to my substantive topic. First of all, Professor, I really appreciate the fact that I'm here with you. These are things people should know about. But in Uganda, information is given in such tiny doses that as I was listening, I was wondering if there is a book where you are detailing all that, not only for us, but for our youth and other people. Now, my first comment about the professor's talk is about education. Sometimes I get misquoted, so this time I'll be deliberate. You know, there is no way anybody who does not speak Lusoga is going to dream in Lusoga. So if you have somebody in charge of education who dreams in something else, is in the third or second revolution, don't expect them to think for the fourth revolution. It is up to you Ugandans, especially you the youth, to listen to what the professor is saying and see what you do with it. Because like right now, one of the biggest problems we have in agriculture is the fact that while all agriculture in the world is going to use drones, in Uganda, even mentioning the word drone, you are suspect. Honestly, one time I was somewhere where there were quite a number of army people, and I introduced myself to this major, and I tell him, who is your boss here? I want to talk to him about drones. The major looked so frightened, he practically wanted to leave me there. I was doing that talking, he was only listening. So why are drones being considered under means of defense? We in agriculture just want the technology. So, Professor, I'm glad you are stepping where angels fear. Then this issue of the minister who wants to do soap and is going to the professor to look at technology which he doesn't understand, goes back to dreaming in a language you don't know. Finally, Madam Ruth, this comment goes to you. Whenever you talk, please talk about age limit. Age limit was removed in Uganda, but when we older people go to the bank, we are told we are old. So that is the end of my comments on other people's presentations. So I was requested to talk about strengthening agriculture value chains for regional industrial growth. And I told, the reason I was going all over there is that I've got only one slide. Because for us older people, when we were growing up, there were no slides. So now that I'm still learning how to use slides, I put everything in just one slide. That is one. Two, I know that most people have issues remembering. Honestly, you cannot fail to remember the one slide I'm sharing. So, like I said, my job is to talk about strengthening agricultural value chains for regional industrialization. I was very happy when I heard the representative from Bank of Uganda speak that she used the word value chain in her speech. I like it when I hear the word value chain being used here and there, but in quite a number of cases, the way it is used It is like, you know, in the world, there are words which are relevant, which are politically correct, so we use them. Because when somebody said, one of the speakers said that, actually Bank of Uganda, SMEs are very important to regional value chains. Really? Okay. First of all, what is a value chain? A value chain is the integrated sum total of the goods and services which lead to a product being produced so that it is a product, then that product leaving the farm and going all the way to the consumer. If it is like cabbage or mango or whatever in Uganda, it will leave the farm and go to the consumer in Uganda. But if it is, for example, coffee or maize or groundnuts or beans, it may be going beyond Uganda. So that gives us two types of value chains. The first value chain being the one where we do the production. If I can be allowed to use maize as an example, for maize, we have to start with research. The NARO of Uganda has to do all the research, the scientific, the social, the anthropological, the soil, the weather, you name it. They collect all this information and put it there. Then we know where maize does best. So the farmers, because in Uganda, you grow what you want. The farmer who wants to grow maize decides that she is going to grow this maize. That is when Ministry of Agriculture, through its extension people, tells these people, the farmers, that this is the best seed for your area. If you plant it like this, research, NARO has already done the research to say if you use this type of fertilizer and you plant at this density, you know how many seeds in a hole and how many holes in an acre, you harvest this much maize. Now, during that time, the soils people come in to tell you that this soil is good for you, but since your grandmother and great-grandmother used it, you need fertilizer. Then somebody from irrigation will come and tell you that looking at the weather, the rain may cut off at tasseling period. So you may need irrigation for just 1 week. That is where the drones come in. You need irrigation for just 1 week. Then somebody will tell you, especially these days, that the armyworm has not actually disappeared, so you need this pesticide. Then somebody will tell you, if you are not using tractors for weeding, there is a group of youth who have come together. You want them to do work for you. For as long as the money is on the table, they will come 2 days, your 10 acres will be done. That's what we call labor. Then if you are using a tractor, you definitely need your diesel at the right time. Or if you have gone electrical, you definitely have to have your electricity. All that is what makes that value chain work. When you have everything in place, and finally you make it harvesting, once again there are people who are experts at harvesting. So that is once again labor. We now talk about the post-harvest. What do you do with the maize cobs when you get them from the garden? How do you dry them? And for how long do you dry them? How do you know that maize is dry? All those services end up as the sum total of the quality of the maize you have produced. The quality starts from the seed. That is why research is very important. Now, when you harvest your maize cobs, you take them home, you dry them. Now there are people who go around with machines to remove the maize seeds from the cob. All those are part of the value chain. If your maize is dry, you do not have big storage in order to store cobs, it is important that they come on time. But it is also important for them to know how much maize do you have so that they know how long they are going to stay with you. Then finally they come, they remove it from the cobs, and once again you check how dry it is. Then if you are supplying a big buyer like Agroways, you tell them that you are delivering 10 lorries on Monday. So by the time you get to Agroways, which is in Jinja, on Monday, they're expecting you. You do not have to keep your lorries in line for 10 days. So what is a value chain? A value chain is the sum total the integrated sum total of all those steps, starting from research to the harvesting. Now, if you are going to export to Kenya, for example, you are going to export maize. I only found out last month, August 2025, why Kenya is not actually extremely keen on buying maize from Uganda. This business of aflatoxin is new and not important to them. Apparently, what maize Uganda grows, because in Uganda for the longest time we are not eating maize. We decided to grow maize for our pigs and chicken. So Naro of Uganda came up with a type of maize where turnover, when you process the maize, is 25% maize bran and 75% the white posho you eat. For Kenya, they just want their posho. So they want a situation where 85% is actually edible, not only 75%. So what happens during harvest time in Africa is Kenya eats its own posho first, then they go to Tanzania, they go to Malawi, they go to Zambia. When everything fails, they come to Uganda. Why am I giving you this example? This small farmer, who is supposed to be an important part of the regional value chain, does not know all that. And even the buyers in Kenya have never had a chance to meet with this Ugandan to explain why they buy their maize last. So, as far as I am concerned, it is important, it is overdue for Uganda to insist that to have a policy actually in place, that whatever you are producing be part of a value chain. As most of you know, I worked in China for 5 years, and during that time I traveled all over China. I understood how they do their business. In China, there is no way you can produce anything outside a value chain unless you are going to eat it yourself alone. For them, everybody, including and especially the banks, are part and parcel of the value chain. In China, there is no way anybody can increase even 1% or 0.00% on interest rate on farmers. That is one. Two, every farmer belongs to a cooperative society, and every cooperative society is known for something. It is so planned that there is a province, if you remember your geography, there is a province where there is a desert called the Gobi Desert. That province produces the sweetest watermelon, the largest watermelons I've ever seen in the whole of my life. But they produce them for the whole of China. Because in the Gobi Desert, normally it rains once a year. So, because these farmers are part of a value chain, the weather person will announce on radio, on Monday, 25th August, it will rain. So everybody on 24th will plant their watermelon. And sure enough, it rains on 25th and it will not rain again. After that, they tend, because it doesn't rain, there are no weeds, they practically wait for the watermelon to grow. But that watermelon is eaten all over China, in that Shanghai and Shenzhen are very far from the Gobi Desert. But trailers, trains, and whatever go to the Gobi Desert to pick up these watermelons 1,000 kilometers away. Now, you can see the importance of a value chain. You have to plant on time. The trains and the trailers and whatever have to live on time. The supermarkets, the markets, the hotels cannot explain to anybody why your product is not there. So, back to Uganda. All that the farmers need is guidance. All that is lacking is information. So what do we do at Uganda Agribusiness Alliance? Because everybody asks me, oh, what do you grow? Can I see your farm and whatever? I don't grow anything. I grow value chains. Our first value chain was the avocado value chain that we started in 2014. And at that time, when I would talk about avocado, everybody would look at me thinking I'm like losing it. Why avocado? The truth, we started with avocado because at that time there was no politics at all in avocado. So we finished with avocado, we moved to pumpkin. Right now we are promoting pumpkin, basically because I don't know if there is anybody here from Kenya. There are 3 factories in Kenya which are making baby food, and they are tired importing vitamin A in order to fortify baby food. So they buy our pumpkin, they use it to fortify their baby food, then they export it to Uganda, and we lovingly buy it. How is this done? There is a group in Buikwe, thank you Buikwe, there is a group in Buikwe which promotes the production of pumpkin. They are not funded by anybody. They are mostly volunteers, but they have traveled all over Uganda to promote pumpkin. So much so that sometimes they have to send a trailer to Rukunjiri to pick up pumpkin, Agago to pick up pumpkin, Abim to pick up pumpkin. Of course, with Wikwe doing the most of it. The money is good, but why am I telling you about this? All that we had to do is find out who is doing it. We bring them together. We talk to Naro. At that time, pumpkin was not a priority crop. But once you talk to Naro and you tell them this and this is what is happening, the market is here, Naro will always find personnel. So now we have people researching on pumpkin. That is partly why you can see pumpkin in most hotels, and that is why most men who want to eat pumpkin seed can find the pumpkin seed. So, having said that, if we are talking industrialization and we are an agriculture region, 80–70% of our people are in agriculture, the way to go is value chain, and I want to emphasize it is very easy to organize. It takes a bit of time and patience. Most people will ask you, why should I belong to a value chain? What is in it for me? When we do it at Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, we don't facilitate anybody to travel. If anything, you come for our meeting, you pay in order to be in the meeting. After that, you become part of the value chain, and once you grow up like avocado value chain, you leave our organization. Currently, right now, our baby value chain is onion and garlic. You all know that most of the garlic you eat comes from another continent. 2, you also know that while you did very well last year, you exported so much coffee, avocado, and whatever, you got those dollars, then you crossed to Tanzania to go and buy onions. And we at UAA are saying, why can't Uganda produce and eat their own onions? So in the process of doing that, we got to talk to Maif, and Maif says, but Victoria, we don't want to promote anything where there is no market. And I'm like, if there is a market to buy onions from Tanzania, why should there be no market to buy onions from Uganda? And the reason you don't see many onions from Uganda is basically because onion has been a forgotten crop. Even if every single household uses at least 1 onion a day, it was not an important crop. But since you use it, and since there is a market for it, I want to thank the people of Chigezi, specifically Ruchiga, then Sebei and Imbale for producing the onions. But I would like to call upon Ministry of Industry to please step in for value addition, because we are talking about small SMEs being the foundation of agro-industrialization. Ministry of Industry, please step in, because while we in agriculture have produced the onions, drying onions is a technique where we need technical people to come in. That is the only reason you do not see Ugandan onions all over the market, and that is partly why sometimes there is soil, there is whatever, because the farmer is on his own. So going back to my topic, which was strengthening agriculture value chains for industrial growth, I want to encourage you, because I know all of you Ugandans, either you are already doing agriculture or you are going to retire to agriculture. First, find the value chain. If it is not there, come to us. Together, you and I and the Uganda Agribusiness Alliance will start one. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko. Another hand clap. I think there is a challenge there, okay? We export coffee and import onions, seriously. working on these value chains, I think we need to have further conversations on some of these value chains and see where can we plug as a country and where can we be able to, you know, add value here, okay? So that we are not exporting pumpkins and importing seeds for those things. Thank you. Now, I am caught between a rock and a hard place. So I am going to give it to us as a team to decide together. We could do one panel session at this point for approximately an hour and then go for lunch, or we can go for lunch and come back and do it. Which of the two would you want? We do it now, right? We do it now. We do it now? Ah, very good. That is why, like, who told you democracy does not work? Democracy works. So, very simply, we are meant to be having a conversation around energy and environmental aspects. And a number of very distinguished speakers shall be joining our moderator for the next 1 hour, so that by 2:30 we are going for lunch. After lunch, you need to be here. We are running some very interesting raffles where you can win yourself a trip. You can win yourself a stay at a 5-star hotel in Uganda. There are only 4 of them. Or you can win yourself some very interesting giveaways which you need to be at. And then in the evening, we are going to be having a cocktail which you don't want to miss. Uganda Breweries is sponsoring, and Pepsi Cola is also sponsoring, meaning that the drinks are catered for. So you have your appetite, you have your friends to talk to, why not be there? So let's get into this discussion at this point, and I want to invite Mr. William Chizito, a consultant with Inuma Solutions, to come and lead us through this 55 minutes now, because I've spent 5 of your minutes. Give him a hand while he comes.
Thank you, Humphrey. A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm very privileged to chair this conversation. But before that, allow me to briefly mention that I'm not here just as a consultant, but also I move with my portfolio. I happen to be privileged to be the chairman of Multilines, one of our sponsors today. And my team is over there. My CEO, kindly stand up. These guys need to know we're the largest logistics players they've ever seen. My head of legal and corporate of the group has been active for the past 2 days. And here we are. We're going to talk energy and environment. Now, we can't distance ourselves from the fact that the moment we desire to scale industry, we cannot shy away from the conversation on environment. Anything to do with air, water, resources, waste management, it's a key conversation in there, talking about recycling. So we're going to unpack this in the next 1 hour, how selfish the organizers are. Should have been a whole day of just environment, surely. And I'm going to do it with 4 or 5 distinguished members of this community. And as I invite them, I want us to think of one thing. My panelists, this is a message to you. The key message should be, we need to give an assignment to PSFU to go away with regarding environment and energy. We need to give the delegates of this conference food for thought, and let's challenge the policy makers. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite my very good friend, Aggrey Ashava. Aggrey is the chairman for Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. He's also a very active member of various forums in oil. Please, anywhere, okay? So surely, since the man is active in mining and oil, he should have a word or two regarding how to mess up the environment. Agree, Karibu? I'm going to invite Mr. Anthony Ogallo. Mr. Anthony Ogallo leads a group of players who are involved in retail, especially petroleum marketing. Anthony Ogallo, are you here? Okay, he will join us as and when. I'm conflicted on this one, but I have to invite him. Mr. Morgan Bones Javira. Today I didn't know that you have a third name, Morgan. I've known you as Jarvis for the last 40 years of my life. So the organizers of this conference have helped me know who this man is. I've known him as Jarvis. I thought Jarvis was your name. So Javira. Karibu. Okay? Howard Mwesigwa. Howard Mwesigwa is a lawyer from a very distinguished law firm called Kali Kumutima. Don't try this if you don't have all your teeth. Kali Kumutima and Company Advocacy. I'll tell you about this law firm. They're very powerful when it comes to matters of energy. They have structured a couple of deals in the world of oil, in the world of industry. They are really a resource center when it comes to industry. So anyone here involved in industry, you're looking for a law firm, Howard has a word or two on how to structure your deals. And then lastly, one of our key sponsors, KCB Bank, have allowed us to have dialogue with the head of corporate banking, a colleague, a friend, Timothy Okanya. Timothy and I have known each other for a moment. Timothy, we want to hear money. Please, if you don't have money, you can excuse yourself. We want to talk money and industry, but in the face of energy and industrialization. Now that most of the people here are hungry, let's make sure we tickle their minds, make sure they pay attention. So I'm going to start with you, Agri. Break it down for us. What's the story about energy? What do we see in the world of energy in the face of industrialization? One, to scale. But what are those things that are happening? One, as a preamble, tell us what's happening in the world of energy. Two, what should we get ready for? Because PSFU are taking notes and they're going home with some food for thought. There we go.
Thank you, William. Happy to be here. Good afternoon, friends. I think the issue around energy on a global conversation is that, one, every country that wants to grow economically in whatever form must be able to invest in energy infrastructure, must be able to invest in its energy generation, must be able to invest in its distribution, and must be able to invest in, and borrowing from Professor Kwesiga's presentation, into what we now call the smart grids, or the intelligent technologies that can be able to support industrial development. Secondly, and I think this year we heard about what happened to Spain when they had the blackout and how much money they lost, which was in billions of dollars, is that the aspiration for energy security for countries is just as important as political stability, is just as important as national security. Because for you to be able to leap in terms of a country, for example, for Uganda, whose GDP now per capita is slightly above 1,000, you're not going to do that without being able to support industrialization, without being able to support SMEs, without being able to support all the other enabling infrastructure. Out of all those, that the baseline for them to be successful is that they practically need energy sources. The global conversation in terms of how we can balance energy security with the traditional forms of resources. But this is from a part of the world that has completely earned energy security, which has powered their economies, that they have been able to grow developing countries from the global south to phase out from the most abundantly, readily available, and cheapest source, of energy, which is fossil fuels, to renewable sources of energy. Global North, even when you look at their energy mix, it's probably 20% renewable energy in terms of the world. What does that predominantly mean? It means that for countries like Uganda, for countries like East Africa, that are aspiring to be able to grow economically, if they are taking away the one thing that you need to be able to trigger this growth, and they're asking that they are going to definance or stop financing into fossil fuels, it means that while you already have about 10 years or 15 or 20 years backlog of industrialization, if they put a stop to that, to fossil fuels, is that you're going to go back another 10, 15 years. And this is a personal opinion, it's not for the chamber, is that the energy conversation has become also a geopolitical tool to be able to frustrate especially African countries, generally the global south, from being able to meet their aspirations. Because when you do not have energy sources, when you do not build energy security, you cannot be able to socially or economically transform countries. Because every industry that is going to provide jobs, every SME that is going to grow into a large-scale manufacturing plant or industry will need power. The rail that is going to reduce our transport costs, for example, the standard gauge railway, is going to be powered by electricity. The hospitals have to be powered by electricity. The agribusiness that Honorable Victoria Sechileko spoke about needs power. Now, if someone is telling you that you need to phase out on fossil fuels, which is one, the most abundantly available, two, the most cheap energy source, but also three, is that it has existing technologies that have been in play for the last 40, 50 years. And they're asking you to now transition to renewable energy sources. Renewable energy sources, which have a couple of challenges. The first challenge is that they are quite expensive to the end user. But also, two, they are such of an intermittent nature that they cannot be used as base loads. For industrialization, you need power that is stable, that is readily available. For example, this morning was a bit cloudy. So if a country like ours is going to rely on solar energy, it means that we are going to have challenges with making sure that we can even power a conference like this for the whole duration of 2 days. Same to wind energy. So my view about the global energy conversation is that where it is currently and what is happening right now is that it has become a geopolitical conversation. If you look at what happened in the global north in the last couple of years, about 5, is that a couple of countries took the direction of renewable energy. Most of them in the last 2.5 years have transitioned back to fossil fuels. They are going coal, they are going petroleum. You look at Germany, you look at Norway, you look at all these other countries, is that they have realized that it is impossible for you to keep economies running, trains running, transporting people, factories running, ACs running in offices, and any type of modern development without secure energy sources. So, as a region, we need to choose what kind of fight we need to engage in. And for the ambitions that East Africa has, and specifically Uganda, is that for us to grow the economy, and the other day when they were reading the budget, they said they want to do a $500 billion economy by 2040. You cannot achieve this if you do not have energy and you do not aspire to have energy security.
Sorry, agree.
So it's important for us to be able to invest the least cost of energy sources, most reliable and most stable.
Okay, I think that's like an icebreaker. I've had 500 billion somewhere.
Sorry?
I've had 500 billion.
Yes.
And then I've had a conflicting position. Do you want to go fossil fuels? Do you want to go renewable? I want to warn all of us who are in this conference, let's stop throwing these jargons around. be careful with the captains who are telling you to do with fossils. You can quote me if you want. The guys who are telling you to drop the fossils are telling you because they're already developed. You agree with me? Now, we have these resources before us. We have East Africa to grow, isn't it? Tanzania is very big on coal. We're telling them, stop the coal. Isn't it? Now, we have a financial here.
Maybe just to add on to that, a very good example is South Africa, which decided to phase down on coal so they can go renewable. And I think they've been struggling for the last 4 years with load shedding. South Africa is a country now that hotels advertise standby generators to be able to attract people to go to those hotels because they have blackouts every single day. And the amount of tourism revenue that they have lost by trying to transition from coal, but I think last year, end or beginning of this year, they have decided to transition back to safe and secure energy sources.
Okay, so then we have a lacuna that can be filled by the bankers, because now the bankers need to come to us and tell us what are the options. Timothy, you've served as a regional head of banking before. You've structured deals across the region. So what are the best alternatives then in the mix of this? We are lost between green financing and traditional and conventional. What are the options available for us from the KCB perspective?
Thank you, William. Good afternoon, everyone. William, just before I go to the alternatives that are available for us in terms of financing from a banking perspective, maybe just to introduce a little bit about the organization I represent here. KCB Bank, for those who might not be familiar with the bank. So KCB Bank Uganda is part of the KCB group coming out of Kenya, but playing in all the East African countries. We're playing in 7 markets at the moment, and we're the largest indigenous East African bank. So we've played quite a big part within energy, within sustainable financing. And maybe William, just to respond to the question, I'll just give a broader overview of what KCB has done around sustainable financing. KCB Group is driving sustainable development by aligning with the UN principles for responsible banking in the Paris Agreement, and the SDGs as an accredited entity of the Green Climate Fund. So when you speak about fossils and a move towards us going into green or renewable energy, we're playing quite a part. I know for countries, especially the least developed countries, the developing countries, we've been having challenges in terms of scaling of the opportunities around sustainable energy. So KCB Uganda alone has extended over 4.7 billion shillings in loans going towards environment and social due diligence screening. So to set ourselves up towards being ready to develop some of these energies or green sources of energy. The group has also issued 4.1 billion in green loans, supporting renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly infrastructure. So just to align with our topic today, our discussion topic, we've made strides towards the topic that we're discussing today. We've also done an additional USD 885 million directed towards women-owned businesses, which our panel earlier was discussing. So, in essence, as a group, we are playing in the topic that we are currently discussing, and we have positioned ourselves with a USD 770 million going towards small enterprises. So when you asked us, where's the money? KCB is presenting opportunities for you to further, or for the country to further enhance itself or develop in sustainable sources of energy and green financing.
Okay, Timothy, I'm going to come back to you. I can imagine if I gave you a whole day, still it won't be enough. It's very hard, colleagues, to distance ourselves from law and finance. Now we're talking industry, we're talking about sustainable energy solutions and environment. We invited Howard. Now Howard, from where you sit, the legal spectrum, this conversation is very delicate. Sometimes, like he has mentioned, it borders between geopolitics and economics and wealth and sovereignty. Let's be very honest with ourselves. But the people we have here are policy makers, they draft policy, and they want to scale industrialization. From where you sit as a lawyer, okay? If you don't mind, do you want to just highlight what you see as Kalikumuntima? If I walked in and said you're going to be the partners for industrialization, what are the key highlights that you see and the aspects that we should go home with, that you feel these are key aspects of environment and energy? Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. And to the audience, as mentioned, my name is Howard Mwesigwa, and I have the very humbling privilege of leading a department on energy, environment, and sustainability at Kalikumuntima & Company. And Kalikumuntima & Company Advocates is a corporate and commercial practice, and I only have the privilege of leading our practice when it comes to energy, environment, and sustainability. And our chief executive partner, Councillor Deo Kalikumuntima, whom many of you know already, is in the house.
Councillor Deo, if you don't mind, just kindly stand up.
He's too modest, he would not mind, but I'll be going back with him, so you make him stand.
So he heads the farm?
Yes, he does.
And guys, before he comes in, please feel free to disturb that guy for the next, I don't know how many hours, on matters energy, matters environment, with Howard, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
okay.
right.
So Howard, now you can tell us.
Yeah, beyond energy and environment, of course, we are corporate and commercial practice, so everything legal. We are your partners for value, we're your partners for strategic partnerships. So the role of law in this context, and I'm going to disaggregate it in 2-3 ways. The first one, of course, the takeaway for PSFU, and that's very important, something I've been pondering on since yesterday. But number 2, the take home for each and every one of us here. And then finally, the take home for the policymakers, or the work of the policymakers. We must note, and this we've known for the longest time, we have data coming in from the International Energy Agency, the flagship reports annually from the International Renewable Energy Agency, from UNEP, indicating that the global greenhouse gas emissions, over 75% of those emissions come from energy, right? And that is why when we talk about the green transition, we talk about climate change, energy is a critical component. So if we address our energy systems, we are literally nibbling the problem in the bud. And yet, energy is a fundamental contributor to socio-economic transformation anywhere in the world. If you're going to talk about tenfold growth, as Mr. Shaba has mentioned, energy is a critical component. And that is even manifest in our NDP 3 and now NDP 4. You see the indication of the role of energy. But then the global discussion and discourse is, okay, in countries like Uganda that need to industrialize, that need to develop, how do we industrialize and develop without posing an affront to our environment? And that brings in the component on sustainability. But what exactly is sustainability? And I'll tell you that sustainability is essentially us being able to meet our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. And that will take you into the SDGs, the 17 global goals. And all these are frameworks, by the way. Timothy mentioned, the Paris Agreement, but the Paris Agreement is 2015. Before that, you have the Kyoto Protocol of 1997. Before that, you have the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is 1992. Then you have the Stockholm Declaration of 1972. So it goes back all the way. So all these instruments that we have, and even this year now, we're going to COP30, as Mr. Shawa alluded to that COP30, and we're talking about the just energy transition. We have the just energy transition framework under the Conference of the Parties, which was adopted at the COP28 consensus, saying that we need to phase down and phase out, right? But that is a statement that needs to be understood in its context. So as Calcom Team and Company, we've since moved away from just saying things, and throwing around jargons to, okay, we want to engage partners, engage stakeholders, we create value together, we find solutions together. And so for the private sector foundation, we must note that globally it is the private sector that is driving the green transition. Why? Because in many scenarios, it's the private sector that has the deep pockets, right? But also the technical expertise. And sometimes where we've seen major traction is where we've seen both government come on board and the private sector, and we've seen public-private partnerships. Many vehicles globally that are driving that are driving climate finance, driving green finance, are public-private partnerships, right? So, and all these require agreements. They require an understanding of the local context that can be, of course, established when you have a partner on board like Calcom Team and Company, when you come on board as an investor, because one of our major clients at the farm actually is government, right? So we are that capillary between the private investor and government. But number two, I think for the private sector, it's because many a time the private sector is driven by profit, right? But we've seen the misconception that sustainability is majorly about, protecting the planet, which is not true. And some of the work that we do, we help private entities come up with their own internal frameworks that we call the ESG frameworks, for you to get to understand, how can I embed sustainability in my operations? Right? And of course, those are threefold: the E component on environment, the S on the social, the G on the governance. And many of these things we have actually been doing for the longest time, but had never really understood that these actually contribute to our long-term value. So it's not so much about the environment as it is about your role in ensuring that you are a responsible citizen or corporate citizen under the E. But for social, how are you treating those that you're working with or those who are working for you? And then governance, how are you structured? How is your governance system as an entity? And all these things, they technically have nothing to do with environment. They're to do with your own long-term value, your investor confidence, but also ensuring that you're viable in the long term, sustainability, ensuring that you're able to contribute value for yourself, but also for the stakeholders. So on our end, we're able to help you walk that journey to understand the global imperative. Why is it that right now, for you to access finance, major finance, you need to indicate that you're environmentally friendly, but also your interventions, you're doing something to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Why is it important? It's because all the statistics, all the data we are having globally from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and by the way, there's a report that was released just, I think about 2 or so weeks ago. NEMA released the report, the State of the Environment report. This is a Ugandan report from NEMA indicating that the urgency of the climate crisis here in Uganda, but also what can be done, that we all need to contribute a role. And that brings me back to my second last intimation, that for the participants, every single one of us here, sometimes we think about sustainability as a corporate, undertaking, but each and every one of us can take those small strides, cautious decisions every single day to contribute to a greener, just and equitable world. Because we believe that if we all did a little, we would certainly do much. Okay. And then finally,
I'm going to come back to you. There's a bit, if you don't mind, Howard, and I'm hoping that the team at PSF are taking note. The flow that you have right now are crying out today for the past, I don't know how many hours. Policy this, squeezing us. Policy that, squeezing us. You get me? I would say there are plaintiffs right now. But there's a very high chance there won't be defendants once we step out of here, because each of them as an industry player has in one way or the other messed up the environment.
Right.
Unknowingly or knowingly, or they're played party to this conversation. That's why I wanted to first pause a little. You know why? These guys here, Morgan and group, claim they have an action. Morgan, green action for sustainable production. Why I've allowed him to speak, I won't allow you to react last this. Yours sounds like a threat. Action, green action. What are those 1, 2, 3 actions that you think we need to take on as industry so that the legal guy doesn't walk out of here without knowing what we're planning to do? So that the banker walks out of here knowing we're planning to do the 5 actions, and they will need money. Stand.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think William wanted to put me last. He has some, they call it beef. I'm very conscious about lunch also. I have a good relationship with food. So I'm not going to say too much. Also knowing that I'm also a lawyer, so we talk a lot, but I come in the capacity as the industry. First of all, let me introduce myself again. My name is Morgan Bonner. Pardon the misspelling. And my botanical name is Javira. I represent a very unique organization that allows competitors to put down the competition and come together and work together and be sustainable. So that is called the Green Action for Sustainable Production. And it is incubated, and it started with 5 key manufacturers. So we use the 80-20 rule. They are 20%, but they control 80% of the market. So everything you have on the table, you drink, we make it. So we have Coca-Cola, Pepsi, UBL, Riham, Mukwano, and we're bringing on Nile breweries. And we are industry-led, so it was not, they did not take us into a room and beat us up. NEMA did not force us. We sat down, came up with a decision to create the first extended producer responsibility. Much as there's a gap, and Council has said it, there's a gap in the laws. We have no EPR rule, regulations, but we thought that we can't wait for them, and then we formed the EPR. So we decided to do an industry-led EPR. Extended producer responsibility organizations are everywhere. And we felt the cry of the public that we were just after profit, and we were not doing enough. One, to remove the plastics that we put into the market, and 2, to clean up generally the environment. But like we said, the sustainability is part of our DNA now. Our factories are built to be sustainable. So we are doing a lot of, and it helps us also. I mean, at the end of the day, we love money. So it helps us also to manage our OPEX and our CAPEX. So one of the things that we've been doing over the time has been, how do we become sustainable, protect the environment, but we are building, our infrastructure now is really converting to a very sustainable place. We are using, if you look at biomass to energy, we are no longer using, William, if you know, we are not using firewood, okay, for our boilers. And by the way, we use a lot of energy, a lot. And one of my other roles is the Secretary General of the manufacturers of water, juice, and carbonated drinks. And in one of our research on energy, you'll be very surprised that when we were sitting with the old Umeme to look at electricity output, we realized that in Kawempe, at around midnight, there was a lot of electricity being used. So garages were converting to factories, and it was then putting pressure on the grid. So as the manufacturers, we like to, what we are doing now is converting our factories to be user-friendly. So one is that we are also now going into solar. So our factories are actually converting into mini solar grids so that we can use less power, so that can be used by the Ugandans. So those who are not having load shedding, please, you should thank us. Drink more of our products and thank us that we are playing our role. 2, we are doing a lot of water circularity. So we are doing a lot of water harvesting for mostly the areas where we don't need water from the pipeline, and that is all sustainability. Apart from the biomass, I told you biomass to energy, we are doing, so we are trying to go on gas. We are using a lot of sawdust, you know, we are using, surprisingly, for those who are in tree planting, you have a product that we like. It's called pine cones. They fall down, you don't know what to use them for, we use them to power our industry. So that is all sustainability. And also the way we build our factories, we are retrofitting them to fit. See, when I looked at this room, I looked at it and I said, it is not sustainable. I hope they give me lunch. Now that I've mentioned that, but
they are one of the sponsors.
They are one of the sponsors, but there's a lot that you can do. One, the power. Two, the cooling. Buildings must be self-cooling. They must give you natural light. With that, I apologize to the sponsors. Please feed us. But now I go back to GASP. So, and I promise not to talk too much. So in 1 minute, I said GASP was set up by these 5 big industry players. And they have the structures, the boards, and they also fund it. So we self-fund ourselves. We get part of our profits, and we put them into the environment. We don't want an applause. We don't want media coverage. We want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. And we have off-takers. So we look at the recyclers, we do fund the plastic. If you look at, there's somebody who mentioned earlier that they went to the markets and all that. If you go there and bring me back a plastic bottle, I'll give you money. They are no longer there. One, we have made this valuable. We buy this. The money that buys these bottles comes from us. So we put it there, we put money, and people pick them. We have recycling plants that we have incorporated. They are started by the 5 of us, but they are run by individual industries. So we have PRI, which is run by Coca-Cola. We do recycling. You'll be surprised Coca-Cola makes pavers. Yeah, even me, I'm surprised. Coca-Cola makes pavers. We make bricks. So we are doing more than just producing. We have Mukwano Industries, we have recycling. So there are foundations that are coming up. If you see Acacia Foundation, we are collecting the plastic. There is money in the plastics.
Okay,
and
sorry, can I interrupt you just
yes,
a little?
please.
Because now you've touched a key part for me. And that's why I want to go back to Howard, just a little, if you don't mind. You talked about mini grids. You're driving that agenda. There are legal concerns around it. You talked about pine cones. It's very hard to distance myself from pine and deforestation. So that means there's a legal conversation around, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're talking about funding plastics. It might cause a money rush here. I've seen Jackie picking bottles. I don't know how much you pay per bottle, but it might cause a money rush here. But let's first focus. I want to run back to Howard. He's hinted on mini grids as a solution. He's hinted on recycling, basically reusing. So as an industrialist, if I have room to reuse, that definitely there should be a conversation from the legal space. What do you see? Because now that hits into your take home that you wanted to give us. Yeah.
Yes, and that was actually part of the third component I wanted to talk about with policy. And he mentioned, and rightly so, that when it comes to extended producer responsibility, it's envisioned slightly in the National Environment Act, that's CAP 181, but the authority, which is NEMA, has been in the process of consulting some stakeholders with a comprehensive legal framework on extended producer responsibility. And we've seen that in Kenya, the NEMA in Kenya has gone a long way in coming up with regulation, a robust regulation on extended producer responsibility. But that goes in the grander scheme of resource circularity and when it comes to waste management, which is a critical component of sustainability. Because one of the things we've seen, and I've seen that that's a risk, and I've seen it in Europe, where some companies would claim that they're recycling some of the waste they're creating, and yet they're greenwashing, right? So it's very important for you to have a robust framework, even if we don't have a national framework yet, as a policy, as a regulation, for you to actually be able to measure and have the numbers right, the statistics right. You have the policy that this is what we're going to do based on the global imperative on plastics, for example. And as you know, right now we have the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastics, because we're saying, okay, plastics are a critical challenge to the environment, and it was actually mentioned as well in the State of the Environment report, but also seeing that many of you, at the time when we were having the discussion around Chitezi and about the 600 metric tons of plastic waste of the grander scheme of the waste that goes to some of those landfills, seeing, okay, that is one of the things that we can do as a low-hanging fruit, right? How do we also ensure, and on my end, I'll tell you that whereas we want to look at alternatives to plastics like this, we need to make them cost-effective as well. And so on our end, if you can create an enabling ecosystem, that's where PSFU comes in, to have that conversion, because the mandate of PSFU is to drive policy and advocacy, right? How do we ensure that we have some of these enabling laws and policies and frameworks to attract this investment locally here, that we can be able to, incentivize some of the production processes that are seeing how we can move away from plastics. And I've seen many hotels, even Serena as well, adopting, the glass, which is, reusable. But you find that's more expensive compared to the single-use plastic. But if we have, say, incentives in our tax frameworks that can incentivize the local production of some of those alternatives, that would make a difference. And I think that's something that PSFU can take on, but also from the end of policy, which also fits into the individual choices that we make. As an individual, knowing that you also have a footprint or impact on the environment, to know that you can take small steps to decide to adopt sort of a lifestyle that is eco-friendly. But on my end also to understand that some of these frameworks will not make sense if they remain, in the black and white books of the law. That we also need to sort of, and I think industry and the captains of industry can contribute to that part, where we get to translate some of these obligations from the law as we have it to language that can easily be understood by the people that we lead, to sort of champion action at the institutional level, but also at the individual levels, which is very important.
Yes, if there's an action there, and I'm assuming Howard is pledging to support PSFU on that.
Yeah, we're actually members of PSFU. Yes, we're actually members.
I think that's the key, because you see, we all love the law, but breaking it down, factorizing it to a language that everyone can understand.
Yeah.
PSFU, I think that's a very good take home.
Yeah. William, if I can add to that before you move, we've actually taken it upon ourselves to bridge that knowledge gap. If you check our website, kalikumtima.com, our social media platforms, every single day there's something new for you to learn, and actually want to invite you to, check us out on the website, on the social media platforms. You will see that when it comes to all these frameworks, we're breaking them down. We're informing you what the global, breakthroughs are. Recently, we had an ICJ decision on the obligation of states on climate change. I don't know whether many of you have read that advisory opinion saying states have obligations to address the climate crisis, and they even have an obligation to bring to book private actors within those states that are not contributing to climate change mitigation and adaptation.
I hope there's an element of pro bono in there.
Yeah, we do a bit of that, but
now I want to, colleagues, I want you to invite Agri. You lead an entire chamber of energy and minerals. It's a concoction of so many things. Energy is bold, minerals is bold. There's a thin line between all these things and messing up our environment. Okay? So I want to ask, as PSFU, as private sector players here, when it comes to industry, what do you think should be our take home as we're trying to scale industrialization, we're trying to grow industry? And please look at it from an East Africa perspective. From the chamber's perspective, what are those things that Mr. Stephen and team should take note of and lobby for and fight for in matters energy, environment?
Well, I think from the chamber perspective, and considering, and I'll just highlight a bit of the data for Uganda. Like I said, Uganda's ambition is to build a $500 billion economy by 2040. $200 billion is coming from agro-industrialized development. About 250 is from mineral-based industries. And about 50 is coming from tourism. How do we do that? Because if we do have the conversation now between the environment and energy, we'll not move a step. So, if I was in a position and looking at this as a business, to be able to meet those targets, my only focus area would be to create an environment that can allow us to have as much energy as possible onto the grid. That's number one. So that it can deliver the country into an energy security environment that can allow all these dreams and aspirations to be realized. Because you cannot build agro-based industrialized development without power. Whether it's cottage industries, whether it's small and medium enterprises, whether it's the large-scale manufacturing plants. And like he said, some of the things that they are doing in the beverages sector, they still need power. And he said they're also producing their own power. There are provisions for net metering, because then they can use what they can, and they can be able to put the rest onto the grid. So, from a private sector perspective, from a chamber-based perspective, our drive should be to bring as much power as possible onto the grid. However, there are a couple of challenges. One is that to be able to generate that power, you need money. And that money in Uganda comes at a very high cost. So then what do we need to do to be able to access funding that is patient, that is cheap? One of the things that the chamber is trying to drive towards is an energy infrastructure bond, or an energy bond, that could be able to support the development of some of the generation potential that the country has.
Don't you want to give that a round of applause, guys? We're unlocking the hurdles, isn't it? I think
So
that's a very good
you
one.
have about 3 big hydropower dams now in Uganda that need to be developed. One is 840 megawatts, another one is 400 megawatts, and another one is about also 480 megawatts. Last estimates were that each megawatt needs about $3 million. So you can make the numbers. The government will not be able to support that amount of investment to bring that power to the grid.
So take you back, confirm the numbers. 400?
Yeah, it's about 400. I think Kiba, Oryang is about 400 megawatts. Kiba is about 480. Ayago is about 840. And this is all hydro. So the good thing about Uganda, obviously, is that we are a green economy in terms of energy production. And obviously, there will be investment in the nuclear energy. And maybe just to give you a bit of a highlight. In the energy space, also the country's ambition under the Energy Transition Plan is to do 52,000 megawatts of energy by 2040. About 24,000 megawatts to come from nuclear, rather from hydro, and the balance will be a mix between nuclear energy and renewables. Uganda may need about 8 billion per year to be able to realize some of this potential. This money, because of different government priorities, cannot be supported through budget lines. So there's huge potential for private sector to play. The challenge we have with private sector money, it is short-term, it is expensive. And these are long-term projects. Two is that while we speak about industrialization, we also need to be cognizant of the fact that industries do not work. It's not a single issue challenge. It's an ecosystem. So you cannot produce the soda if I can't buy it. So we also need to enhance the GDP per capita, or the purchasing power of Ugandans, by creating jobs for them in other sectors. Currently, Uganda's GDP per capita is about slightly over $1,000. which at power purchasing parity comes to about $2,300. That's about 7 million shillings a year. What that technically tells you is that on the average, any Ugandan, if you threw a stone, cannot be able to afford to live a decent life. And what are the challenges? The challenges is that there is not enough opportunity for work, not enough opportunity for entrepreneurship. And what will drive entrepreneurship, apart from services, is energy. So if there's anything that we need to focus on as a country, as private sector, is the energy space.
Timothy, sorry, I interrupted you. I want to keep it as it's active. Timothy, I like numbers. We need $1.5 billion to unlock energy, which energy is going to unlock a very huge industry segment in the region. Two things. One, what would make me, as an industrial player who is attending this conversation today, what would make me competitive from an ESG perspective in the eyes of KCB? Two, what commitment do you want as KCB, do you want to give this forum here that, look here guys, worry not, the check is here. You know, they're waiting for that.
Okay. Thanks, William. And I know that the discussion has always been about access to money and how do individuals, corporations, and even government have access to this money to complete some of the projects that they have earmarked. And if I may read, if I took my notes right, I think you mentioned that a government would require $8 billion to realize these three projects within a single year. And I think for us, it's just about, and for the projects that we've funded over the years, we've funded a couple of private, some of the private hydropower developments in the country. And if you ask me, what does the entity need to do, or what does it look like to be ready for KCB to release its path? And I think government of Uganda has made it so easy for all those that are venturing into energy production in a way that for whatever energy, especially hydro and the renewable energy, government will take it up. Whatever production you generate, government will pay for it 100%. So that is guaranteed cash flow. So once there's guaranteed cash flow, as a bank, I'm ready to come in and say, I can put this money towards you so that we can realize this project. So one very important aspect is bit about the cash flow. And from a Ugandan perspective, that is guaranteed. But as well as you need to be organized as an entity, you need to, and the panel earlier talked about the governance aspects around your business. Those have to come into play. Obviously, it has to be a registered entity and all that, and it has to be sustainable. But over and above that, as banks, we also partner with some of, and this is to try and manage the costs of lending towards such massive projects and projects that are going towards sustainability and also that are affecting the mass population in terms of their daily livelihood. So we partner with some of the development-funded organizations just to be able to tap into that long-term funding and be able to offer these facilities at a slightly subsidized rates for them to be a lot more viable. And we've done that with a couple of institutions, the likes of AfriExim, the likes of GIZ, who are into energy. So we partner, they offer us some of those affordable financing, and then we do the analysis and make sure that there's compliance and ability to service those facilities. So as KCB Bank, we've also strategically partnered across East Africa and identified those high impact investment areas, and energy is one of those. And if you're ready, and especially in Uganda, because we know that the government of Uganda, once the project is commissioned and loaded onto the grid, the government of Uganda pays 100% of that energy that is generated. And that, for me, guarantees cash flows, which cash flows we rely on to be able to service those facilities.
Okay, we're wrapping this up. Morgan, in a minute, what should the members of this forum today go home with, based on where GASP seated? I'll also use a minute for council. I want these guys here to go for lunch when they're tickled. I want them to take notes and say, from this conference, on matters, energy, and environment, in a minute, this is what we need to walk away with. Morgan, I'll start with you in just a minute.
I will take your minute, because I told you I love food. So mine is a very simple message, and in fact, our organization is called GASP. Don't ask us how we came up with the name, but we cannot go through this journey by ourselves. We need a total mindset, a change of mindset, and that's why we have put a value on waste. Once waste got a value, when somebody throws a bottle outside a car, he's throwing money. So that guy, after his statistics of money, will mean that he's throwing money. So we've seen in other countries where waste is valuable, they have run out of waste. They request people to bring waste, but they have run out because there is value. So we want to change the mindset, that's one, as manufacturers, and it's for us to facilitate that process of making sure that we buy the waste, we recycle it, and we reuse it. That's one. Two, we are providing a lot of employment. So what we are trying to do is try and formalize the waste pickers. The waste pickers have been very informal. Now that Madame Kasolo has gone, the boy child has also been our focus there. While they grow, they're looking after the girl child. Even us, we are proud to look after the boy child. So you can see these guys carrying the waste. Yes, they also need to be looked after. So we are providing them with the equipment. And we are doing this part of social responsibility, but that allows them to do a service for us, which we then use to make sure that we do our part on the environment. Then I just wanted last, and I picked this small thing here, which you call, I just want to demonstrate in 5 seconds. This is a seal. As manufacturers, we can't, this is not degradable. We can't get rid of this if the elite don't work with us to allow us to get rid of this. They are the ones who are picky. They will say they will not drink the water without a seal because the water will be counterfeit. So that's part of the mindset. We want to reduce on the amount of non-degradable plastics that we have. And part of it is we are calling on you guys that when we come out and say, your bottles today don't have seals because we don't need this anymore, please come out, support us. We are doing a good cause. Otherwise, remember the name GASP.
Council, in a minute, what should this people go with from the legal perspective?
Yeah, thank you so much, William. So my parting shots to understanding of the underlying frameworks locally and abroad, and we are poised to help you understand those frameworks, to co-create with you avenues where you can access some of the funding that Timothy has been talking about. I mean, many of the financial institutions are part of our clientele, and we're also helping some of them to come up with internal green products. So we're also able to link you to some of these opportunities that are existing, but to also understand that you have a role to play. Whatever you do, whatever you're doing, there's an opportunity that you can tap into. And our part is to cultivate that strategic partnership with you, to create shared value with you, to see how you can tap into some of these opportunities. And that is why we are here, actually, Timothy. That's why we pride ourselves in being informed. Subject to some of these avenues.
Yeah.
At the generation, where the traditional financing is putting their money. About 20% is distribution, energy losses of 14%. So industrialists and end users are paying close to 114% of the cost. So why do we need, are we calling for the energy bonds? Is to go for the largest cost driver, which is generation.
Okay,
we need to bring down the cost of money.
Thank you, my panelists. To wrap it up, I see Humphrey is becoming very impatient. Key take home for us, coming there. Key take home for us, mini grids. We're going mini grids as industry players, isn't it? There's a guy who wants pine cones. We're funding plastics. It's part of industry to give us the money, isn't it? So Timothy, it's not a closing prayer, just a closing remark for this panel, and then we go for a meeting in half a minute.
Okay, thanks, William, and just to thank PSFU for bringing us together to have this conversation, because this conversation goes right down to the bottom of where we operate on a daily basis, because energy and sustainability are quite big topics. As KCB Bank, we have put aside, it's a whole program for us to be able to play in this space, and if anybody out there requires any finance needs, please reach out to us. Let's have a conversation. We can structure and guide you towards your objectives, and that objective of financing, we can solve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for listening to us when you're hungry. I wish you a nice meal.
Thank you very, 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 very much. Come on, let's give them a big hand clap. And thank you, William, for well moderating that session. If you could come forward for a picture or a diagram, whichever, depending on the nursery school you went to.
Stephen, please join the picture.
Yes, Stephen, if you can be here. Mr. Muchenga, if you can join, that would be very good. Oscar, please, if you can join, that would be fabulous. Yes, join the diagram, but there are no ladies. Madam, please join.
You mean
there are no ladies there.
Oh, you mean me? This photo is not inclusive, it's not green enough.
Non-inclusivity, you know, doesn't make
sustainable
sense. No sustainability, these things, seriously. So, I think you've heard. Now that we have been talking about energy in our industries, energy to power transformation, energy for industrial purposes, we now need to revert to energy for our bodies, right? Energy for our bodies. And I'm going to give you where to find that. Thank you very much. Thank you. A big hand clap for them. A big hand clap for them while they come down. You know, it's not easy to get up there and speak English, and that English has a lot of sense. It's not easy. Eh? Let them give you a chance and you see. Now, a few housekeeping. This afternoon, tell your neighbor this afternoon. This afternoon, we are going to be giving away 2 passes for gorilla trekking. Anyone ever been gorilla trekking? The rest of you, you have an opportunity for 2 to go gorilla trekking. You also have, if you are not interested in gorilla trekking, we have something else for you. We have, what? Branch for
No. It's accommodation for 2.
Accommodation. And it must be husband and wife.
Well, that is the detail.
That's
but for now, let's
I leave
go
the
with
detail out.
Yes, I thank you.
None of my business. Okay. For 2 in a 5-star hotel. We are giving that out after lunch here. So make sure you are here first.
Yeah, and also we have 50 liters worth of fuel.
Of fuel.
Yeah, coming up right after our lunch.
Exactly. Now, you see, like now in the middle of the month when you are financially at rest and velocity equals to 0, and they give you that full tank, your life will never be the same again. We're giving that out after lunch. So please make it a point to be here.
In addition, insurance has a big package for us.
You have no
So you
idea.
don't want to miss that panel that is coming up right after our lunch.
Very true. When all else fails, the insurer will be there for you. Isn't it, Mr. Jonan? In life, in sickness, in death, and even after, they are there. More than an undertaker, but they are there. So please be here this afternoon as we talk insurance, as we wrap up the issues that have come through this conference, and as we give out those nice, lovely goodies. But at the end of the day, we want to commemorate this second annual Regional Industrialization Conference with a cocktail that you don't want to miss, and it is in the exhibition lounge.
Yes, and now we're going to have our lunch. We will use the same venue as yesterday. For those who were not here yesterday, for partners, sponsors, speakers, panelists, and MCs, will be in Addis room. Yeah, I've added it.
Thank you, thank you.
And then for the rest of our delegates, we shall have our lunch in Katonga Hall, and we'll find our coupons right at the entrance of the respective halls. Shall we now leave? I can't pretend anymore. I am hungry officially.
But lunch shall be for strictly 40 minutes.
Yep.
After 40 minutes, the hotel is under instructions to begin to carry the plates away. So make sure you have eaten by then. And when we come back here, we also want to remind you there is an exhibition going on. Please head towards the exhibition. We have a group of people going down to the exhibition. Our VIPs are headed to the exhibition, led by Professor Kwesiga. I know that Mr. Stephen Asimwer is headed there. I know that my chair, Mr. Agria Shaba, is also headed there to the exhibition. I know that Mr. William Chizitor is also headed there. I know, so it's very important that we go down to the exhibition, we make sure that we see what is going on there. But please remember, lunch is strictly 40 minutes. And so actually right now, 39 minutes, make sure you are back. Make sure you're what? You're back, so that we can give away those good things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Us to start within the next 10. My colleagues are up there trying to remind them to not delay, but also not to choke on the matoke. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for returning from lunch. Hope you enjoyed the matoke, the millet, the cassava. You didn't see the millet? Where did you get lunch from? So, audiovisual people, while we are beginning to settle, if we could have some of those sponsor videos playing. The insurance sector gurus are getting ready. They are coming to assure us how insured and safe and assured this industrialization is. That even as we invest, even as we go forward, even as we, how are we doing when it comes to insurance? Let's play those videos for our lovely sponsors and support. Please speak as much information. In the meantime, get your business card ready. We are going to be running a raffle, and when we are running a raffle, it would be good that you're ready to put in one business card, please, not two, one, okay? It's like voting, one man and one vote. As for the women, they didn't stipulate how many, but one man, one vote, one man, one business card. If you don't have a business card, we'll tell you what to do. Let's have those videos, and then we'll get into this.
Over 15 million members are transforming Africa. Members empowered to harvest, to create, to dream, act, remember.
Hello? Aveno? Hello, madam. I am Mr. Longido, the roof control officer from the district.
I've never heard of you before.
Trust me, it's a real job that you don't have to Google. Now,
Well, you come in many colors. For us, we chose this color. They are very wide. So we used less sheets, which saved us a lot of money.
wonderful. We'll be reaching out to you with a report in a week, eh? Okay? Bye!
Crown your home with Orient Tile, the widest steel roof sheets in Uganda from Uganda Bati.
Engineer, Uganda Bati. Genjagala, go!
Uganda Bati, Uganda's most trusted building solutions partner. Uganda is a vibrant, colorful, electric country.
Join me as I journey to see how Stanbic Bank Uganda and its clients are transforming the country's agriculture and trade sectors, impacting lives from small-scale farmers right through to corporates. What I've witnessed so far has been just incredible. Watch the full story on the Stanbic Bank Uganda YouTube channel.
In 216 kilometers northwest from Kampala is Masindi Municipality. Along Tanga Street, in Masindi's main business town, is where Nawaterega Marion runs her well-stocked shops of home appliances, household decor, and general merchandise of groceries.
I own two businesses in Masindi town, Tanga Street. My businesses deal in general enterprises. I have household utensils and home decors.
When she heard of the grow loan on television, she proceeded to get well sensitized by her Postbank branch manager, and in due course, she was granted 45 million shillings.
My businesses, manager when he was sensitized, maybe even on some television, that was NTV. When I heard of that grow money and the interest was so low, that is the 10% of the interest, I had to apply. When I applied, they told me to get a collateral security, where I got my ownership documents of two lands I have within Masindi municipality. And afterwards, they told me to get a confirmation from the LOC1 chairperson, which I got, some passport size photos. I went, I applied, actually, I got that loan. I got 45 million of grow money, which was supposed to be paid within 1 year, that those are 12 months. And every month I pay 3,939,000. I have 4 months remaining to pay the money.
Profits from the first business enabled her to start the second shop and also venture into piggery and chicken farming.
Grow actually has helped me to expand business. I began with one business across a side, on my left-hand side, and this one is the new business which I've just started some 2 months back, all the cutters of grow money. The 45 millions I got, I increased the capital in the other one, and the profits from the other one actually has helped to me to start up this one. As Marion, I'm so glad for this grow money. I'm so glad for the government, and I give a applaud to the government of Uganda, plus our president, His Excellency the President of Uganda, for really thinking about women.
Thank you very much. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, we want to thank our partners, we want to thank all the exhibitors that have made this conference what it is. Kindly join me in giving a big hand clap to our sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and most of all to our conveners. We are coming towards the end, but even as we come towards the end, we are going to end this on a high. We're going to end it on a high because the next sessions are very important sessions that you don't want to miss. We have a cocktail later, and that cocktail is going to be in the exhibition tent. But the session we are going to have now is a session on insurance, strengthening regional industrial growth
through strategic insurance solutions. Even as we grow, do we have any assurances? Do we have any safety, any security in the insurance programs and the insurance packages that our insurers pay or have? And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only, the king of insurance, Mr. Jonan Chisache, the CEO of Uganda Insurers Association. Come on, give him a hand while he comes.
Humphrey, how can I be the myth? That's very interesting. Eh? And Humphrey, you know that in another forum, you are accountable to me. This is not meant to scare you or threaten you, but just to remind you that as you call me the myth, there will be a time to account. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to embark on the insurance session. My name is Jonan Chisache, and I work with the Uganda Insurers Association. I was getting a little worried with the session starting after lunch, especially with the professor and Madame Victoria not being in the room. But the moment I saw Madame Victoria Sechitoreko, Honorable, I settled because I know at any one time she will always have a question on agriculture insurance specifically. My panel will take you through strengthening regional industrial growth through strategic insurance solutions. Now, before I call my panelists, I thought I would be able to share what the Uganda insurance industry looks like and give you a bit of a background so that by the time the experts join me on stage, you at least have a fair understanding of where we stand in as far as insurance is concerned, but also in relation to industrialization or manufacturing. Now, I took a bit of time to compare these two sectors, and that is insurance and manufacturing. And what are some of the observations I found? I discovered that our contribution to GDP or our penetration as the insurance industry is 0.8%. But when you look at manufacturing, they contribute about 16.5%. Again, when you look at the total tax receipts in terms of revenue generated from manufacturing, in terms of taxes, I noticed that manufacturing stands at about 30%, and yet insurance contributes about just 2%. I looked at the numbers around employment, and what I discovered was that manufacturing employs roughly about 2 million people. And yet insurance, on the other side, directly employs about 6,000 Ugandans. But despite those numbers and the disparity in between, what I noticed and realized is that manufacturing cannot be successful without insurance. And if you look at the spectrum today around the Uganda insurance industry, there are certain observations that we're able to make. For example, number one, the industry has been on a positive growth trajectory. When you look at our premiums from the year 2021 to date, by 2021, we're at about 1.2 trillion. Last year, 2024, we had moved to about 1.7 trillion in terms of the gross written premiums. When you look at our claims, or the claims that we pay between 2021 to 2024, in 2021, we paid about 564 billion in claims. Fast forward to 2024, we paid about 870 billion. Averagely, we've been averaging around 50%, 51% of all the premiums we receive, we pay back in claims. We've seen the life sector specifically growing at about 22%. Life contributes about 43% of our written premiums, with 57% coming from the non-life side. Like I mentioned, our claims ratio is about 51%. It means that 51% of the premiums we collect, we pay back in claims. Medical, one of our biggest classes of business, contributes about 21%. And over the last 1 to 2 years, we have seen the top players on the insurance side being the life companies. If you look at specifically the claims, and if I may just break that down a bit, 870 billion in 2024 simply means that on a monthly basis, the insurance industry settles claims of up to 72 billion shillings. If you translate that to a daily payout, we are paying out about 2.5 billion in terms of claims. And the bulk of this goes to the manufacturers, and I'll be sharing with you some of the figures we have from that side. When you look at our products currently that we offer as the insurance industry, medical is the leading product, life, workers' compensation, group, personal accident, all relevant to the realm of manufacturing. And again, when my panel joins me, we'll be able to break that down a little bit further in terms of sharing statistics. But when you look on the asset side, in terms of the non-life insurance segment, our top products are fire, engineering, theft, marine, and agriculture. And my panel will again reflect those segments. If you look at the top 9 products that I've mentioned above, when we look at the number of policies that we have about 57,000 group policies. Compare this to the entities and establishments out there that are licensed or doing business, and you can be able to do the mathematics. When it comes to individual clients who are taking up a policy of insurance, out of the 9 top products, we have only about 456,000 individuals taking these products. The 9 products I've mentioned contribute about 65% to GWP, but these products that are critical to manufacturing, again, contribute about 68.7% in terms of claims. But to break it down a little further to manufacturing, we were able to conduct a study together with the Uganda Manufacturers Association to try and find the extent to which manufacturers are taking up insurance. And the results were very interesting. We discovered that in terms of risk and exposure, the top risks are employee accidents, fire or fires, theft, and employee illness as the top risks that manufacturers were grappling with. If you look at the entire uptake across the manufacturing spectrum, we discovered that only 64% of the manufacturers in this country are taking up insurance. 36% do not take up any form of insurance, and this is mainly on the asset side. We found a bit of high uptake around manufacturers in electricity supply, paper and paper products, those supplying construction materials, and chemicals and paints and soap as the top consumers of insurance. On the other side, leather, machinery, and apparels were not really taking up insurance. For manufacturers, we discovered that almost 90% of the large manufacturers are actually taking up insurance. The medium manufacturers, it was about 82%, but only 49% of the small manufacturers are looking at insurance as a risk mitigation measure. Again, this is split between the different regions of the country, with the central region taking up about 36% and western about 50%. But when we break this further on the side of the employees, what we discovered was that only 59% of the manufacturers are taking up a policy that is covering their employees, who are the core when it comes to production. 41% were not taking up any employee-related insurance cover. The top risks and policies that manufacturers were subscribing to in terms of employees were workers' compensation, medical, group personal accident, and group life, again reflecting the sort of risk profile that the manufacturers were demonstrating. When you look again at uptake between the small, medium, and large manufacturers when it comes to covering their employees, we discovered that only 83% of the large manufacturers have an employee cover in place. 75% of the medium manufacturers, and only 46% of the small manufacturers. What this means is that the manufacturers are covering mainly their assets and not their employees. The reason we exist as insurers is to pay claims. And I mentioned the 870 billion, 72 billion monthly, and 2.5 billion every single day. But what were the manufacturers saying when it comes to payment of claims? We discovered that out of all those that have taken a policy of insurance under the Uganda Manufacturers Association, contributing 30% to total tax receipts, 62% of those had ever made a claim. And out of those, 94% were compensated. I think, Humphrey, you talked about me being a myth. But at times, when it comes to claims, it's a bit of a myth. But the facts here demonstrate otherwise. That 94% of all manufacturers were compensated by an insurer. 64% of those actually had a good claims experience. Why did they have a good claims experience, and what did they say? They said their claims were handled professionally, they were handled swiftly, the investigations were thorough, there was minimal paperwork, and the claim was exactly what was requested for. These, ladies and gentlemen, are figures. Thank you very much. These are figures that were collected together with the Uganda Manufacturers Association amongst their members. It was a countrywide survey. But also on the flip side, the 36% indicated that there was a bit of difficulty, there were a bit of processes, and they got a partial payment. And that is where we are focusing to try and ensure that we sort this out. And I wanted to ask a question, pose a question here. How many of us have a policy of insurance in the room? How many of us have had a good experience? Apart from the insurers, please. How many of us have had a good experience? How many of us are willing to talk about it? How many of us are willing to talk about it? Hello? Humphrey, once I call my panelists, please you bring the lady to the podium. She will join the panelists because we want to hear her story when it comes to insurance and how she had the good experience. Please identify the lady and she will join the panel. I want now to take you through quickly some of the challenges that we are facing when it comes to servicing manufacturers. And I will highlight just one or two as my panelists, Marco Serimu, Richard Mwebesa, John Makosia, and Florence get to the stage. What are some of the challenges that we are facing as we service manufacturers? Number one, we have seen a lot of fraud, especially when it comes to the fires. Number two, we've seen a lot of underinsurance. And I will ask my panelists to definitely break this down for you. But also, we have seen a lot of non-compliance when it comes to taking up insurance, especially where it is mandatory. And again, my panelists will be able to share this with you. So ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, our theme or sub-theme for this panel is strengthening regional industrial growth through strategic insurance solutions. Joining me are experts, seasoned insurers, starting with Mr. Marcos Erimu, who is the Senior Planning and Research Officer at the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Mr. Marcos, you're welcome.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Richard Mwebesa. Mr. Mwebesa is the General Manager Business Development at Britam Uganda Limited, Britam Insurance.
Thank you so much.
We have Mr. John Makosia, who is the Chief Operations and Impact Officer at the Agro Insurance Consortium, or Agro Consortium Uganda Limited. John, you're welcome. And to sort of balance the board, we also have Madame Florence Nabachibi. Florence is the Assistant General Manager, ICA Lion Life Assurance, Uganda. Florence, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Now, the entire morning, we have been, actually the entire day, yesterday and today, we were talking about issues to do with harmonization. How do we harmonize and how do we ensure that the regulatory regime across East Africa is favorable for the different manufacturers within the region? I want to start with you, Marcus. You are the regulator. You have the bird's eyes view on policy and regulation, the legal framework that we follow. I want you to tell us, how can regulators across the region drive a deeper harmonization to support industrial resilience and cross-border insurance solutions? Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you so much, Jonan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erimu Marcos. I work as the Senior Research Officer in the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda. It's a body mandated to supervise, regulate, and also develop the insurance market in Uganda. Before I go into your question, Jonan, I had the elephant in the room. Some people at lunch were discussing, and some hinted how insurance is not an interesting topic, and so on. So I wanted to just lay some bit of context to your preamble. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was studying commerce, basic commerce, I learned that one of the aids to trade is insurance, yeah? And of all the aids to trade, of course, in the aids to trade, we have transport, we have banking, we have insurance, we have warehousing, we have communication, we have advertising, basic commerce, yeah? So amongst all those, what impacts the rest is maybe insurance and then banking. So I'm bringing this up to show you how insurance interacts with industrialization, because industrialization leads to trade, yeah? We industrialize so that we can trade. If we're to trade, we need the aids to trade. So in terms of transportation, we see insurance interacting in transportation. We see the MTP, the guys that do shipping, we see the mandatory marine insurance. Then for the case of banking, we have seen some developments in the bank assurance space, insurance closely interacting with the banking sector. We have seen cyber. These days, everyone is talking about cyber. We have some cyber insurance policies. We have seen issues to do with ESG. But that said, how does a regulator, from the regulator's eye, how does a regulator harmonize and support resilience through cross-border solutions? One, as a regulator, what we do, we basically help the industry to adopt regulatory standards, internationally accepted regulatory standards. For the case of insurance, we have the insurance core principles. In this, we have what we call the IFRS 17 standard. This simply means
that an investor in Russia is able to compare their books of accounts with an insurer in Uganda. So that means we're opening up the market for investment. We have regional coordinations. As I speak, Uganda is the chair of the East African Insurers Association, and our CEO, Alhaji Kaduna B. Ibrahim Lubega, is the chair. So we are driving coordination in the region, and of course in the East African region, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, DRC, Burundi. Then, as a regulator, you need to see how to promote innovation, yeah? So in the innovation space, we have what they call the regulatory sandbox. So in this sandbox, it gives us chance to test products that best suit the market. So we have some products that are being piloted in this sandbox to fit the industrial context. We have some solutions that aim to tackle the problems that we are seeing in the industrial space. Then we try and align all our regulations to climate change. Yeah? At the moment, we are developing an ESG strategy that we hope we shall be able to roll out to the whole industry. Before we broke off for lunch, someone was talking about sustainability. This simply means doing our business in a way that will not compromise the ability of the future, the people in the future to do their own business. So we have to do business in a very sustainable way. But all in all, what I'm saying is, as a regulator, you should be able to reduce fragmentation and lower compliance burdens to the people that you regulate, so as to create a predictable environment where the people that you regulate, in this case the insurance companies, can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. So I need you to just clarify to a manufacturer in Tanzania who would like maybe to set up in Uganda that the regulatory regime when it comes to insurance is transparent and seamless, and therefore once they step into Uganda, they will definitely be able to have their risks covered without necessarily having to revert to Tanzania.
Thank you. And in terms of ESC, we have what they call the East African Insurance Strategy. Yeah, East African Insurance Policy. So we pick, from what we pick from this policy allows us as a regulator to have a regime where there is dual recognition. Dual recognition simply means that what is recognized by a regulator in one of the East African countries is permissible to us. So the steps that we are waiting for now is for us to conclude our own national insurance policy, which is before cabinet. So once we have this national insurance policy operationalized, it simply means that the East African region will be open for an insurer maybe in Rwanda or in Kenya. If they meet the requirements in Kenya, they should be able to transact in Uganda.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to move quickly to Richard. And Richard, I think I alluded to some of the policies that manufacturers take in my presentation earlier on. And I know that Britam definitely is a big player in terms of insuring industrial and commercial risks. So I want you to just share with the audience and the manufacturers in the house what key risks your industrial clients are grappling with and how the insurance industry is evolving to address them. Okay, key risks the manufacturers are struggling with and how we are evolving as an industry to address those risks.
Thank you, Jonan. Richard here. Once again, Britam. Firstly, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. Number one, as Britam, I would like to affirm that we have a footprint across East and Central Africa. So all the countries in East Africa, we have presence there, save for the new entrant to EAC, which is Congo. All the other countries from Uganda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, we have a footprint and we're serving. Coming to the question, I would look at this from a perspective of the cycle. One, as a manufacturer is thinking about establishing themselves, and having a plant, they are what we call construction or pre-operational risks, whereby the number of solutions, I would call them solutions, not products. Why? Because as they are planning to set up, they do mobilization of resources, and during the mobilization of resources, meaning they will move equipment, they will move machinery from the manufacturer to the place where they're going to do the construction. That in itself, they would need marine insurance. And the marine there would be able to provide cushion in the event that as this machinery or equipment is being transported from the manufacturer's plant to the place where they're going to establish, the transit risks involving accidental pilferage, theft, damage to that very expensive equipment is covered. Now, once that equipment reaches on the site and the installations are going to take place, depending on the structure of the plant or the factory that is going to be established, they will need contractors all risks if they're going to do construction of brick and mortar or construction of equipment, and or will need what we call erection all risks insurance, because there are risks involved as they're installing that heavy machinery and equipment, the equipment being damaged, the equipment having any accidental breakages to be compensated. So those are risks that are at that phase. Now, of course, you need the worker who is going to do the work to construct the factory, the casual laborer who is going to come on board and be paid a daily wage, the highly sophisticated white-collar engineers who will come on the risk, the various technocrats who support to put up that factory. We'll need to have a workers' compensation, and this is, of course, mandated by law, according to the Workers' Act of Uganda, Compensation Act of Uganda, laws of 2000, and all group personal accident. In the event they are injured, they are any disease or illness while on the project or at work, to the manufacturer and say, your plant is ready for operations. Now, at that level, we look at operational risks. There are operational risks that the manufacturer will face. Number one, at the operational phase, they will be faced with risk of a fire and allied perils, what we call perils A to H in our insurance language, or industrial all risks, whereby we look at the major risks of material damage due to fire, lightning, explosion, and all the perils. By peril, I mean a prime cause of a loss, and these perils range from natural perils like floods, earthquakes, volcanicity, among others, or what we call in the insurance world acts of God. Then two, there will be risks they face that are social risks, which involves civil commotion, riots, and malicious damage to the plant or the equipment. Then we also look at other risks like miscellaneous risks, which involve, say, an aerial device falling, say an aeroplane or a tree being blown away and it falls on the plant and damages the equipment. So that level of operational risks for the factory, they will need to have that risk covered. Then last but not least, because of time, I will just summarize. Once the operations are going, of course, we believe the manufacturer has staff on board who are doing the manufacturing, who are doing and running the plant itself. They still need the workers' compensation at that phase and the group personal accident. Then other risks that may come as secondary once the plant has been established, like the medical insurance or the health insurance for the workers in case they fall ill to be treated. They will need money or cash in transit insurance because there's risk of the staff, the sales team who are carrying products in the field, and also will need insurance to do with fidelity guarantee, to guarantee the honesty or fidelity of the staff that they have on plant, in summary.
Okay, and of course, Florence, I'm going to come to you, and being the only lady on the panel, definitely I will give you an opportunity to speak to your CV and what you do, especially on the side of life. But I wanted to just remain with Mwebesa here. I think you've mentioned some of the top products. I had GPA, I had fire, I had marine, I had medical. As you think about the actual examples that we can give, because we must demonstrate that indeed we pay, and I have the numbers here and I want to share them. If you look at GPA alone for the year 2024, we paid 25 billion in claims. If you look at fire, again, a policy that is critical in manufacturing, we paid 54 billion in 2024. Marine, and as we speak today, marine is now mandatory. And we've come up with a platform to ease consumption of marine, again, in an effort to retain premiums locally and also to be able to solve the challenges that many manufacturers and importers were grappling with, especially in terms of lodging a claim overseas, where especially your inputs are coming from. And when you look at marine, we paid 14 billion, but medical alone, we paid about 262 billion in terms of claims. And as you think about the example, I wanted to bring in Florence quickly. I think from the statistics I shared earlier on, we saw that the manufacturers tend to be focused on protecting their assets and not necessarily their people. So Florence, I want you to tell us, how do responsive employee benefit programs contribute to productivity and retention in the industrial sector?
Thank you, Jordan, and good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I work with ICA Lion. We are a group that has 3 companies. We give you holistic financial solutions, from investment of your funds to protection of your assets, lives, and also, to a larger extent, we do employee benefits. So maybe before I go to the question, I would like to highlight the most common classes for employee benefits. Maybe my colleague had already mentioned the GPA, so I'll not go to the GPA stroke workers' compensation, but we have what we call group life assurance. It's not a mandatory cover, but it's a very, very important cover. And we saw it come through for people who lost employees, especially during COVID. So someone is home, they've contracted COVID, they've died. It's not a work-related risk, but their family still is going to suffer financial loss. So that's one of the critical products we see taken up as part of employee benefits. Other than that, it also gives an extension where an employee suffers a critical illness. Many times, if someone suffers such a condition, they will blow their medical limit. So many times you've seen people doing car washes, fundraisers, and all. But if you have a policy like group life, where you have a critical illness benefit, the insurer is able to provide a lump sum of money, which can then be able to facilitate treatment of your employee without someone having to go to a fundraiser or to create a group to fundraise money. Then one of the other critical product maybe I can talk about is retirement benefits. I work with a life company, so as a life company, we really focus on the long term of an individual. We don't just look at 1 year or 2 years. We look at your longevity and even beyond the workplace. When you look at the stats from UBRA is the regulator for retirement benefits. They're actually under 300 voluntary schemes. So many of us probably could be on NSSF, but what about the interim? Like now we have scenarios where USAID has withdrawn funding. So many people have lost jobs, but you don't qualify to get your NSSF. So if you have a scheme, a retirement scheme at work, then you can immediately access that money and try to figure out life as you look for something else to do. Your kids can stay in school, and life generally can continue as you organize yourself. So going back to the role of the benefits in driving productivity, first and foremost is attraction and retention of key staff. Of course, all of us as employers, we are in competition. So if I'm working somewhere and the benefits are better, and you need to get me to be able to bring my A game, then you need to exceed what I'm even receiving at my current workplace. Then we also have the issue of boosting morale and engagement. For many people, if they have to figure out their problems on their own, I have a sick child, I don't have health insurance. I'm going to be at work, but I'll not deliver my best. And yet what you want is productivity. Yes, you may make noise at me, numbers, but at the end of the day, my family will come first. So engagement and morale. And then also improving well-being and health. Many times you may find people may be at work but are not well and they are not able to afford the good facilities. But with employee benefits, because you're a group, the cover is subsidized. So a member is able to get very good health care and actually recover. So that is also one of the critical factors. And then also increasing focus at work. If someone knows that their employer takes care of them, then they are able to really focus at work. I had a story, sometime someone was telling me of an organization that was not giving lunch, and people used to eat donuts and tea. So lunch may look like a small thing, but after lunch they were actually not working. And when the employer started providing lunch, then people were actually very focused. They would come back after lunch and be able to continue. So that's the kind of motivation and focus that a benefit can give an individual. And then also enhancing work-life balance for an individual in terms of really giving you peace of mind. If you look at people who have, if you look at organizations where people are very well taken care of and the culture is good, people have a lot of peace of mind. People take leave when they're supposed to. People have a good facilitation at work, and that peace of mind really enables someone even to concentrate when they're at work. Maybe as I wind up, Jonan, also job satisfaction. Many times people feel valued at work when it's not just about the paycheck. There are some intrinsic benefits that may not be a paycheck, and employee benefits are one of those that really give employee satisfaction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Florence. I want to, are we still here? I want to quickly move to John. And John, you are from the agriculture side, Agro Insurance Consortium. And of course, this is a public-private partnership where government is providing a subsidy to de-risk that sector, and it's linked to financing of the agriculture sector. Which sector underpins manufacturing in terms of providing raw materials? So, John, I wanted you to just tell our audience, how is agro-insurance supporting food security, food systems and stability, and agro-processing investments in Uganda and in the region? And how has the AIC become a benchmark for the region?
Thank you so much, Jonan. Good afternoon to you all. Probably I would like to begin with what is the Agro Insurance Consortium? Agro Insurance Consortium is a coalition of 14 insurance companies that was set up under the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme. The scheme has been in place for the last 9 years, and like Jonan mentioned, it's a PPP that was set up to minimize losses farmers suffer as a result of production. And as it is, the scheme began initially with about 10 insurance companies, but now they've gone to 14, and there are 3 others that are planning on joining the consortium. And the consortium works on a co-insurance kind of arrangement. And what that means is whenever a farmer or a client pays a premium or they get insurance, all the 14 insurance companies will share that money, and when a farmer suffers loss, all the 14 will contribute towards compensating that farmer for the loss that they have suffered. What does that mean? This tells us that the losses in agriculture are real, and they can be very big. No one is interested on standing on their own to be able to provide that cover. And gone are the days when insurance was a poor man's business. You need money, you need to invest and invest heavily. And due to the changing weather patterns, the risks that have been there, when you look at the information, satellite data over the years, you find that the incidence of drought, hailstorms, you name it, have been increasing over the years. Compared to what the situation was in the 80s, the 90s, it's worse now. Recently, we had, I think at the beginning of this season that has just ended, for the first time, I heard of a tornado that hit Kalangala district that swept off an entire police station and several villages in the process. Now, the scheme, the specific objective as to why the scheme was set up was, first of all, to unlock credit towards agriculture. Because just like Professor Kwesiga mentioned here at the start, 2004, he decided to go and borrow money from a bank. And the bank at the time told him, our policy is we don't finance agriculture. And many times you'd find that if one was to the banks would finance agriculture and one another, they would lend you money on the strength of another line of business. And it would be just an understanding between you and the credit manager, but on book, they are appraising you against something else. And to make matters worse, they would give you financing that you'd be expected to pay monthly. And yet, the income or the returns on agriculture are seasonal. And at times beyond that, because you've got to, first of all, grow the crop, harvest, and then after that, sell after some time. Now, how do you make monthly repayments? That means if you get the loan, part of it you'll have to keep aside to pay the installments, which means you'll not be using that money. You'll be using part of it. And then the other reason was also as to why the scheme was set up, there's another specific reason, was to make insurance more affordable to farmers. And like Jonan did mention earlier on, the government has been putting aside $5 billion every financial year to subsidize the premiums farmers are supposed to pay. And why was the government doing that? It's because the need for agriculture insurance was there, and people needed to be able to take up insurance and to give them a piece of comfort, some comfort. Because you imagine a situation, just like Professor Kwesiga mentioned, there was something he mentioned later on. After he bought this farm of his, wind came, blew down his entire banana plantation. How do you come back from that? How do you recover? And yet you're supposed to be paying back the loan. Now, fortunately for him, he had a paying job, probably was using that, his salary, to pay the loan. What happens to the others who are entirely dependent on agriculture? Which means now with agriculture insurance, a farmer or somebody who is investing in agriculture is able to recover from any loss, because the insurer will come in when you suffer loss, compensate you for the loss that you have suffered. Number one, you'll be able to pay back the loan that you have taken from the bank or financial institution. And we have seen over the years, now financial institutions are lending more and more towards agriculture. I'm happy to announce that all the financial institutions that are lending towards agriculture are all insuring their loans. And the insurance I'm talking about specifically is agriculture insurance. They are taking that up. Number two, when people have the comfort and the confidence of being able to invest in agriculture with the comfort that in case they suffer loss, they will be compensated, they will be able to recover from the losses that they've suffered. That means people now are taking more risks now to invest more into agriculture. And when you invest more in agriculture, that means now you have more production, and with more production being there, you have surplus that can go in towards the agro-processing industries. Because now, unless people have surplus, where's the need for agro-processing? And this is where now you have a situation like we had the fruit industry, a fruit factory in Teso. The factory was set up, but production was still low to sustain the running of that industry or that factory there. Why? People were suffering loss in the course of production, and no one was willing to invest as much in the agriculture production. So with agriculture insurance, we provide a safety net for farmers to be able to invest comfortably, and you do not have to develop pressure and stress because it has shined for 2-3 weeks. You see your crop withering, drying away, and there's nothing you can do about it, and yet you have a loan to pay, you have probably livelihood support. So you find that insurance can come in to support you at that point. And this is our plea and cry to even the industries. You can actually take advantage of this situation whereby if you have farmers who are providing you the inputs and you are investing probably with the outgrowers, you name it, there's money you are putting in. If the season doesn't go well, how do you recover from that? You cannot force them to pay because you're also there. You saw what happened. But now the agro-processors or the factories, as they are going into this, they can actually insure their outgrowers. And when these outgrowers are insured, at least when they suffer loss, number one, the money you invested to give them as inputs, you will be able to recover that. Number two, we encourage them to make sure they insure the farmer's expected yield, that in the event of loss, at least you'll be able to recover the money you insured for them, and then in addition to that, the surplus, which was for their yield, they would also be able to get an input, be able to get something also at the back of a bad season. Meaning you will have now an outgrower who is committed to you and is dependent on you because you are adding value to what you are doing for them. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that deserves a hand clap, ladies and gentlemen, because what I see is that the sector that contributes 0.8% to GDP has de-risked the agriculture sector. There's a subsidy. If you've integrated these backward integrations as a manufacturer, and you have a farm or you have your outgrowers, there is access to 5 billion in terms of a premium subsidy. We are de-risking the agriculture sector. We have de-risked importation through marine. We have de-risked oil and gas, financing, access to financing. It might be 0.8% of GDP, but insurance is playing clearly a critical role. And I want to come back to you, John. PSFU is here, the CEO is in the house, the doctor in charge of policy is in the house, the board members are here, and we expect that there should be a bit of takeaways from this panel, from this conference. I want you to speak to policy and what sort of policy or structural changes would most support the scaling of agricultural insurance as a tool for industrial growth. What policies do we see? What policy shifts should we see to support this very critical aspect of agricultural insurance?
Okay, thank you so much. I think Marcos did mention something with the national insurance policy that is being worked on. We don't have anything specific for agriculture per se, but what I could say is the structure changes we could be looking at is, first of all, is mindset change. Because what happens is people, first of all, understanding and believing that agriculture insurance does exist and it works, and we need to be able to reach the farmers wherever they are. You did mention that the people who are employed in agriculture, in insurance per se, is about 6,000 who are there. But the scheme is expected to reach farmers in every parish. We have 10,500 parishes. We are supposed to reach farmers at every parish. What does that mean? This means that we can have somebody at every parish being able to sell and train people on agriculture insurance. Now, the regulator, together with the Insurance Training College, came together and we agreed on coming up with a special agriculture insurance agent. These ones do not have to fulfill all the terms and conditions other insurance agents have got to fulfill. Their terms are much lighter, and so that we are able to deal with the illiterate, semi-illiterate people who can speak the local language, which means if we can bring on board for every parish somebody, that means the numbers that would be involved in selling agriculture insurance are already going up by 10,500 for every parish. Number two, we are looking at working with the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, the Ministry of Agriculture has come in and they have given some support, but when it comes to agriculture insurance, there has been a cry that people are not aware about these products or services being there. Now, if we can work through the local governments, through the Ministry of Agriculture system, that means all farmers, the extension agents, the veterinary officers at every district, every sub-county are in position to be able to create awareness, communicate to their farmers, the cooperatives that are there on the ground, they can be able to train them on that. Okay. And that aside, we have a limited number of service providers. And yet we need specialized people in those areas, which services can also be provided by the extension and veterinary officers who are at sub-county level, so that we are able to serve everyone wherever they are in the country.
Okay, agriculture, the backbone of our economy. I want to come to Florence and ask the same question, really. And Florence, I shared the numbers. When you look at medical, 262 billion. I think life, we paid about 200 billion. But again, when you break these numbers down, medical alone, I think we have about 500,000 insured under medical, under the different policies that we have, which is probably a very small percentage when you compare with the total population. My question to you, Florence, is what policy changes and recommendations would you recommend, really, to see a bit more uptake under life, health, and pension? And PSFU is here and picking these critically. So we would want you to communicate, and we see a bit of uptake here.
Thank you, Jonan. So I'm going to start with awareness. Awareness is very, very, very important, because many people from the outside, even when they think of insurance, they don't know how deep and wide it is. So awareness is very, very critical, both at institutional level, but also at an individual level. Now, as employers, I know there are a number of employers here, what we can do is to also sensitize our staff about personal finance, because you could do so many things for someone, but if them as a person, they are not transformed, even if you have a savings plan for them, they are going to leave that organization and just squander the money. But if they are aware, even what you're doing, they will supplement it. Because much as we have employee benefits, we also have individual covers that serve similar needs. If you look at things like group life, we have individual policies as well. So if people are sensitized and they have the information, the uptake is going to increase. The other thing I can mention is, first of all, when you look at insurance rides on the law of large numbers. So when you look at employee benefits, because we are looking at groups of people, it is cheaper than people who buy insurance on their own. So if the uptake, even from other institutions, is a lot more, the cost of insurance will actually go down. But if you look at the numbers that are insured, they are quite low, which then makes insurance expensive. So other than that, there is also tax exemptions or reductions. If you look at some of the classes like GPA, they are heavily taxed, which makes it a bit expensive. And when something is expensive, people will find a way around the law. Even if it's a law, people will always find a way of beating the law. But when it's affordable, then compliance levels are higher, and then the cost will come down. Then also the issue of negotiating power. I think negotiating power is increased when there are more numbers. If, let's say, the negotiation is done through a body than an individual, then it's much better. So coming up with those synergies to really negotiate and increase the uptake, also lobby for lower taxes, even our government, if the government can ensure, we will have a lot more numbers and the premium will come down. Then also something I could speak still to employers. We as insurance companies, we give a lot of services for free. So sometimes you may feel like insurance is expensive, it's expensive. There are so many things we do for free that are value add. Things like financial literacy, we do wellness talks. So even things like mental wellness, physical wellness, emotional wellness, even at the workplace, all those services are for free. So if you can engage us as insurers, we give those services for free. The uptake of insurance will actually go up. Even the morale and productivity that we were talking about earlier for the staff will actually go up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know Humphrey has indicated that I should close in 10 minutes, which is something I'm going to try and do. I will try and do 7 minutes, really, and you can start timing. I wanted to bring in Mwebesa, and I think our biggest challenge as insurers has been lack of innovation, so they say. So how can product innovation and client education be strengthened, especially for cross-border and SME industrial clients? How can we be able to do that? And then I will request that I ask the audience to prepare just 1 or 2 questions. It's a critical subject that we must be able to address in this room. Yeah.
Thank you, Jonan. First things first, working with Britam, we are licensed to handle general insurance and on life. We also have a sister company that does life in Uganda till recently, then another entity that does investments. The masses a bit much more informed about insurance, and even their attitudes have improved because of the advancement of innovation and technology as well. But coming to the question, what can be done to foster innovation, to foster more inclusive and tailored value propositions? I think 3 things from me. One would be, as insurers, would want to work backwards towards looking at what the consumer needs by having tailored value propositions, by not only providing products that have been there from way back, but having products that, one, speak to the need of the customer, and by need, I mean, are they convenient in terms of uptake? Are they affordable in terms of price, vis-a-vis cost? Are they accessible in terms of looking at the consumer? One, we look at innovations that are technology aided, apps, where we look at most of the generations now, the Gen Alphas, Gen Zs, want it distilled, want it quick, want it simple. So those products that are able to speak to their language, to speak to their need in terms of also premiums. And by premiums, I'm talking about mass products, where we're looking at micro value propositions, and these that can easily be purchased. There's always been a debate.
Just 1 minute.
Okay, as a wrap-up, there's always been a debate. Is insurance sold or is insurance bought? Yeah, I know from way back we've always said insurance is sold. Why? Because you're selling something intangible. It's a promise. In the event someone loses what they have, they come to you and you pay. So there's always been issues of trust, which comes to number 2. Are we improving our trust levels out there? Because trust is a currency. It's bankable anytime. Why should someone want to come to me as an insurer if they are not sure if I'll buy? I mean, I'll pay the claim. 2, unlike the banking sector, which is a bit ahead comparing to us, a person will take the ATM card, put it in the machine, and they are sure the money will come out. Unlike for us, the insurers, how are we going to solutionize around that? Then lastly is also from an aspect of culture and behavioral science, behavior metrics. Are we able to look at all the issues that the consumer has from a behavior perspective? Context. Someone would prefer going on a weekend and, what do they call it? Do a round for his bad days. But when you talk about insurance, and they would spend about 200,000 in a round for their birthdays. But if you tell them about insurance and tell them insurance is about 50,000 shillings, which you can pay per month, the person will begin flinching. So I think from a behavioral aspect, how do we shift these conversations to put them in a place whereby these conversations are making sense as insurers?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have just 5 minutes, and this is how I'm going to use them. So Marcos, I'll give you 1 minute. Then I'll give the 3 to the audience, and I'll wrap up in 1 minute. And Humphrey, I hope that is acceptable. Marcos, we are with PSFU. How can the private sector support the Insurance Regulatory Authority? Do we have any reforms that can ensure that we increase uptake of insurance under the industrial sector? In 1 minute.
Yes, most definitely. Like I mentioned earlier, because of the lack of the national insurance policy, we are seeing that sometimes insurance is excluded from the national industrial strategies. So we are seeing two ecosystems working in silos, which shouldn't be the case. We've tried to work with the Ministry of Finance. Under NDP3, we had the private sector development program. I think it's also there in NDP4. In the PSD, we have a full strategy on industrialization. And here we try and have an interaction between the industrialists and the insurance. In terms of the new developments we are seeing, we have so many new developments that PSFU can take part in. I don't know if some of them are quite a bit technical. We have Takaful insurance. This is just Sharia compliant insurance. And in this, we are trying to tap into the underserved market. We have regional collaborations. We have the East African Customs Bond. This is of interest to the insurers. Previously, as you're crossing the borders, the traders had to pay a bond at every border point. But now, with the East African custom bond, it's a one-stop point. You pay one bond, and it allows you to move throughout the East African region. And currently, we are piloting it in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. Then, of course, we have the usual, the COMESA yellow card. This has always supported the industrialists. You can be able to cross through the COMESA region. You only have to buy a COMESA yellow card for you to get on cover for the third party in that country that you're moving to. Then lastly, the ESG. These days you cannot move from any panel without talking about ESG. The sustainability issues really.
30 seconds.
Yeah. So the takeaway is, as we go forward, let's avoid working in silos, a siloed approach where insurance ecosystem works hand in hand with the industrialists. Thank you.
Okay, so Humphrey, allow me take just 2 questions. I see one there and another one at the back. Just 2 questions. We don't have any lady interested in asking a question. We have a lady. So we'll take the 3. Direct it to any panelists that you would want to respond to that question.
Thank you, moderator. My question is going to John. As Presidential CEO Forum, we are engaging in many activities relating to long-term capital. My question is, in what way is the insurance industry aligning its policies, products, and investment strategies to support the mobilization and development of long-term capital?
Okay, I think that question is clear, John, is it? Okay, we can move to the lady on the table. We want to do this in 3 minutes.
Mine is a general one.
Okay.
VAT is 18%. Labor is some percentage also. I was wondering what percentage can be allocated to insurance if we are going to think about it as we do business. Thank you.
Okay, quite an interesting question. Insurance there being compared to taxes, but I think Mwebesa will come in. We have a final question from the gentleman. quickly. We have an issue with the microphone, but I believe the gentleman is audible enough. Okay, you have a microphone.
Okay, it's okay. Insurance Regulatory Authority has the competent jurisdiction to determine the fate of issues around insurance cases. How do you treat regulatory policy support and harmonization of insurance frameworks across board with the contempt they deserve?
Okay.
The second question goes to the panelists. In case a person opens up a policy with you, and within a shortest time decides to close the policy, how do you handle that issue and how do you treat it? Thank you.
Okay. That one, the last question, we will take it outside and the panelists will come directly to you and be able to handle it. Let's have the responses.
There's just one burning one here.
Okay.
It's actually on fire.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the privilege. Mine is about claim processing. Why does it take long? And since all those people, they have a brand, I don't want to push it to anyone, such that they say it is these people that, or this company that takes long, but they can answer. They take too long to process a claim.
Okay. Regulator, over to you. There's a question on harmonization of the regulatory environment within East Africa and how that is being done. We'll start with you and then go to John for the one on agriculture. In just 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. You said, how do you harmonize regulatory support with complaints handling? When I was making an introduction, I gave 3 roles of IRA: to regulate, to supervise, and develop the market. The insurance law is unique in that it gives the IRA mandate to not only supervise, but also develop the market. So in terms of developing the market, we have what they call consumer protection. And under consumer protection, we have the Complaints Bureau. Here is where we handle complaints from the public. So we have a dual mandate. Well, as we are growing the market, we also need to make sure that everyone that is in the market is playing their cards according to the way they are supposed to. Thank you.
Okay. John, quickly, in a few seconds, as we wrap up.
Yeah, I think this is a good question, and it gives me an opportunity to actually say, as far as agriculture insurance is concerned, we are open to, you tell us about what you're doing, how are you connected with the farmers, and then we can come up with an arrangement and work with you. Because long-term financing, we are talking about probably 5, 10 years. And I remember there was a time we had a discussion with the East African Bank, and they were under the biodiversity investment angle, and some of those loans were long-term. And we did say, okay, we can provide cover for the entire period of the loan, and what happens is, should you suffer loss in a certain period, then we will take care of the installment that was due at that point and be able to do what? Pay that, and then you are able to continue running with your loan. But that aside, as it is, the regulator has been very supportive when it comes to agriculture insurance. There have been products which we have been designing, and as need arises, we have a sandbox together with the regulator and the innovation village where we can try out any new product that would be able to work with you, and we see how it goes. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Mwebesa, insurance, VAT is 18%. What percentage should insurance be? How do we support and respond?
Thank you. Very good question. One, the price to pay, which we call a premium in insurance, is always dependent on the value of the assets you have. If it is for the staff members, it will depend on the payroll that you pay out. But to give you a direct answer, we have the regulator here who guides for us, the general insurers, the amount that we charge or price. give or take, you find that the rates are below 1%. For budgeting purposes, you look at 1% of your budget based on the values or sums insured or the asset value. Then on that, you have to load about 19% to cater for the VAT on the premium, as well as any other levies and stamp duty therein.
Okay, Florence, how can we support customers to sort of separate the value that insurance creates so that it's not then looked at as a burden? Because from that question, my thinking is that our potential customer is looking at insurance as one of those levies that we must then be able to charge. How do we support a customer? As you conclude in 30 seconds.
Okay, as I comment on that, maybe I would like to say that for an employer, whether you insure your staff or not, there is that implied obligation or duty. If anything happens to your staff, the first person they will come to is the employer, even if you have nothing to do with it, but there is an expectation. So it's better to have the cover in place so that if anything happens, then a third party is actually meeting the cost. So I would not want to look at it as a levy, but for a number of employee benefits, except the WCA, which is mandatory by law, for the rest, actually, even the capital sums are variable. You can start very small, as low as maybe covering people for 1 year's earnings. We even have retirement funds, for example, where only employees are contributing. The employer will put a platform and facilitate the transfer of money, but only the employees. So not everything will come with such a heavy cost. Many of them, because they are voluntary, the insurer can negotiate with you in terms of how to start and keep growing the value that you're covering. Thank you.
Okay, so Annette and Badru from UIA, stand up, please. You approach the table, the last table. There was a question on the policy and the claims process. So the two will be able to respond, and they need to come out and be able to support. As I conclude, number one, I think PSFU, first of all, we want to thank you for this opportunity to be able then to showcase and demonstrate what insurance can be able to do, and I think my panel has been able to do that very well. What we ask of you is policy support. How do we ensure that we partner together with the insurance industry so that these conversations are reflected in policy, in advocacy, whether it's at PSFU or at the East African Business Council? That is what we want to, so that at the end of that day, the risks faced by the manufacturers are taken care of by the insurers. I thank you very much. Over to you, MC.
Another big hand clap for our insurance sector discussion. Very important discussions right there. Please come, take a picture. I'm going to invite again some of our people to come and join. Mr. Rodi, yes, you are one of the manufacturers they were talking about. You come here and, you know, Mr. Mugisha, kindly join. Mr. Muchenga, you light up pictures. You come and light this one also. Very good. So, again, only one lady. Jackie, an opportunity for you. Yes, an opportunity for you, because only one lady with men in dark suits. Very good. If you could kindly step forward, just step forward. One step, 2 steps, fabulous. Very good. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. I think that has been very informative. The most important, for me, a key takeaway from this panel is approach the insurance people, have the discussion, even as you're doing your business planning. I've just learned today that it's possible to structure something, okay, so that these costs are not hitting you hard. So that's a very, very good, discussion we've just had there. Also, before we get into the closing ceremonies of today, we still have opportunity. If you have not yet brought your business card, or if you have not written your name on a piece of paper, okay? If you don't have a business card, Jackie has been generous enough to say you can write your name on a piece of paper and come and put it in here. So the offer starts now. Going once, before we close this raffle. Going twice. Is it insured? You don't qualify, Kathy. You don't. You and Stephen there don't qualify. One at a time. If you don't have a business card, you can write on a nice piece of paper. Make sure your name is in capital letters, your phone number, and please put your grandmother's NIN. Sorry, just bring those ones. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay.
All right, thank you so much. I would like us to give another very big round of applause to the insurance gurus, but most importantly to Mr. William Kizito. No, I beg your pardon. Mr. Jonan Kisache. The passion with which he discusses insurance, I felt touched.
I told you.
I feel touched. I feel guilty because I go out and blow up money with my friends in enjoyment. But when this conversation on insurance comes, I am a reformed person now. Thank you for the conversation.
There will be an altar call for people like you.
Yes, so while we were at it, we were joined by the Commissioner, Business Development and Quality Assurance from the Ministry of Trade. A very big round of applause to Mr. Patrick J. Mugisha. And I see in brackets on his card, he's called Mugi. We need to announce it with a little bit of stereo, Mugi. All right, moving on swiftly, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get to the close of this conversation. But before we do that, we must acknowledge that forums like this cannot happen without sponsors and partners fueling the conversation. And they don't only fuel the conversations, they have a strong vision behind these sponsorships. And therefore, I know they need to account as well because they have invested, yeah? And for that matter, I would like to invite some of our sponsors, if they are in the room, the main sponsors and partners. Is Agra here? If they are not here, please nod, a nod for them, a nod for them. I said a nod for them, English, a nod. A nod. Yeah, just a nod, really. Let's not mix issues. And then we get on to MTN Momo. Do we have a representative? Please make your way to the podium if MTN is here. I think we had a microphone. Do they prefer the podium or the microphone in the middle? Okay, please clap for the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer, MTN Momo, as he comes to make his remarks. You may take over the podium, please.
I'm the chairperson of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda board and board members. The regulators here, all government officials, the CEO, Private Sector Foundation Uganda and his leadership team, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Mutana. I am the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer of MTN Uganda, of MTN Mobile Money. And I'm here on behalf of Mr. Richard Yego, CEO, who was meant to be here, but got an engagement mid-morning today, and he can't make it. But he sends his apologies, and I take the honor of speaking to you today. Thank you. So, on behalf of MTN Momo Uganda, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Private Sector Foundation Uganda and all partners behind the second annual Regional Industrialization Conference. The quality of dialogue, insight, and collective ambition that has been showcased over the past 2 days reflects the urgency and commitment that we all share in transforming Uganda's industrial future. What's coming through quite clearly is that unlocking industrial growth requires more than just policies or infrastructure. It needs innovative partnerships and practical solutions that address real business challenges. I think at this point I must make a confession. My training and my initial career for the first 4 or 5 years was actually in Uganda's, I would say, nascent manufacturing industry by then. I started out my career in manufacturing, doing a mix of factory management and product innovation. So I find myself many years later in digital solutions, telecoms, then fintech right now. But this is a subject that is quite close to my heart. You'd be happy to know that I'm actually a soap maker, in my other life before I became all these other things. But it's just the practicality and the joy that industrialization brings to a country. Now, at MTN, we look at and we reviewed some of the outputs of yesterday's conference. And of course, today, I came in at the time when they were holding a very, very interesting ecosystem enabling conversation around insurance. So at MTN, what many see as barriers, we see as opportunities, and we usually come on the enablement side. So we've developed, we've been fortunate to introduce a number of technologies aimed at tackling inefficiencies across value chains. And this is when it comes to payments or when it comes to actual processes, how work gets done in organizations, what you call business processes. So I'll give a few examples. We partnered with one of the titans of industry in this country, or manufacturing, Uganda Breweries, close to 1.5 years ago, to just help them solve the distribution aspects of their ecosystem. How did we partner with them? We co-created what we call the fast-moving consumer goods digital suite. This is essentially a platform that enables digitization and automation of transactions across the supply chain, right from placement of orders, invoicing, delivery reconciliation, and real-time payments and returns. Now, in their real lives, if you look at a distributor distributing product to restaurants, to bars, to stockists, these are some of the issues that we were resolving. And of course, ultimately, it improves the velocity and turnover of the entire ecosystem, which has an impact on a favorite topic of mine, farmers. They do play a big input in the Uganda Breweries value chain. Now, since its launch in 2023, the suite has grown significantly and is helping over 860 businesses streamline their operations and reduce dependency on physical cash. Now, there are a number of other sectors that have taken this up, from construction, which could be hardware, distribution is around dairy, beverages, farming, the likes of Mukwano group of companies, Coca-Cola, and quite a number of other players. MOVIT, okay? Now, to support, we also support industrialization by reducing logistics inefficiencies. Now here, depending on the sector you're in, there are new ways of delivering value. It could be your plant equipment. Increasingly, we see that this plant equipment is becoming smart. So today, many of you, and for many of us, when we think of smart devices, we think of our TVs, our phones, and maybe your fridges, okay? But there's a lot more to smart devices, especially in agriculture. You have devices that monitor, you have devices that look at the quality chain. I know one of the obstacles we were discussing yesterday was around quality in the value chain, things around validation in the value chain. It could be inputs for farming, it could be pharmaceuticals, it could be some specialized products that are part of other products. So with what we call Internet of Things, IoT, you're now able to put smart monitors in different parts of any organization's value chain, which enable you to become more efficient, get real-time data, monitor your ecosystem to bring down costs, or even pick up barriers or blockages. Now, we've started working with a number of clients. We can talk of Total. They were one of the first to get 5G in this country. And why? They needed 5G for their value-adding processes. If you're using equipment today, it's most likely going to be smart equipment. So you need, a high-capacity network to support something similar. I'll bring it home. I think it's called Kitetika on just after Kumbuzi. I think that is it, right? Kumbuzi towards Gayaza. One of our partners, Vivo, is launching new retail suites, what you would call forecourts or petrol stations. And if you look very carefully, they're trying to put lifestyle into that whole experience of going to fuel up. You would see a dry cleaners, a pharmacy, a coffee shop, a hypermart or supermarket. Now, they're using what we call Smart Eyes, which is an MTN technology based on cameras, which today somebody may think is just for security, and indeed it is. But tomorrow, layering on AI on that, it can help them, one, understand how many customers are coming onto the forecourt, how many of those are actually moving into other use cases on the forecourt. So it becomes part of the whole monetization and also customer experience input. So it could even read your car number plate and then help you maybe be part of a loyalty program. I know we kind of have some little, can I call it a little negative vibe when we talk about number plates and cameras, but they can also be used for good things and not just for you to pay fines, okay? The other bit when we talk about regional industrialization, and I know you talked about policy aspects, you can't avoid the fact that people and goods move across borders, especially because we're a region. And as MTN Momo, we have supported and continue supporting the flow of value across borders, whether this is through interaction or with the East African payment system, or through making it easier for consumers and businesses to receive money and to be able to take money out. In my other life, as a customer-facing person, I know that for a long time, my busiest days were the weekends when transporters, importers, and those running organizations that needed inputs from abroad would call me to say, oh, by the way, we can't transfer money to Kenya, to Tanzania, to Rwanda. And why are they doing it? It's basically they're paying for inputs, paying some kind of fees, and that kind of thing to enable goods coming to the country. So when I talk about the ability funds to flow into a country and out of a country for economic purposes, it's really a real obstacle, and one that we believe we are contributing to resolving through the remittance services. Yesterday, we also looked at the outputs from your discussion, and there was the whole youth opportunity. We are such young nations. What do we do to involve these in the sustainable industrialization? So through the MTN Foundation, we've partnered with over 18,000 youth and women, MSMEs, individuals, small organizations, to upskill them on digital skills via the MTN Skills Academy and the MTN Internet Bus. And we do this in partnership with 15 or more digital skilling organizations within this country and 65 ICT resource centers, including our own universities across the region. What really underlies all this is the provision of a smartphone. And we've also done a lot of work to bring down the cost of the smartphone. I think you've heard of the Cabode, through an innovative credit approach where you only deposit a bit of the initial amount and then you're able to pay either daily, weekly, or monthly. And we're seeing great uptake. So this initiative enables young people with relevant in-demand skills, preparing them for opportunities for the digital economy and future industrial workforce. As I conclude, to further support the broader ecosystem, MTN Uganda is privileged to partner with the Private Sector Foundation to reinforce our joint responsibilities, but of course championed by a PSFU, to continue coordinating the private sector to give it a meaningful voice and drive meaningful policy advocacy. But even with all these efforts, the journey ahead requires something more fundamental, deeper collaboration across sectors, and we see it here, and we are very happy to see this. And as we've heard from discussions here, whether it's regarding illicit trade, whether it's insurance, logistics bottlenecks, policy, or access to affordable finance, we believe that this is the right platform. So we need to come together as business enablers, financiers, manufacturers, policymakers to design solutions that work for our context, Uganda's context, not anything that we just copy and paste, something that is homegrown, practical, and scalable as well as inclusive. Uganda's industrialization story won't be written by any single player. It takes all of us working together with intent, innovation to power progress. I say all this, and we say all this, because at MTN, we believe that when we combine forces, together we are unstoppable. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muta. We really, really appreciate. Kindly give him a big hand clap. MTN was one of our sponsors. It's good to know that MTN is not just an internet service provider, but rather a partner in business. Is able to come alongside, and the examples that he's given, I think these are things we can take on. The insurers, have a conversation with MTN. All the other sectors, let's have the conversation and see. Even for us in mining, we are coming to have a conversation to see how can we make our ecosystem, okay, more alive and seamless, building those efficiencies. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming towards the end of this, and we're going to be having remarks from the chair of the East African Business Council to come and make a presentation, to come and make his closing remarks. We'll also have just some brief remarks from a representative of Stanbic Bank. Is he here? No, we'll move on from that. But put your hands together for the chair of the East African Business Council, all the way from Southern Sudan. Okay, our brothers to the north. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Very wonderful day. And we have really made it to the end. I want to thank the chairman of the PSFU of Uganda, board members, and colleagues, and honorable ministers who are here, and colleagues. I want to thank you for this opportunity to come and speak to you again. The most important for us here is not the only the presentation and the policy. It is about our implementation. How are we going to implement it? What are we talking here? If we don't implement it then, it is going to remain in the hole here, and we are not going to get benefit from it. I want to reaffirm to you all here that EABC is going to work closely with the government and partners and all the association of the East Africa to make sure the advocacy for the removal of the non-tariff barriers is taken by the government of the East Africa. Without removing them, we cannot make the business and the environment for the investment for the other member states of East Africa to come and invest in our region. It is very important for us to note that our policies are aligned together with the advocacy and the vision of the East Africa. I have seen the speakers, they present their policies to us, and we have noted that policies, they are good, but they need to be implemented so we can have a service providing to our people. Industrialization in the East Africa remains critical. But it is not only about the policies. It is important for us, and it is not the choice for us to make the policy alone. It is important for the businesses and for the region to make the business in East Africa. There is nothing can connect us. It is the East Africa community. I'm from South Sudan, from Uganda, and from Tanzania, and from Kenya. How can we come together in this diversity? Nothing can connect us, but our ideas and our collaboration under the East Africa, it can connect us. There are businesses in other countries, like South Sudan, and I know most of you here, they fear to go to South Sudan to invest. Some they say South Sudan is not stable and the insecurity. But I want to assure you, South Sudan, you are hearing, is about the media that is making you to fear. The war is very far, 400 to 300 kilometers away from Juba. Can you believe that? You can still do your business in Juba and the other region. Just leave the hot regions. But for now, South Sudan is stable. Business is going on. And the other nations are investing in Juba and in the oil field and the mining. I need this opportunity for the region of East Africa to go and invest in South Sudan because it's your country. Don't tell us later when the opportunity has been taken by the big companies in the world. And then you will have no place to go in Juba. So you move to Juba, find the business, do your business there on the oil sector and other sector, you can do your business. So that one is very important for us to work together and to connect our region, had the children and the son of East Africa. I want to thank you for these 3 days that I met in Kampala here. It made me to know so many people here. And this is the connection. Tomorrow, next tomorrow, when I go to Juba or other place in Kenya, I will meet and then we can work together. Thank you so much. I don't want to give too much speech because I did not prepare to speak for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable John Akol. I am definitely making it to Southern Sudan. Thanks for the comfort. As we move on swiftly, I would like to invite our CEO of Private Sector Foundation to just give his closing remarks, and then he will also invite the representative from the Ministry of Trade. As Mr. Stephen comes on stage, I would like to shine a spotlight on the engine behind the scenes, the team that has really turned ideas into experience and logistics into magic. A huge round of applause to Inuma Solutions, led by the ever-capable Catherine Nuwamanyawa Bomba and your team. We see you, we appreciate you. Another big round. Everything you see here is done by that team. A big round of applause. Over to you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Good afternoon, everybody. I see people are tired, so I want to make a speech. Are we together? But just allow me to thank our guests from South Sudan, but representing the East African Business Council. And in a special way, our Vice Chair, please stand for recognition. The lady in red, please give her a hand clap. And our best friend, Hajat, a tree lady. When you see that lady, she's always this. Did you carry trees today? She always carries trees. And to all our distinguished panelists, guests, there is something called ETC. Who knows what ETC means? Etc., etc. No, it's called end of thinking capacity. ETC. So I see a lot of end of thinking capacity here. I had prepared some document here, but the way I see people, there is no more thinking. We are 1 hour behind our cocktail, and part of the reason we came here was to network. So I will really spare all of you. I'll request all of you to get onto our website. Just go to any Google search and put in Private Sector Foundation. But just to emphasize the fact that PSFU is here to support you. We are your partner in private, and we are the bridge to the public sector. And that is why we have the representative of the Minister of Trade here. We've captured a lot of documentation, but just to give accountability, we have over 30 emerging issues cutting across industrialization. We also have close to, I see here 10 commitments. We have 13 fantastic policy recommendations, and these have depth in them. So I just want to thank all of you most sincerely. It could not have been any better but to have you, sponsors, government, private sector, our board, and all of you who are present to have come here. Allow me really to end on a note, on a positive note, that I did business. I started business in Uganda. It couldn't be read in Stanbic, Kenya. Uganda couldn't be read in Stanbic, Kenya, and as much as Stanbic, Tanzania. Today, at the grasp of your phone, the transaction is instant. So goods, services, air travel. I remember flying between capital cities, and we carried a thick booklet of an air ticket. Just an air ticket was a thick booklet. You had to literally go through the pages. This is as far back as 2004. So ladies and gentlemen, there are huge, fantastic, effective, and efficient business possibilities triggered by technology, powered by connectivity. The one underlying element that we have as a country, as a region, is that we have a platform from which to discuss these matters. And therefore, I would like to announce on behalf of management and our board that this second regional industrialization conference marks the beginning of a series of many engagements that are going to support you business people and to help government so that we become one strong business entity. With those few remarks, allow me to invite our chief guest, so to speak, representing the Minister of Trade, and thereafter, we all are invited to our networking cocktail session, which is behind by 2 hours, so that we unwind. And once again, thank you very much, our board, our management, our staff, and please a big hand clap to our policy team to grow, to our staff at the Secretariat, and for all of you partners, friends, and as they say in Uganda, abakone mikwano, mwebale nnyo okuja. God bless you, and regards to our brother to South Sudan as you go back home. Thank you. A big hand clap to our chief guest.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Habari za jioni. Some Kenyans in the house? Kenyans? Yeah, you're my uncles and aunties. My mother comes from Kenya. And in Uganda, I come from Kanungu. Maybe just before I say more, allow me to request you to stand with us, maybe for a moment of silence. We lost one of your very own key business person, Mr. James Msinguzi Garuga, who happens to be an uncle, paternal uncle. So pray that God may comfort the family. Yeah, so. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. Thank you very much. Organizers, the chair, PSFU, partners, sponsors, other government represented MDAs, friends, well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come and at the tail end to close this wonderful session that we've had for the last couple of days. And with a lot of efforts, I just want to thank PSFU in particular, especially for the efforts they've put in terms of organizing this event, but also the East African Business Council at the regional level. Thank you, Honorable from South Sudan, and the chairperson for the Business Council and the deputy. We are grateful because the theme of this engagement is definitely tagged onto what every state in ESC aspires to achieve. Of course, all this is tailored under the East African Protocol, Vision 2050, but also I know you're all aware that we've got an regional industrialization strategy as a region. But going to the different partner states, we all have different aspirations that we desire to achieve in the next couple of years, short, mid, and long term. Allow me just to go through the problem that you highlighted. It's all here. I think if you've got this, it's all there. But just maybe to talk about number A, which talks about the youthful population on the rise with over 70% under the age of 35, unemployed currently. Private sector. If you want to address youth unemployment, the first starting point I would encourage you to fight for is how do you leverage yourself to be closer to academia. Academia industry partnerships is something that as Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, we actually want to push for in the next 5 years because it's critical to you to be able to bond the youth and redefine them how they're able to go to the next steps. Good ideas come from universities. I've tested this. Those who've had opportunities to study in the first world countries, I think you've seen how private sector invests heavily in academia. So can the East African Business Council, PSFU, and other similar organizations prioritize academia industry partnerships? It has been a blame game for a very long time where industry says academia produces half-baked graduates, right? Then academia fights back and says, how much are you willing to spend in R&D for us to address your industrial problems? So, by show of hands, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, how many firms in-house here have a budget on R&D and have got an existing relationship with universities? Show of hands? Very few. Yeah, I can count less than 10. Okay? Non-tariff barriers, such as trade bans and misaligned tax regimes. Colleagues, non-tariff barriers are always a result of scarcity mentality. Scarcity mentality. You want to hold on to the small that you have, not looking at the big picture. Of course, most of these things are policy-based. It's a question of policy. Recently, Kenya and Uganda had a one-on-one engagement less than a week ago. And some of the key areas that were addressed was how do we handle these issues of both TBs and NTBs. So if at the regional level it's a challenge, I would advise you try maybe one-on-one, you can easily agree. If 3, you can't agree, and move and begin having that kind of discussion. Then value addition, colleagues. If 70% of raw commodities are being exported from East Africa region, looking at things like coffee, tea, cotton, and also minerals, what's the problem? What's the problem? Don't we have capacity to turn these products into value adds, innovation, technology transfer? If the region cannot embrace the power of innovation, tech transfer, and R&D, then you'll keep shipping this. Even if now we've got Uganda Airlines, the question is, are we sending out raw materials or value adds? So we can leverage on that to make sure that we're able to support that. Each of the countries in the ESC, I'm sure, has got a legal framework addressing industrial development. Let's harmonize these policies. Let's have a platform where we believe we can always leverage on each other's strengths and weaknesses. If you look at limited access to green financing restricts, honestly, green financing, colleagues, it's a new thing. It's a new thing. And the truth be told, I don't know if you're going to record this off record, on record, I don't know. But the issue is, as we evolve, new things emerge. Green financing is not more than 20 years old, is it? Is it more than 20 years old? It's something new. But how many problems do we have? Is green financing the biggest problem that MSMEs in East Africa have? We've got so many problems. So please, let's focus on the basics. Let's look at the building blocks that any entrepreneur would aspire to have moving forward. I want to thank all the partners for making this a possibility, and just maybe to highlight what we've managed to achieve with the support of Private Sector Foundation Uganda over the years as a Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Right now we are developing the national BDS, Business Development Services policy, and they've really played a critical role in supporting that towards those efforts. And I believe this should be something that could be leveraged onto other countries across the region, but also it's a game of numbers. You can learn from each other, you can easily adapt to each other's legal frameworks. If you don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you can customize it to your local settings, it's possible. Then, of course, we've done a lot in terms of developing standards for BDS service providers. MSMEs today across board, someone wants to know, if I want to export to Kenya, what do I need? What are the requirements? This could be part of BDS support that you'd give this MSME. If you want to go to South Sudan, what do I need to penetrate that market? Remember, market access is one thing, colleagues, but meeting market entry conditions is a totally different thing. So I believe from this engagement, our commitment as government is one. Chair, Engineer Asimwe, you've made it clear that you've got nearly 30,000 issues that have been raised. So those issues, I pledge that let's engage with the Ministry of Trade. If some of them are policy issues, that is our role. How do you integrate them? And maybe those issues, they can also, through the East African Business Council, can also be taken to the independent party states to also take some of them and integrate them. I think that is our role. Government cannot work without the private sector. We need each other. We need that marriage. And in any marriage, at times there are conflicts, but it's still a marriage. You don't run away. You have to kuguma. You harden. So let us address and let's have dialogue. Let us present our issues and see how can we move to the next level. I think our aspiration as a region is really, when are we going to integrate? Do you anticipate to have one single currency for the region? One political federation as a region? Is still a dream. Is it possible? It's possible. It's possible. With those few remarks, colleagues, thank you very much. Enjoy the cocktail, and may God bless you. Thank you.
We need you to officially close, otherwise we'll stay seated here.
Sorry, I'm not a minister, but let me now put on the shoes of the minister. I wish to declare this conference closed for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick Joram Mugisha from the Ministry of Trade. Very good remarks. And they say once the big drum drums, the small drums don't drum. So I'm not going to say much except that the raffle is going to be at the cocktail. Make sure you are there. and we are going to do that. We have a short video that is going to be up there as we close, as we get up, as we network about what is coming up, okay? And then let's make our way. But it has been Humphrey and Jackie. We have tried our best. We have done it. We have come to the end. Thank you very much for being a brilliant, brilliant attendees, delegates, speakers, sponsors, and exhibitors. Please, clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. You've done a fabulous job. At the cocktail, let's pick, Wanji?
Yeah, we're doing the group photo just shortly after the video that is running. It's just 10 seconds or something. And
Here
then we'll
or outside? Here?
Where do we do the group photo? Here.
You want it here?
We will do it
with
here.
Everyone, eh?
Yes.
You want everyone?
Yeah. Production,
Okay.
please.
Those who are photogenic here, those who are not photogenic will stand on the other corner. Actually, for us, we'll go ahead. But yeah, let's watch the video, come forward for a photograph, and then we should be out of here ASAP because UBL and Pepsi have provided the drinks.
In 2024, we launched the Regional Industrialization Conference. We made a case for sustainable industrialization in the face of climate change. In 2025, we pushed for policies that drive regional industrialization. 2026 is all about scaling innovation to drive regional value chains that make East Africa competitive. Join us in August 5th and 6th at the Kampala Serena Hotel for the Regional Industrialization Conference 2026.
Be part of the transformation.
So thank you very much. Kindly come through for the pictures. Let's all get up and come. Let's have our high table at the front. Then okay, so let's come through for okay. Let's do this as fast as possible. The eats are ready as well, and for me, I am rushing for the drinks. Let's have the sponsors up there. Please join. Thank you. PSFU team, kindly come closer. PSFU team, Grow team, kindly come closer. Come closer. Come closer. You're on next. Yes. Our sponsors, URI, UIA. Please come closer as well. Please join in. All the sponsors that are here, please come and join in. Steel and Tube, Penda, Kalikumutima, BDO, Britam, Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, UIA. Okay, let's have that. Okay, the team, get on. PSFU team, the Grow team. These are the people that have been responsible for what we have. Please go to the back row, so that you can be in the diagram. Uganda Bati, you are there represented. Uganda Breweries, EADB, Kampala Serena, Multilines, Equity Bank, NPS, Flawless Creations responsible for the production, for putting all this together, for the audio visual, stage, anything built, they've done a fabulous job. Stanbic Bank, Trademark Africa, Agra, MTN, thank you very, very much. UMA, Usifa, you are very welcome. Please come in for a picture. Let me hope everybody has been. Please come. All our speakers or our panelists, if you know you have been there speaking a lot of English, please come through. Madam Florence, please come through. Our colleagues from insurance. Okay, good. Is everybody on there? Good. Now, the rest of us, please come. Everyone. One last picture. Kila Motu. Everyone, please come. Those that are photogenic, come. Those who are not photogenic, also come. You'll be on the side where we will shine the lights very bright. Just come. We will know how, with this day and age of AI, we know what to do. Okay? Don't worry. Simanya, my hair is not the way I would want. You come. We will sort it. Okay? These cameras know how to comb hair. You'll be amused. Everyone, please come. I think I should start mentioning names, isn't it? Yeah, doing roll call so that you really come. Okay, let's all get onto the stage. We want to do this as fast as possible. He's saying that anyone past Hajat here is on next year's photo. So, very good. You can push in so that you are in the picture. Okay. Please remember to smile. Okay? Very good. Yes. Beautiful dental formula on top. Very good. Very good. That is the picture that will be in the newspapers. So smile, eh? That one. You'll show your ancestors. I was there, here. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Let's all head to the cocktail. Let's go do some networking. All this has been put together, the audio visual, the sound, the setup, the tents by Flawless Creations. We want to thank Flawless Creations. Flawless Creations, not Florence. Flawless Creations. And you can get their contact from the yeah. Let's all head to the cocktail.